Hello? Yo! How's everybody doing? It's like, I feel like everyone's just kind of, chill. I get it. It's morning. There's free food. There's coffee. So how's everybody doing today? Dude, I thought we were in Texas. Like, I came from Florida, and this energy's like way lower. How's everybody doing today? All right, one more time. How is everybody doing today? Effing fantastic. All right, everybody, welcome to the first Mining Disrupt Texas Summit. Usually they have the Mining Disrupt conference in Miami in the Fort Lauderdale area. It is the biggest mining conference on the face of the planet. So we're super hyped to have you guys here at the first Texas Summit. We're going to be doing it next as well. So guys, enjoy the food, enjoy the programming. It's going to be fantastic. We have some really, really good keynotes from, the top CEOs in the mining industry. We have some really spicy panels coming up. We have some big companies. We have some big names here. So you guys are going to all enjoy it. By the way, my name is Nico Moran. I'm the founder and host of Simply Bitcoin. So super happy to be here with all you guys. And I hope you guys enjoy the conference and enjoy the food. And I hope your energy rises throughout the day because everyone's a little bit like calm. I don't know what you guys did last night, but it seems like everybody went out. But it's going to be a great conference, guys. It's going to be amazing. And we're super, super thrilled to have all you guys here. Thank you. Who am I introducing? Here.
Bitcoin, my old friend. We must increase hash rate once again because of difficulties softly creeping in, rising slowly while I was sleeping, and the energy bill that was raging through my brain still remains with the sound of high-speed fans. In warning signs I mind alone. Wall Street's now blood and bones. Neath the halo of BTC, I turned off my rig to hide to mine when my eyes were green by the dream yet unseen, hashing all night and roaring to the sound of blocks and confirmations I saw. 10,000 holders, maybe more, or less without warning, getting wrecked without hope. Hashbots gone mad, miners of my name.
Looks like a lot of you have got something to eat there, which is good. Thank you for showing up here. I've got here Doug Wilson, the head of credit from Coinbase Asset Management up here. And he's going to be making a couple exciting announcements that I believe many of you hashers out there will be quite interested in hearing what he has to say. He's also going to be taking a couple questions. So if you have questions, I'm going to be looking for hands up. He's going to be doing that at the back end. I'm going to be looking for hands. I'll walk up to you with the mic. So just stand up, have your hand up if you got a question for Doug when he is done with his presentation here.
Great. Thanks, Del. Morning, everybody. I'm excited to be here with you today. We have two things that we're excited to announce, one of which I just found out about 30 minutes ago. So happy to announce that Coinbase Global is going to be reincorporating in the state of Texas and leaving Delaware. We're Lone Star bound. Why are we doing this? You guys can read on X. Paul Graywall has a 6-part tweet that kind of outlines it, but we're leaving because of efficiency, predictability, and fairness. So I think we're all thrilled to be in the Lone Star state, and we're Lone Star bound. If you have any questions, tag Paul. They'll be happy to answer it. So really big news for us this morning. Fortunate to be in Texas. The second thing that we want to announce today is that Coinbase Asset Management is pleased to announce that we're preparing to support the Bitcoin mining community with Bitcoin-denominated loans backed by flexible collateral package. Now, what is a flexible collateral package? It means hash rate. We're going to lend against hash rate. We're not going to lend against 100% hash rate, but we're going to incorporate this in our collateral package, and we're very excited to announce it. We've been working very hard on this. This has been years in the making, and we've really worked hard with our legal, compliance, and risk team to get them comfortable with this. And so I'm excited to dive into this and talk to you about it today. The basic formation is that we lend against collateral. You folks are familiar with this. Our flexible collateral package, it's going to be a combination of things. It's going to be Bitcoin, which is the foundation for everything in this ecosystem. It's going to be hash rate, and it's going to be property, plant, and equipment. It'll be on a case-by-case basis, but we're excited to include it, and it's the first time we've ever included it. So, as they said, my name is Doug Wilson. I am the head of credit for Coinbase Asset Management and a portfolio manager. I spent 25 years in traditional finance, and then I had to mark through it, and I said, no, I've actually been doing this for 30 years, so now I feel really old this morning. I've spent my entire career in power, energy, metals and mining. I'm a native Texan. Texas is home to me, so I'm excited to be here. I was originally hired by the predecessor of Coinbase Asset Management to a Bitcoin mine. So I was hired in late 2021, early 2022, and I spent a year and a half, 2 years, driving around West Texas, talking to many of you, and looking for opportunities where we could engage. The predecessor was acquired by Coinbase in March of 2023. Coinbase Asset Management is a wholly owned subsidiary of Coinbase Global. We manage money for outside investors. We're a regulated investment advisor. Think of us as like you would think of Morgan Stanley Asset Management or Goldman Sachs Asset Management. We manage money for outside investors, and one of their main keen interests is earning yield on their Bitcoin and on their stablecoin. This is our major area of focus as we've gone through many iterations over time, but now we've settled in on generating yield for our investors. So as we think about ways that we can generate yield on Bitcoin for our investors, the most logical place where we can generate that yield is engaging directly with Bitcoin mining community. It just makes sense. There's not many organic ways that you can create Bitcoin, and Bitcoin mining is the primary way that we can help our investors earn a stable yield and support the overall community with the development of your projects. Many of you may be familiar with the US dollar denominated products that Coinbase Credit offers into the Bitcoin mining community. These are US dollar denominated loans. They're backed by Bitcoin. They typically have an LTV of 50%, but you have to have a lot of Bitcoin that you hold in reserve in case the price falls. So the reality is those are 25, 30% LTV type loans. That's not the product that we're offering. That product fits nicely if you've got a large Bitcoin hodl, but for the mid-sized miner that's long hash rate and doesn't have an abundance of Bitcoin in their hodl stack, that's the product that we're excited to offer today. So this is lending Bitcoin to the miners. It's a higher LTV product. So if you choose to put Bitcoin up as your primary source of collateral, we can extend our LTVs and achieve much higher LTV levels than you would normally achieve with a dollarized product. Because we're lending Bitcoin against Bitcoin, you don't have to face margin calls. It's another key benefit to this product. We've designed a benchmark instrument that's 6 months in duration. And again, the key is that flexible collateral package that we're willing to entertain. We talked about the duration, 6 months benchmark instrument. I talk about we're going to go on a journey. And as we get more regulatory clarity, especially on the tax side, our aim is to extend the maturity of these products to something beyond 6 months. We're making great headway with regulatory clarity. I won't bore you with all of the reasons that the tax laws hold us to a 6-month benchmark instrument today. But as we continue to get more regulatory clarity from this administration, then our aim is to be able to offer an even longer term product to the Bitcoin miners. But we have to start somewhere, and we think that 6 months is the right balance of term. Now, as we think about treasury management across the world, world-class treasurers for multinational corporations, they denominate their liabilities in any number of currencies. Yen, euros, US dollars. So it stands to reason that Bitcoin mining companies, diversity is the key. And so having a diverse treasury with some US dollar denominated loans, some Bitcoin denominated loans, stands to reason that this helps with the overall diversity of the treasury mix. We think that this is the great product for those mid-sized miners that are long hash rate and seeking to grow. I want to thank Mike and the Mining Disrupt team for allowing us to occupy this time slot and being flexible in giving us this opportunity to talk to you today. We really appreciate it. We're excited to be engaging with Mining Disrupt, and we look forward to supporting this event today and in the future. So we've got about 6 minutes left. We've thrown a couple of things at. I'll be over here on the side of the stage after the presentation. If folks want to come over and make an introduction, But for right now, I'm happy to take your questions. So if anybody has any questions about the product or anything that we've announced, then would love to hear it.
If you have a question, just stand up, raise your hand, and I will find you. Yeah, coming right over there.
Hi, Ryan with Evertos Insurance. Is anyone else going to be able to take the other side of these loans? They seem very attractive to people that are holding a bunch of Bitcoin, like digital asset treasury companies and people like that.
So, so our capital comes from outside investors. So we raise capital from qualified institutional buyers, and they come into our funds. So that's the other side of the trade.
Any other questions? Anybody else got anything? Yeah, right here.
Joseph Samuels, founder and CEO of Core Silica. My question would be, is there any possibility of being, pretty much these loans being an investment in an up-and-coming mining operation?
Great question. So I think that we've wrestled with this mightily, and where we are today. I talk about going on a journey. The analogy I always give is I have some sons. They're just learning how to drive. I'm very nervous when I got in the car with them. I was pointing out everything, every hazard along the way. That lasted about 3 or 4 weeks. Now I fall asleep and they're on the turnpike. So we have to go on a journey together. So I think, what we're looking for are operations that have existing mining operations with existing hash rate and some level of Bitcoin. Is that where the journey ends? I don't think so. I know that that's not where the journey won't end. But for the time being, I think we're looking for operators that have a minimum of 2 sites, because we don't want to take single site risk. Multiple sites, existing hash rate, and some Bitcoin in their HODL. That's where we start, but that's most certainly not where we're going to end.
Looks like we got time for another couple of quick questions, or maybe one longer one. Oh.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you answered this already, but would you have a minimum in terms of small off-grid miners? Would there be a minimum collateral required?
I think it's going to be on a case-by-case basis. Come have a conversation with us. We're happy to engage. Generally, what we're looking to do is we're looking to extend. There's got to be a minimum. I think that we're interested in kind of the 5 million range and up, and I would stress up in terms of what our appetite is for this product. But we want to talk to everybody. We want to start a dialogue. We want to start a conversation. So please don't be shy. Come see us over by the couches on my right-hand side at the end of the conversation.
And last one right here.
Luxor has a product, hash rate forward, 6-month contracts like that, but you're limited to certain pools. Are you fine to mine into any pool? Has Coinbase thought of that?
We're pool agnostic.
Okay, so you will pool it yourself. And second question, just a quick one, are you operating in Canada, or is this just strictly based in the US right now?
We're comfortable lending into locations where we can understand the rule of law, and we understand the rule of law in Canada. So this is not just limited to the U.S. product. We're happy to engage in Canada as well.
Gotcha. Thanks.
All right. With that, again, Mike and the Mining Disrupt team, thank you so much for allowing us to occupy this time slot. We were a last-minute ad. I really appreciate it, and look forward to speaking with many of you at the conclusion of the conversation. Joe Chu comes up next. Funny thing about Joe, I met Joe in Amarillo, Texas about 3 years ago in the middle of a blizzard. So we share a little bit of back history around Texas. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Doug. Looks like he's trying to take my job up here introducing Joseph. So Joseph Chu of Meanwhile is going to be up next. And yes, he's going to be talking not about snow and blizzards and how he met Doug, but rather doing more with your Bitcoin. So maybe he's been talking to Trump and talking about how to play with your Bitcoin. I don't know. Here we go. Joe.
Testing. Okay. Thanks very much, Doug. I was struck back in that little green room listening to what Doug was talking about. It's all about like lending, finance, and the financialization of Bitcoin, I think, is now complete, right? I've been coming to this conference since 2020, and it rarely, the conversation rarely went to finance, but hey, this is where we are now, which is great for me. I do need the clicker. Hang on. Hey, can I get the clicker? All right, it'll come. So I just wanted to say that I am a former Bitcoin miner. I built a data center in South Carolina at a company called BlockFi. It's not around anymore. Ran a bunch of hash rate. So I know this world, and I'm excited to be talking to people that share that interest and passion and that vocabulary, which doesn't exist in my normal life. I'm just like a kind of a weirdo. My title is also head of credit, so we're leading this conference with all this credit nerd stuff at a company called Meanwhile, which I'm going to go into a lot in more detail later. I also, at BlockFi, built a loan business to miners. So that was about $450 million at its peak. I lent Bitcoin. I lent dollars to miners then. So I've been on this side of the financialization of Bitcoin for quite a while. Before that, I was a traditional finance guy, investment banking. I was a credit analyst in many different places. So I'm very deep in the lending credit market. Okay, so Meanwhile is a life insurance company, a whole life insurance company. Many of you know about that because it's relevant for people that are planning their financial future, that are doing estate planning, that kind of stuff. But it's not immediately clear why this is valuable for a Bitcoin mining conference. But we are more than life insurance. I'll talk about life insurance a little bit at the very end, but I have a more relevant product. It's not just relevant to the CFO Treasury type people in the room. It's relevant to anyone that's a Bitcoiner that has held Bitcoin for a little while, where they got it for significantly less than the price of Bitcoin in dollars today. Life insurers generally are a major part of the traditional financial services world. We probably don't think about it, but they're giant lenders. And we are aspiring to be a big lender. So I was going to just talk about our product, but product exists in the broader context, the broader discussion of Bitcoin yield. And I got to this point by thinking that Bitcoin miners have always been hodlers, generally, right? That's your goal. You want to make more Bitcoin, then you have to expend, and then you hold on to it, going way, way, way back. But after the popularization of MicroStrategy and Bitcoin treasury companies, miners at some point in the last couple of years woke up realizing, hey, I'm also a Bitcoin treasury company, right? Because I have Bitcoin. And if I have public stock, which a lot of you don't, but you might in the future, your stock price might be contingent upon how much Bitcoin you have and how much faster you can grow the Bitcoin on your balance sheet. So you always were a Bitcoin treasury company. All right, so let me do a 3-minute sidebar on Bitcoin yield. Where does it come from? Doug alluded to it not being that easy to get yield. We also call it returns or maybe interest, where you just take a certain amount of Bitcoin and then you make it into a little bit bigger pile of Bitcoin. The two major categories I want to talk about are trading strategies, and there are a lot of funds and asset managers out there that are going to promise a certain yield they're going to give you. They're going to use all kinds of strategies, such as you may or may not be familiar with the funding rate, which is futures arbitrage. There are a bunch of different arbitrage strategies, which is just, hey, Bitcoin trades higher on one exchange than another, and we're going to buy and sell and really fast sometimes and make some money doing that, or other types of arbitrage. The second major way to get yield is lending. And I've organized lending into a bunch of different categories. The first one is what Doug was talking about, collateralized lending. There at Coinbase, they're extending the concept of collateral, but fundamentally it's the same product. I sometimes call it prime lending. Prime brokers do the lending in the past. That's one of the major lending categories. Another is tax optimization lending. I'll go into that more in detail. And then sort of the holy grail in this world, short-term and long-term corporate lending. The short-term exists. There are lots of market makers that borrow Bitcoin to do whatever they do, make markets, use it for inventory, trading also internally. That exists, but it's very short and usually like unsecured. So from a lender point of view, it's not necessarily super, I guess, safe. And the last type of corporate lending is long-term, and that's the holy grail for us. That is what the world depends on, like corporate lending out, 10-year bonds that every single company tries to issue, right? We don't have that, but it's my personal mission to develop that, and I'm working on it right now. So I'd like to develop a yield curve in Bitcoin, which is a little bit of a wonky term, but I'd like to see interest rates for companies 1 year, 2 year, 3 years, 4 years, that kind of thing. So it's really building out the infrastructure of the Bitcoin financial system. Okay, so meanwhile, does the tooth highlighted in our special green, tax optimization lending and long-term corporate lending. The tax optimization product is existing now. We've been doing it for a year and a half. We started out with a miner, by the way. And let me talk about that. So this is this product where if you have Bitcoin of a vintage, I'm going to start talking about it like that. It's a little bit old. Maybe you bought it or mined it when it was under 50,000, 20,000, who knows. The older it is and the lower the Bitcoin price at the time when you mined it, the lower the basis, the tax basis. And the reason why that's important is that if you sell that Bitcoin, you have capital gains in the U.S., and I can't talk about other jurisdictions, but if you mined it at 10K and you want to sell it at 110K, you've got $100,000 of capital gains, and you're going to have to pay that capital gains tax next year. There's no way around that if you just plain old sell it. So if that happens, you're going to have a big tax bill. These numbers are just kind of made up. But what's clear is that you're going to have a cash tax bill next year. So how do you deal with this situation? Okay, you can just take the hit, right? Or you could do a dollar loan, borrow dollars, use your Bitcoin as collateral, so you don't have to sell it. Okay, that works. You've got some risks in there, like liquidation risk. If Bitcoin flash crashes, they're going to liquidate you, and you'll have sold your Bitcoin at a low price. You'll get a tax bill, right? And your whole goal was to maintain your exposure to Bitcoin, and that failed in the case of a liquidation. That might not happen, but it definitely can. And then you can use DeFi. People in this room may not be super deep into DeFi, but I looked quite in depth at it earlier in the year, and it's definitely the future, but it might not be now. There are lots of risks in it that are very hard to understand, and the returns are not that great, frankly. Okay, so is there a solution? Well, of course there is, and I have it for you. And the way it works, and I tried to come up with a graphic that makes it a little more intuitive. If you have low basis Bitcoin, say it's that 10K Bitcoin that you mined in 2013, you give that to me, and I'll hold on to it for safekeeping. I won't do anything with it unless you tell me I can. And then I'm going to give you Bitcoin, the same amount. Let's say it's 100 Bitcoin you give me. I'm going to give you 100 Bitcoin. That's going to have high tax basis or current tax basis. So you can do anything you want with it. You have no risk to me because you gave me a certain amount of Bitcoin and I gave you the exact same number. So neither party has risk to each other. You pay me some interest. But once we swap that Bitcoin, so to speak, lower at case S, you can do lots of things with it. You can give it to Doug to manage, right? You can give it to a hedge fund, buy a limited partnership interest in some hedge fund where they'll promise, well, they won't promise, but they'll tell you that historically they've earned returns of like 7 to 12%, which is very appealing. You could use it if you need to buy ASICs, and that was what our first deal was about. We had a small miner in Europe that needed to buy ASICs. They didn't want to pay the tax on their Bitcoin, so we did this loan, gave them Bitcoin that doesn't have any tax built into it. They bought ASICs, and they paid us back with the newly mined Bitcoin from those ASICs that they bought. So it works pretty well. There's a little bit of structure needed around that, but it works for CapEx, it works for investment purposes, and then we swap it back. And no harm, no foul. You're in the same place that you were before because I give you back that 10K mined Bitcoin in this example, but you have some kind of earnings, or you have ASICs that are productive, and you haven't generated capital gains tax. Now, any earnings you earn will be income tax, but I didn't want to go into tax too much, but I want to make that clear. It's the capital gains tax component that I'm talking about. All right, we call this, and it's a very sexy term that rolls off the tongue, and it's very intuitive, I know, but we call it parity repo. Parity meaning we exchange the same amount of Bitcoin, and then repo, it's because we actually chose a financial structure called a repurchase agreement. Why? It's just better for everybody. It minimizes everybody's risk, but it's a big pain in the ass to try to understand it. Makes more sense as a loan. So I call it a loan. I talk about it as a loan, but technically it is a repo. So yeah, you pay us about 3.5%, 3% interest in advance every year. If you want the trade to continue, just pay us interest in advance for the next year. And we do it out to 5 years, but that doesn't mean we can't go longer. And you can repay it any way you want. There's a lump sum when you get your money back from your hedge fund or whatever, or as you mine it. And so the last piece of the Bitcoin yield universe that I'm describing is this corporate lending. I've made loans, let's call it long-term, outside of longer than 1 year, since late 2020 when I was at BlockFi. I made loans to miners. So I've been in this business for quite a while, lending Bitcoin, lending dollars, both to miners. I don't have a lot of time to talk about this today, but miners are a current part of our portfolio, and they will continue to be. We probably won't be heavy on lending to miners, but it'll be there. So come talk to me after if you want to discuss that. And then lastly, who are we? You probably never heard of Meanwhile. We're a startup. We just raised 2 equity rounds, venture capital equity rounds this year, 84 million and 40 million. So we have a lot of confidence from that community, building this, this company that provides Bitcoin native financial products. So I'm defining us very broadly. Of course, we're a life insurer. And we, these are out of order, but what we want to do is we want to be one of the cornerstones of the financial system in Bitcoin. So we're very ambitious this way. Life insurance is one of the cornerstones of traditional finance. We want to grow this company and do the same thing for the emerging, the future Bitcoin economy. And our products are this life insurance, right, which is entirely denominated in Bitcoin. So you pay us Bitcoin for it. We pay your kids, let's say, Bitcoin when you die. And there's a whole tax benefit around that. The parity and these corporate loans I mentioned, we're doing that now. We have not yet rolled out annuities in Bitcoin or guaranteed investment contracts in Bitcoin. Those are sort of wonky insurance products, but we're planning to do that. We are fully licensed and regulated in Bermuda, not the Bahamas. So it's the world's best regulatory environment for insurance. And we are the only company in the world, we believe, operating entirely on the Bitcoin standard. And that's saying a lot to miners, but our income statement and balance sheet, assets, liabilities, profits, loss, we don't have any loss, but it's all in Bitcoin. Our financial statements have Bs all over it, and we don't use dollars at all. So I think it's fair to call us the most Bitcoin native company in the world. I'm a little bit over, so I'm just going to run through this. Our launch product, our initial product, blends Bitcoin and whole life. So we exist in that Venn diagram there. I'll sort of skip over the mechanics of the life insurance. Come talk to me if you're interested. It's of value not just to miners as corporates, but as individuals that want to do estate planning with their Bitcoin, right? Give it to your kids, and deal with tax in the best way possible. So I'll leave it right there. Thanks very much. Super excited to speak to everybody, and I'll be around to my right after the chat.
Thank you, Joseph. Next up, we've got of Choya, Sterling Lee, and he's going to be giving a presentation titled The New Grid, How Bitcoin Mining Speaks the Language of Energy. It's a mouthful, but I'm sure it's going to be interesting. Sterling Lee, here you go.
All right. Good morning. I'm Sterling Lee. I'm the Load Center Supervisor for Choya Incorporated. We run the mightiest mini mine in the world, and I have the opportunity to speak with you all about our industry. Now, I've always bet on people who believed in me, not on perfect plans, not on guarantees, just people. My first job after I dropped out of college was HVAC. The owner's name was Sterling too, so to keep it straight, they called me Hank. I didn't mind, I was the new guy, learning the hard way, one dusty air filter at a time. When that didn't work out, I ended up laying floors on a multi-million-dollar home renovation. The homeowner was venting his frustration at the local watering hole because this floor guy couldn't read a tape measure. I said, I can. He said, show up in the morning. I didn't know everything, but I knew how to show up and figure things out. After that, a friend said his family needed seasonal help at their pest and weed control business, and they asked if I would spray foam. And spraying foam in the summer in an attic is hotter than any HVAC scenario I'd ever been in. When that didn't end up working out either, I went to go fill a propane bottle at a local fuel company. I'd heard my old ag teacher from high school had bought the place. When I walked in, he had a stack of invoices in one hand, rubbing the bridge of his nose with the other. The look of a man carrying the weight of the whole world on his shoulders. I said, hey, old man, what's got you so stressed out? He looked up and said, get in my office right now. I sat down and he said, you're going to work here. I told him, you can afford me. 3 years later, after a lot of growth, lessons, and miles, he introduced me to the Cholla team. That introduction changed everything. They showed me what's possible when hard work meets real innovation. They gave me a path to climb another rung on the ladder and a real reason to keep going. Now with Cholla, I have the opportunity to advocate for the kind of change we all want to see. A future built on work, on power, on belief, and that's what's brought me here today. I want to start, right here. I want to start with what I see in this room. I've had the great pleasure of meeting people whose personalities are larger than life. People that are passionate about the Bitcoin mission and their place in it. But if I'm honest, the way we articulate who we are as an industry gets lost on the general public. Now tell me if this sounds familiar. You start to explain what you do, and halfway through, the person's eyes glaze over and they just stop listening. You talk about hash rate, efficiency, security. They hear noise. You tell them your facility is 50 megawatts, and they think you're wasting energy. You say you're mining Bitcoin, and they say it's a Ponzi scheme. We've all been there, because we've been trying to explain what we do in our language. It's time we start speaking in theirs. Compassion comes from a place of understanding that the other party doesn't have. It's being bold enough to know where someone stands and how to get them where they need to be. It takes wisdom to bring people along for the ride. The public doesn't care about Bitcoin, and truthfully, how can we expect them to? The average American is drowning in debt and the hope for a better tomorrow left when inflation stole from their future. They don't understand what's happening, but they feel it every time they spend. In West Texas, you can see the whole story of energy on one horizon. Pump jacks on one side, wind turbines on the other, power lines stretching like veins across the land. And somewhere between them is a hum in the dust. That hum isn't waste, it's translation. It's power learning a new language. It's the sound of the old grid becoming the new one. We didn't invent something new. We just gave power a purpose. Bitcoin is energy money. It is a peaceful revolution asking for a voice that resonates with the everyman. People want things to get better, but we market the technicals instead of the emotional testimonials. Here's what we really do. No buzzwords, no acronyms. We give power a job. When the wind blows at night and nobody's buying it, we show up. When gas would be burned into the sky, we show up. When the grid is stretched to its limit, we step back so that homes and hospitals can stay lit. We make power useful when nobody else can. We make sure no electron goes to waste. We don't waste power. We provide hope to those who've lost it. We are more than the technicals of our industry. You want proof? Look around. There's a town whose lights stayed on because flexible loads powered down. A flare stack that used to burn all night now fuels local jobs. And a young technician who doesn't have to leave his hometown to feed his family. That's the real output. That's what progress looks like. We're not just building data centers. We're rebuilding dignity. Every time we plug in, a community plugs back in too. I was told in school that I was too smart to waste my time in my rural community. They advocate against their own growth because they cannot believe in a better tomorrow. They don't know how. But we can show them, have the compassion for them to share a story that they will understand. But the trick is all in how you sell it. Let's play a game. How long can you go in a conversation without saying it? You know the phrase, Bitcoin mining. Because the moment you say it, people stop listening. They think it's about money when it's really about power. They think it's about code when it's really about courage. They think it's about computers when it's really about communities. So let's stop defending what they can't understand and start describing what they can feel. My constituents of Snyder, Texas have seen oil booms and busts, wind projects that get tax abatements and employ 10 locals, a new gas plant that is shut down due to low usage. For the largest employer outside of the local government, we get a 60-year-old gas plant that's just barely hanging on. The next time you tell someone what you do, here's an example. I'm working for Cholla Incorporated. We are building compute infrastructure that is making local power cheaper. For every 5 megawatts we bring online, we can justify hiring another person. To boot, the skill threshold is low enough that we can hire just about anybody bold enough to take a chance to learn something new. When power is cheap, we buy as much as we can to power our machines. That helps the local utility company build new power lines and upgrade old infrastructure, and justifies to energy investors that building a new natural gas plant makes sense instead of pipelining it out. We're the only users of power who act rationally on the grid. When power is in demand, it flows back to the people and businesses that need it the most. We help fuel innovation and growth that wouldn't happen otherwise. I keep the machines running and make sure that our software only makes the grid stronger and your bills cheaper. My job allowed me to stay in my hometown with a positive growth trajectory. For the first time, I feel confident that I will have it better than previous generations. Not once was Bitcoin mining mentioned. It's all about what we produce and what we build that is so important to the people. If we want to have our message advocated for on the political level, to have people integrate and intertwine their lives with Bitcoin, we need to sell them a story that they can understand. How is this going to impact me? How is this going to make my life better? The old grid delivered electricity. The new grid delivers opportunity. It connects wasted power to human potential. It makes clean energy profitable and rural towns relevant again. It turns pollution into productivity and energy into freedom. This isn't about technology. This is about people. The new grid isn't about wealth. It's about worth. Speak to people with passion and purpose and help them see what it is that we're building. It's the hope and the energy of today building a better tomorrow. These people, the general public, metaphorically speaking, are running on an empty tank of gas. They don't have the mental mileage to understand the technicals. So let's fill them with hope, not with facts. So here's my challenge. Keep building, keep believing, keep turning power into progress. Remember to be loud, to be proud, but most importantly, be persuasive. Thank you.
Thank you, Sterling. We're going to keep things moving right along here. And up next, I've got Adam of Camfill, and he's going to be talking how air quality affects your hash rate and thus profitability. Adam.
Hey, good morning, everybody. I'm Adam with Camfill USA, and we're a big global air filter manufacturing company. We're going to go cover a lot of topics here in the next 10 minutes, so hang with me here. Here's my contact information. I run our data center segment for North America, and I work with constructors, I work with design engineers, as well as end users, owners, and operators. And so let's get into who Camfill is. Some of you might know Camfill, some of you might not know Camfill, but we're a big global, like I said, global air filter manufacturer. We've been around 62 years. Our headquarters is out of Stockholm, Sweden, and we've got roughly 5,700 employees. We have about 30 manufacturing plants, and we have 6 research and development centers, and we're in about 35 different companies. So we do roughly about $1.5 billion right now annually in air filtration sales. But really, our biggest mission is to protect people, processes, and we do that through clean air solutions. Let's get into some products real quick. This is pretty high level. We do have products that have guaranteed product performance. That's unlike anybody else in the air filtration industry. The first item is our pleated panel here. We have that in standard sizes as well. We can get it in customs. And it's a couple of our pleated panels have a double the life cycle written guarantee. The next product category would be our pocket filters, 12 to 30-inch depths, MERV 9 to MERV 15. And what's great about pocket filters, they love dirt, love it, love dust. And they are very long-lasting. And you don't have to use a pre-filter for these. If you get into some situations where you need a little bit higher filtration, V-bank filter would be a good option, 6 and 12-inch depths, MERV 13 to 16. We also have a box version as well. And then the last item here could be a game changer for a lot of you out there constructing. This is called the Camfil Fast Frame. This is a clipless filter frame. And you can use it in build-up banks, you can use it in retrofits, all different kinds of filter configurations will go in it. And this gives you roughly about a 30% reduction time in filter swap-out, change-out times. And it makes your installation a lot easier. So let's get into how a filter protects your assets. You've got physical and you got economic lifespan of your miners, right? So the physical is how long can that miner run? Roughly, we're looking at 5 to 7 years. And through good, proper filtration, you can slow down your depreciation, you can safeguard that miner, you can reduce your downtime. And then you also have the economic side of that. And how profitable is that miner? Usually 2 to 4 years, 3 to 5 years. But through good filtration, you can sustain your peak hash rate efficiency. It also helps with your SLA agreements, and you can maximize your profitability window through that. And really, Camfil can help you do both of those. So let's take a look at what's in the air, right? So understanding particle size and scale, and a lot of folks miss this. So right here is an air sample of a cubic feet of air. And there on the left, you can see kind of the little sunshine coming through the window. You guys have all seen the particles in the airstream like that. That's about as small of a particle as the human eye can see. So as you can see, 10 micron particle is the human eye. A lot of dust particles that we interact with that get into mining operations are well below that. Pollen's about a 15 micron, human hair is 50. But here's the biggest thing, the takeaway. If you look at the cubic feet of air there, 99% of all particles are below 1 micron in size. 99% of particles in the air are below 1 micron in size. So size really matters when you start looking at filtration, right? Here's another a chart here. And if you look, starting from the right to the left, sand is about 90 microns, salt 60, and it kind of goes down from there. And so when you start looking at that as far as a risk, particles are a huge risk to your mining operation as well as how they impact your profitability. So you guys have all heard MERV, right? And that's a big discussion point in this industry. What MERV do we use? How efficient do we need to be? So let's talk about what that means. MERV is a minimum efficiency reporting value. That's supposed to be reporting, not rated. So it's basically the industry standard for how we give an efficiency rating of a filter. Okay, and they measure particles in 3 different particle channels. And then they measure how many particles they capture. They also do a dust holding capacity test as well. And when you get done with that test, whatever the efficiency rate between those three particle sizes were, whatever it defaults to on the least amount of percentage capture, that's what MERV rating is stamped on that filter, and that becomes a MERV X filter, right? But here's the big thing about MERV. The test is in a lab environment. And lab environments aren't like West Texas, okay? So when you start talking about a lab environment, it's very controlled. You don't talk about variable airflow speeds, variable particulate counts, air quality, wildfires. Many of things aren't really related to a lab environment, right? So it's a big risk when you look at just MERV. So that's why at Camphil, we really want you to look at conditioning efficiency. And what does that mean, conditioning efficiency? Well, according to ASHRAE 52.2 test, there's an appendix that goes along with that you can give. And what that appendix is called Appendix J. And Appendix J, what they do is they take an air filter and they discharge that filter with isopropyl alcohol, and then they run it through that same MERV test again. And you say, well, why do they do that? Well, what that isopropyl alcohol does, it discharges a electrostatic charge that's on that filter. And a lot of filter manufacturers, what they do, and a lot of it's natural as well, that filter will have a charge on it. And so when they run that through the MERV test originally, day one, yeah, it'll hit that efficiency because it's got that electrostatic charge on it to help it, okay? But as dust, dirt, pollen, sand, whatever, builds up onto that filter, that charge starts to dissipate and it loses its efficiency. And so right here are two MERV 9 filters. And so the column on the left is the first test, the original 52.2 test. And the column on the right there is with the Appendix J. It's the test where we discharge the filter and actually run it again. And as you can see, the filter on the left there, it started out as a MERV 9 on its MERV test originally, and it tested as a MERV 9. Great. But then after it got discharged, it was tested at a MERV 9, and it actually only tested at a MERV 7A. And if you'll start looking at the percent of particle capture differences, it can be massive performance differences in your mining operation. Where the filter on the right, that's our Camphil Dual 9 MERV 9A filter. It started out at 9, tested as a 9. We ran it through Appendix J. It still hit a 9. And so where I'm going with this is if you're looking at only MERV, you're running a really big risk in your operation. You should ask for MERV A. A MERV A rated filter is cradle to grave performance. And at Camphil, we guarantee our MERV A rated filters that they'll test MERV A day one to day end. And I challenge you to ask your suppliers and your vendors out there, ask for that MERV A because it's important to you and it has a lot to do with your profitability. Now let's talk about why you want to filter the air, right? So we talk about small particles. These particles are roughly anywhere from 1 to 10 micron in size, and they get into your miners through your filters, around your cracks, and they cause thermal insulation. And here's a great picture here where you can't pass airflow through there, and on that heat sink, it can't pull the heat off. So what happens? You start to get thermal insulation in there, and your miners either need repair or they throttle down. And that's when we hit the hash rate degradation cycle. So what happens, right? The dust accumulates, it accumulates on there, we can't get, heat transfer, and then now we have the internal temperature rise, you get thermal throttling as well with that dirt load inside. That efficiency of the energy use of that fan because of pressure drives your energy use up as well. So you reduce hash rate, you have miners break in, miners throttling down, pulling them offline, and then you say, well, we got to change the filters. You change the filters, and now you're back in the cycle again. So the pressure drop paradox, all right? So this is a pressure drop curve, and what that means is filters build pressure against your fans, and that's called pressure drop, right? It's the resistance to airflow. So here's two different products over a 3-year period. And to briefly jump into energy, one of them used 7.8 million kilowatt hours, and one of them used 6.7 million kilowatt hours. the little blue line curve there is Filter X, and the black line there is Camphil's product. So in a 3-year period, and I set it to model to 1 inch of DP, looks like, you know, the long-lasting product there went 3 times versus 9 changes. So, you know, that'll also help with your labor as well. But energy is a big part of that, and DP is a big part of your energy story and savings. So when you're looking at a filter, a lot of people look at just unit price, right? They look at, oh, this filter is a MERV 8, and it's $4. This one's a MERV 8, and it's $6. I'm buying the $4 one. Well, that's assuming they all perform the same way, and absolutely, they do not perform the same way, okay? And what this shows is, this is the TCO cycle of your filter, right? So you have the filter cost, but really the big driver is pushing the air through the filter, the energy side. You have labor, as well as how many times you have to buy the filter. So don't just look at the filter price. There's many other things beyond just the unit price of that filter. So 30 megawatt data center example, we're talking about tiny cost, but huge impact, okay? So in this example there on your OpEx on the left, you've got big unit items. You got utility, you got distribution power, containers, buildings, real estate. But what's the smallest ticket item on the list? The air filter. 0.5 to 1%, okay? We look at OpEx side, same thing. 0.5 to 1%. So it's a tiny cost, but a huge impact, and it greatly impacts your profitability. So let's do a quick review. At Camphil, your area is our business. We want to help you be more profitable. So we're looking at, look at a filter as a profit lever. Don't look at it as a cost center. It can be actually a profit lever for you. Keep in mind, small particles cause huge problems. PM 2.5, ask for MERV A, because you're buying a MERV filter. Don't you want it from cradle to grave performance? Ask for it. Also, look at optimizing your airflow with longer lasting air filters that operate at a lower pressure drop, right? So that pressure drop curve doesn't go up as much, because everything under that DP curve that I showed earlier is money, right? All the difference under there is money, so keep that in mind. And then TCO, don't look at just the unit cost of the filter, look at your total cost, right? Because you got to change it, you got to buy the filter, you got to ship it in, you got to take the waste away. So there's a lot of additional costs there. As well, filters have are the smallest ticket item, but the largest impact on your profitability, as well as protecting your minor assets. Less than 1% roughly on CapEx and OpEx. And the Camphil advantage, come talk to us. Love to have a conversation with you. We've got a global footprint. We have world-class R&D as well. Our distribution is very strong, and we have guaranteed product performance out there. So I'll be over here afterwards if you want to have a conversation, or Camphil is at booth 299 right over here, and we'll be here throughout the expo. So thank you, everyone, for your time.
Thank you, sir. I'll tell you what, I work at a hardware store for my day job, and what he's talking about there, MERV, is something that I'm very well aware of. And I'll tell you something else on that note. You do not understand what you're going to get interested in when it comes to Bitcoin. You're like, oh, mining, Bitcoin, money, nerd money, and then you're talking about air filters the next thing. Up next, I've got Adam Lackey of Evertoss Insurance. Another thing that I never would have thought would be connected to Bitcoin is insurance.
Yeah, thank you very much. And hopefully insurance is also an exciting topic for everyone else. I only got involved about 4 years ago, and I've learned so much over the past 4 years about the insurance side. So mining is amazing. I got involved in cryptography, crypto back in the 1990s, so I was amongst mailing list, and then I was on the mailing list cryptography where Bitcoin was announced and all the early stuff there. I unfortunately didn't start mining early on, but a lot of people did, and they did pretty well from it. And mining's amazing for a lot of reasons. I mean, one, it's an incredible power customer from the perspective of a person selling power or building out power. It's how you finance renewable energy more in most of the world. They fund hydro dams. They build a lot of new onset stuff. They stabilize the grid. Texas is so much benefited by having a lot of miners in operation with a lot of renewables, and it works great. It's also an incredibly global product. Yes, the U.S. is a leader, but everywhere else in the world, Paraguay, looks like Ethiopia, Middle East, a lot of other places are going to be top-tier Bitcoin mining destinations, and there's the opportunity for basically anybody who's good at running operations to operate there. And there's a huge amount of innovation that's happened. I got to see some of the first Bitcoin mines where it's people running off of their personal computers at home, the whole move from like CPU to GPU to ASIC to dedicated farms of ASICs to people doing third-party financing to public companies, and now some of the best-run companies in the world are Bitcoin miners. So it's incredible to see all the innovations happen there. And there's the operational efficiency. Because it's a perfectly competitive market, there's the only way to make money as a Bitcoin miner is to be the best, and there's an efficient frontier of being a great Bitcoin miner, and if you're a great Bitcoin miner with good power pricing and great operational efficiency, you make money. Otherwise, it's very, very difficult. So it's a very interesting industry. But AI is also very interesting. It's even a bigger power demand. Right now, it's about 10 gigawatts of Bitcoin miner steady state, about 10 gigawatts of AI dedicated, about 20, 30 gigawatts of data center overall. But AI is probably going to be 50, 100 gigawatts in a couple of years. So it's growing even faster. It's global as well, and it's newer. Like Bitcoin mining has been a thing for a decade, and AI is at the scale that we're talking about is really a thing from the last 2 years. So it's very, very interesting. And it also rewards operational excellence. Some of the most amazing data center designs I've ever seen are some of these new AI hyperscaler data centers that are being built out. And we love seeing that kind of innovation happening in the industry. There's a few things that are different between them. For Bitcoin miners, uptime does matter. Uptime is money. But if there's a power curtailment event, it sometimes makes sense to accept the curtailment and make more money during the time of the outage than it does than your Bitcoin mining. With AI, it's a little bit different because, one, the hardware is more expensive. The cost of building out basically a megawatt of Bitcoin mining is maybe $1 million now, maybe $500,000, maybe $2 million, but somewhere in that range. The cost of doing a top-tier AI build-out is something like $40 million, and it's going up to about $100 million per megawatt. So just the depreciation of that hardware, which also depreciates faster with NVIDIA moving to a one-year product cycle, it very, very rarely makes sense to accept curtailment. And also, a lot of the time for training, interruption of a run will cause you more loss. It won't cause you 1 10-minute block loss. It'll cause you some amount of restart the training cycle if you haven't checkpointed it. And for inference, the other side of AI, you have service level agreement penalties with your customers that can be a huge multiple of the revenue per hour. So you might be paying 100 times on your SLA, and that is very, very painful. So there's that. Bitcoin miners can go anywhere in the world. They go in search of cheap power anywhere in the world. There's a lot in Texas because Texas is an amazing place with great government, great people, great power grid. But you could put a Bitcoin miner, and people have put Bitcoin miners in places like Paraguay. China used to be big, Central Asia is big, Middle East is big. With AI, you've got two location issues. You have one, a lot of countries want to have sovereignty over their own AI. So there's a lot of countries that are trying to build out their own AI infrastructure just to have it in their place, and they're willing to pay a disproportionate premium to do that. Two, for inference, you really want this stuff to be as close to close to the eyeballs as possible. So a lot of this stuff's going in Northern Virginia in lieu of places with the absolute cheapest power in the world. And there's also the geopolitical aspect to this where there's export controls. Bitcoin miner is largely not export controlled. The biggest geopolitical export control type issue that we've ever had in Bitcoin was the exodus of miners out of China when China decided they didn't want to do mining. There was a lesser thing when Iceland decided they didn't want Bitcoin mining happening. But it's mostly been kicking people out, not people being prevented from coming in. And the other thing, as an insurance company, we're a Lloyd's cover holder. We do insurance for a bunch of Bitcoin miners and everyone else, and also for AI. And one of the things that terrifies us is we see value concentration. In a single building for AI, you can have billions of dollars of assets. There's campuses that people are talking about. They're going to have $20 to $50 billion of assets within the blast radius of a single, big, severe convective storm. So it's pretty scary. So there's a lot of tools for transition. Bitcoin has had a relationship with government. I wouldn't say good or bad. I'd say definitely Bitcoin has had a relationship with governments around the world. AI, and that relationship for Bitcoin mining has been, times it has been good, times it has been bad. Now the White House, we have a president who loves Bitcoin, loves crypto, loves industry, but this has not always been the case. But from day one, AI has had government as a partner, and governments are trying to control AI to a much greater degree than they did early on in Bitcoin, but they are also willing to be a facilitator for a lot of this stuff. And because of the scale of the build out, it's definitely a major factor trying to get government to support building out the power grid. Industrial partnerships, Bitcoin has had some relationships, especially with the energy industry, and those have worked incredibly well. There's the gas flaring, there's a direct relationship with utilities, everyone else, but Bitcoin from day one was a scale where it could really be a little bit more independent, whereas AI has been from day one partnered with some of the largest companies in the world. You have companies that are like Microsoft, Google, Amazon, the traditional hyperscalers from day one have been involved in AI, as well as the world's largest market cap companies like NVIDIA that are major vendors in the space. So that kind of partnership has been critical. Insurance has also been a major factor in AI to the degree it was not in Bitcoin early on, because the values are so high. No one wants to sit there and tell their board that they've lost $5 billion of hardware in a single fire. So they definitely want to have insurance capacity. And it's been a major factor on how these facilities are built. And the other thing is there's a huge amount of complementarity between Bitcoin and AI. They're not really separate. To some extent, some AI loads will displace some Bitcoin mining loads, but in a lot of cases, it actually makes more sense to put them together. You want to have a power build-out designed for servicing your AI expected demand, but your AI load will vary based on usage. And if you've got, say, 500 megawatts built for your AI facility that is essentially covered by the cost of the AI, then you've got potentially sometimes you've got 50, 100 megawatts sitting there that's spare. And if you can Bitcoin mine for a couple days a month or maybe a couple weeks a month off of that spare capacity, that is the cheapest power you're ever going to get. So it's quite worthwhile to do. And especially given the penalties on SLAs for AI, you really do want to have some power headroom built in. A lot of cases you want to have on-site, behind-the-meter power generation with turbines or gas turbines or maybe solar or other forms of energy. Using that as a, when it's spare, if it's zero marginal cost or low marginal cost, you might as well run Bitcoin mining in the spare capacity. So it's pretty exciting, but we're pretty early in all this still, and there's a couple things that are still missing. One, we understand, I mean, we don't fully understand how Bitcoin works. It's still transforming the world, but we have a pretty good familiarity with how Bitcoin mining works. It's pretty much an equation of buy hardware, put it in the right place, operate it well, you get a certain amount of Bitcoin out, and it's fairly predictable. There's a lot of science, and it's well understood. We don't really understand where AI is going to be in 6 months, let alone in 2 years. And the capital cycle for building out a $10 billion data center, you probably want that facility to be operational for a while. So that's a major factor. People have a lot of experience. There's probably 50 people in this room at least that have experience running large AI or large Bitcoin mining facilities very, very well. And there's a whole lot fewer people that have experience running top tier AI facilities in the world. So it's definitely something where we don't really have that much experience. And it also speaks to talent. Like there's a lot of people that are early Bitcoin believers that learned all these little aspects, like everything from how air filters work to how insurance works to how financing works. Somebody who works for our company was one of the first public Bitcoin miners in the world. A lot of people like that. So a lot of people have, because their interest in Bitcoin, their belief in Bitcoin, have learned a lot of these other skills or brought in their other skills. That did not exist before. Didn't exist before. We need the same thing to happen in AI, where people become experts. And then also, Bitcoin's easy from a sales perspective, because once you've mined Bitcoin, you just sell the Bitcoin, or you keep it on your balance sheet, you borrow against it from Coinbase or something like that. But it's fairly straightforward. You have a lot of options. With AI, you have to have a partnership with a foundation model company, you have a lot of other stuff. So it's a lot more complicated to do. Once you've successfully set up an AI data center, being able to monetize that is a little more complicated route. So we are definitely looking to partner. We work with a bunch of the big public Bitcoin miners. We love working with Bitcoin miners. But as they transition to adding AI capacity, we're also ensuring some of the world's largest AI facilities, and we'd love to work with people to expand their operations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ryan. We're going to move things right along, and up next we've got Nick Burley of Fog Hashing, VP of North America.
Thank you. Right. Hello, everybody. Nick Burley, VP North America for Fog Hashing. I just want to, first off, if everybody can give a round of applause for this great team up here. You know what, it's not 0% work pulling something like this off. And 2 in 1 year, that's a pretty impressive feat. So again, Nick Burley, VP of North America for Fog Hashing. What we want to talk about today is our offering. We're looking at some very interesting dynamics in the market right now. We have a situation where, let's be frank, AI is coming in and eating capacity in the Bitcoin market for energy, for sites. Many of these circumstances, the value of these sites are directly proportionate to in situ resources that we have the capability to deploy right away. That time delta on the capability to drop compute as quick as possible is a very, very large concern in the industry right now. And we want to show you some of the offerings that we have that are going to take advantage of this. So in this, I'm not going to go through all these bullet points. You guys are all smart. It's a circumstance where we're looking at the precipice of these two industries converging. And a lot of the circumstances, people are like, oh, you don't take equipment such as a GPU cluster and throw it into infrastructure. Well, you know what? We've run the models, we build data centers, and there's a lot more compatibility than one speaks. Yes, there's a lot of nuances for different parameters, but the question is, if you have an opportunity for 3, 4, 5 times revenue on your sites, what is the cost basis to action that opportunity? And having something in situ at time that can take advantage of those circumstances is paramount on time is money. Nobody wants to stop. Other regions in the world are scale-pilled, and this is a situation where on the current trajectory to keep the performance of models, to keep that on a linear trajectory, the compute is going to have to expand exponentially. So we all know that doubling of the penny paradigm that a lot of people speak about is on day 30, it's X $1 million. Well, this is the circumstance right now that we're seeing in this exponential growth of compute. So one of the big things here is the differences between the two. The similarities are between the two are relatively close in the aspects of the infrastructure layer. The differences in the technologies is a circumstance where the Bitcoin layer, we all know there's a circumstance where the Bitcoin layer is much easier to deploy. We get units on site, we throw power into them, we get them up and running, and you have a customer ready to go as soon as you plug in. These circumstances aren't there with AI. If you have a scenario where you're negotiating an AI contract with a group, it can take months. If you're deploying, our industry runs on a capital parameter of get the site, get it online, and understand what your run costs are going to be over time. If you are building and allocating millions and millions of dollars towards infrastructure, and it's a circumstance where that client side is not knit tight, you can get a circumstance where you have a massive bleed. The last thing you want to do is deploy equipment on a site and have the customer's parameters not be clearly defined, or negotiate for 18 months on a contract. These things don't work. As we go forward in the industry, one of the biggest things is we're going to have a lot of parallels, not so much to the technology stack as much as the market stack. In Bitcoin, we had a very interesting circumstance happen where we had legacy equipment go to different lower cost jurisdictions. That trajectory is going to happen very similarly with the AI space, where you have certain hardware applications that are depreciated assets that now have an operational base to serve a function in the market, but they are not going to be frontier training. It's not going to be a circumstance where those units are going to be sitting in Meta's data center. We have gone from a circumstance where you've had massive companies build 10-year engineering projects to Meta building tents. Like, if people don't understand the implications on the supply chain and control side of going from 10-year engineering projects to tents being built to house billions of dollars of ASICs, that shows you, or sorry, excuse me, AI GPU compute. If people don't understand that, we're running into the absolute pinch points of the supply chain right now. There's not enough tradespeople. There's not enough talent. If you've been out to Abilene and had a gander, that's a mega project. You're looking at 4,000 people on this site. Everybody's crawling all over everybody. And each one of those groups have a Gantt chart. And we all know all it takes is one miss to ripple through a Gantt. So on that capability, having the capability to deploy equipment and get it up on speed when you have an opportunity and have infrastructure base where the majority can be reutilized for a higher revenue source is, if people don't have that, the opportunity cost loss on that is massive. So I'm not going to bore you with all the parallels. On the economic side, we all know the circumstance for the difference between the mismatch on the both of them. We know as we go forward in this industry, the energy side has issue with matching the demand side right now. You have guys that are out there talking about daisy chaining Mack trucks together for energy. This is where we are. There's a circumstance where other jurisdictions are putting on as much load onto their grid in a month as North America does in a year. Other regions are scale pilled. How do we take advantage of what we have and maximize revenue potential now? That is the biggest question. So, what approach will be used for mining now and computing in the future? One of the big things is we all know the parameters of electrons. Electrons are going to travel copper on aluminum regardless of the circumstance. On the aspect for the cooling side, you have to make sure your integration layer is going to work through that regime of parameters that are going to deal with 115-degree temperatures, and they're going to deal with the other side of the equation as well. So what we have is capability to facilitate demand of AI and hydro Bitcoin mining. So as this situation where you have legacy machines coming offline, and okay, maybe it's not the cutting edge equipment, those GPUs are not going to be worth zero. So building a revenue stream on the basis of easily deployable compute, they will not, on an inference load, will not have the same parameters as a training load. So how do you maximize your capability to get a higher revenue stream into your site quickly? And that's what we focus on here. So with our capability here, we have chiller units with dry coolers. So what that allows you to do, if you have a client right now for Bitcoin, you bring the unit on site, you get it online, all of a sudden you get an opportunity. You're now already cash flowing on your Bitcoin side, you've got your site up online. The big thing is, okay, now you're negotiating with a group on capacity. You now have something that's already up and running. You then can add modules to the equipment layer, like a chiller, to make sure you hit the parameters needed for your AI side. The temperatures are different. It's not easy, but ultimately, it's having a tech stack that has more of a jackknife capability, where you have the capability to bring in units that are a little bit more than just, hey, we have a transformer on site. Hopefully that works. Having something like this gives you that flexibility where you can try to pull down some of that load that is going to be going to some of these other higher cost jurisdictions. So The big thing is come talk with us. We have clients looking for GPU space. We have clients that are looking for mining hosting opportunities to host at site. You can't miss us. We're the big container over there. Come chat with us. We have multiple opportunities to help facilitate getting miners into your location, putting you in contact with GPU clients, and building out the infrastructure. Because guys, it's going to get crazy. Exponentials are exponentials. And when you see this line on a graph, there will be a pinch for power. And the last thing that society is going to deal with is saying, is it worth running my Keurig in the morning, or is that the human capacity of 8 hours of intelligence? Because that's what it's coming down to. So the question is, how are you ready to make sure that your infrastructure is going to capture that revenue stream in the smallest amount of time? Please come have a chat with me over there, and let's talk more. Thanks.
Thank you, Nick. Next up, we've got Ethan Ellenberg of Moonshot, the CEO, talking about AI, and that seems like a big topic here, AI and positioning yourself with things Bitcoin related.
Awesome. All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Ethan Ellenberg. I am the founder and CEO of Moonshot, and if anyone hasn't welcomed you, I want to welcome you guys to Texas, the greatest country in the United States. And so, all right, some clapping, all right. Amen. So I lived here my whole life, went to University of Texas, so hook 'em horns. Any Longhorns out there? All right, before I get into my talk, I'll talk a little bit about Moonshot. Moonshot's privately owned. We're located about 45 minutes north of here, up in Denton, Texas. I started Moonshot in my rental apartment office, and shortly after that, we moved to a 5,000 square foot facility in 2022. Last year, a year ago, we moved to a 50,000 square foot facility. And then in January, we're moving to a 500,000 square foot facility. And so we owe a lot of that to this industry. We started in the Bitcoin mining industry, and then we've scaled beyond that into AI, which I'll talk about here in a minute. But we're building full-scale, 200 megawatt plus facilities. We're building for a lot of the pubcos. You probably have heard of, Hut 8, TeraWolf, Riot. We're building for all of those guys. We're a UL-listed panel shop. So we build 891 switchboards, UL 67 panel boards, and UL 508A industrial control panels, as well as ETL-listed PDUs. And then we do custom rackings. You can come by our booth. We can show you our product profile. So some key projects we've worked on. You guys have probably heard of TeraWolf, the FluidStack Google deal. We supplied pretty much all of the electrical infrastructure for that project. Another big one, Fermi America, Project Matador out in Abilene. They're building a 11 gigawatt modular nuclear power plant that's going to be all AI. So 11 gigawatts of AI. We are providing support for Foxconn, NVIDIA. So they're building the chassis for the NVIDIA servers to go in. And so we're helping with the facility down in Houston. Ionic Digital, another 200 megawatt facility that we built last year. Hut 8, we did their liquid cooled facility. And then Riot, we're actually doing 3 building expansion for them currently. So we've been in the industry for, again, 4 years, and it's been a crazy ride. Here's some pictures. This is the site out, it was Ionic Digital out in West Texas we did with Hut 8. We supplied everything in that facility. This is the Hut 8 Vega site, which they did a tour a few months back. We did all of the racking, all of the switchboards. And then this is Wolf Compute. So we supplied all of the, pretty much all the electrical infrastructure, switchboards, UPSs, ATSs, medium voltage gear. So there's the cooling. We actually introduced the cooling group that did the cooling for that. So let's talk a little bit about repositioning Bitcoin infrastructure for the AI boom, right? What you guys have as Bitcoin miners, you guys have an asset, right? That is power. You have access to power, And really the goal is to get what's the biggest bang for your buck on the power, right? It's a power play. So just to give you an idea of the costs, okay, of the scale is, I'm going to talk mainly about infrastructure, okay? If you look at a, S21 XP, right, it's about $5,000 per unit compared to a B200, which is $332,000, okay? If you multiply, it's about 4 times more kilowatts. So maybe you're $20,000 compared to $330,000 on a kilowatt basis, okay? So your cost per kilowatt, $1,400 versus $21,000 per kilowatt for AI, right? So it's a big difference, okay? Server counts, 28,000 for Bitcoin mining, 7,000 servers for AI. But if you look at your costs, right, just in CapEx on a 100 megawatt facility, right, for Bitcoin, you're about $140 million. For miners, you're over $2 billion for AI, and that's just the servers, right? When you talk about infrastructure, guys are building out their mining sites at about, $350,000 per megawatt, right, all in. For Bitcoin, or for AI, it's anywhere between $7 to $10 million just on the infrastructure to support those servers. So you're looking at on a 100 megawatt deal, you're looking at about $700 million to $1 billion in the infrastructure just to support the servers. And so total costs on a 100 megawatt, right, for AI, it's over $2 to $3 billion versus close to 200 for Bitcoin. So big difference. One of the big things that drives that difference is redundancy and uptime, right? So you have Bitcoin mining, which is basically a tier 0 data center, right? There's zero redundancy, right? Either you're on or you're off, okay? You can curtail the power. For AI, you got to have uptime, right? 99.982%, okay? And so what that requires is redundancy in your electrical and mechanical systems. Okay, so you're going to be an N+1, a 2N, right, fully redundant systems. So that way, if you lose power, right, you have backup systems to be able to compensate for that. Okay, so that's what drives the cost. That's the big disparagement between the two, right? So not just that, but because you have more redundancy, now your site's going to be a lot bigger as well, right? So your facilities are going to be much more massive because you have to contain all this bigger, more electrical and mechanical infrastructure, okay? So when you look at site selection, right, for Bitcoin, it's basically cheap power, right? You could be remote. If you're a tier 3 data center, right, you got to be somewhat close to a metropolitan area where you can get access to resources, right? You have to have access to not just one fiber line, and really with Bitcoin, you don't even need fiber, right? You can use Starlink, but with AI, you're talking about 2 different runs, right? Diverse path is what they call it, okay? So you can't just convert just because you're mining Bitcoin and you got the available power, you may not have diverse paths in fiber to be able to do it and be able to get those top tier clients, okay? So, right, so on the electrical infrastructure, right, power density, right, extremely high on both of them. For the feed design, right, this is important. So Bitcoin, you're going to have a single feed. For a tier 3 AI data center, right, you may have 2 feeds, like I'll show you an example here in a minute. Or you may have, right, gensets, you're going to have UPS backup, right, and then we talked about redundancy. So on the electrical infrastructure side, okay, what's required, right? So for Bitcoin mining, you may or may not need medium voltage switchgear, right? If you're on a small site, you don't necessarily need it. Larger sites, you're going to want to do that. You'll need pad mount transformers, right? Your switchboard will be 1 to 2 sections. You don't need ATSs. You don't need UPSs, right? You'll probably need some panel boards and some rack mount PDUs, right? When you come to AI, you're going to need all of that, UPSs, ATSs, okay? And to give you an example, so on the top, you see a Bitcoin IT load, okay? So you got main power coming in from your transformer into that 4,000 amp panel, right? And you're going out, you're feeding out to your IT load, okay? That is pretty much it, okay? Very simple. If that goes down, if you lose power, your Bitcoin miner's shut off, okay? For AI, you can't lose power, right? So in this example, this is a switchboard we just did for TeraWolf, and we're building 25 of these. This is one lineup, 9 sections. And so in the switchboard, you got feed A, so this is a utility feed coming in. You have feed B, okay? You have these breakers right here are going to UPSs. So UPS in, UPS out, back into your switchboard, and then comes to your IT load, right? You have tie breakers, which are separating your B feed, right, from utility, so that way you're running through your switchboards, right? You have to have controls in these, so that way you don't combine the 2 utility feeds and blow the switchboard up, right? You have to have Kurt key interlocks, right? So that way when you go to bypass mode, again, you don't blow your system up. And so it's a much more complicated system. So you went from there to your IT load to here. This is just the switchboard, right? You got another lineup just as long with the UPSs, right? So you're seeing it's almost a 3 to 4 times the amount of space to go from Bitcoin to AI on the electrical infrastructure. So, with that, just something to keep in mind, as you guys are thinking ahead and future-proofing your sites, right? You got to think about space, right? You got to think about, hey, my electrical infrastructure, redundancies, all of that to future-proof your sites. So, thank you guys.
Thank you, Ethan. Up next, we have a slight switch up. You'll see here on your schedules that Mark from Ocean is going to be giving a talk, but instead, it is my pleasure to introduce Bitcoin Mechanic that is going to be giving the talk instead. Bitcoin Mechanic.
Hey everyone, how's it going? So how many people here mine Bitcoin? I can't really see, but yeah. How many people run a node? Right, well, my plan was to be able to see the difference, but I'm completely blind up here because of those lights. Anyway, I'm going to just say it. No one that mines Bitcoin, well, no one that doesn't run a node mines Bitcoin. This has been our contention since Ocean launched. Back in the day, in Satoshi's era, if you mined, it was something you did using your Bitcoin node, and the two got divorced very quickly. So now most people that are mining Bitcoin, they're not. They're just renting compute out to someone else that mines. And that's what 99% of miners have been doing for a long time. For all intents and purposes, except the element of hashing, which is what every miner does and calls it Bitcoin mining, all of the other aspects of mining are done by the pool. So Foundry is a giant solo miner, and they just buy hash rate off their miners. And this creates a problem for the Bitcoin network because it creates enormous centralization. Essentially, you have 2 companies, Foundry and Bitmain, that are over 51% of the template construction. Now, I'll explain what that is, hopefully, really quickly. The timer didn't start, by the way, guys, so I have no idea what's going on here. So Bitcoin mining, let's talk about what it is holistically. First, it starts off with running a Bitcoin node. And most miners, as I said, have never done that because there's no reason for them to do it. That syncs up to the Bitcoin network. So it starts from the Genesis block and validates everything that's happened. All of the financial history of the entire network gets reprocessed and verified so that you know that you're mining on top of an authentic chain where the proof of work is real, and we know proof of work is unfakeable. Then you have a mempool inside that node that grabs all the unconfirmed transactions inside the network. And then you construct a block template, which is, this is what I want the next block to look like. Then, and only then, you use a Stratum server that sits on top of that Bitcoin node, which sends work to your mining hardware, and that hashes away until it finds something that satisfies network difficulty. And if you get lucky and you do find something that satisfies network difficulty, that's a block. And you broadcast that to the network via your Bitcoin node. Now, most miners have never done any of that except the hashing part. And the problem, as I say, is that you don't end up with a pie chart like that. You end up with a pie chart that says blam, 25% Foundry, blam, 23% Ant Pool, and then all the other pools which are basically just also Ant Pool, which is horrible for centralization because ultimately Bitcoin is supposed to be censorship resistant. And you're not censorship resistant if there's only 2 companies in the world that are telling you what transactions can get in the blockchain and what transactions can't get in the blockchain. Right now, Bitcoin is a sitting duck for centralization because 2 companies can censorship, I should say. Because 2 companies can unilaterally decide, we don't want these transactions in the chain, therefore we're not putting them in our templates. And all of the miners that point their hash to those pools have no say in that because they don't make their own blocks. Enter Ocean. We launched 2 years ago with the sole intention of being just a mining pool. So Ocean is not a miner that rents hash from the world's hashers. It's a reward split coordinator that says you're all solo miners, you're all making your own blocks, but you're all splitting rewards with other solo miners. And the word solo has been robbed of its meaning, so it's not lotto mining, right? You still get the benefit of sharing rewards with other people, but you're connected directly to the network. So what does this do? It gives you 2 huge benefits. One is it cuts out a middleman. We no longer smooth out all the variance from the network and buy your hash rate regardless of if we find any blocks or not, because this, first off, that's hugely expensive, which is why the FPPS model is becoming unsustainable, either for miners to pay the tax that comes with it, which is not the pool's fee, by the way. It gets hidden inside all the terms and conditions. And it helps decentralize Bitcoin, which is good for the value of the underlying asset that you're actually mining here. So we're asking miners to upgrade to mining 2.0, which is you actually start interacting with the network directly again, like what happened back in Satoshi's era. All that means is you run a Bitcoin node, and then you run your own Stratum server on top of it and generate your own work. And you publish your blocks directly to the chain. In your blocks, you're paying other miners on Ocean, and they are paying you. That's all we do. We are just a dumb reward split, a transparent reward split coordination layer. That's all we do. And from Bitcoin's perspective, there's just a bunch of solo miners paying each other. That's all Ocean does, and it's all we're supposed to do. And because we take on a much more minimal role, we take a lot less of your money. That's the massive advantage of cutting out middlemen. So I'm going to get into payout mechanisms really quickly because I don't have long here. Ocean uses an innovative new payout model called TIDES, which stands for Transparent Index of Distinct Extended Shares. And what that means essentially is that it's a derivative of PPLNS. PPLNS fell out of favor because no one ever implemented it correctly. It was so bad that we decided not to call it PPLNS because we don't want the taint of it being done so badly. It uses a very long ramp up and ramp down window, which means that we basically have, we don't come with the kinds of issues that would normally be faced by miners that curtail, which anyone mining in Texas knows a lot about curtailment, so we don't punish that. Basically, when you first start, you ramp up, and if you ever turn off, you ramp down. But the ramp up and ramp down are actually symmetrical, which was never a thing before. And there's no resolution loss or any of that kind of stuff. I won't go too far into it, because a lot of miners haven't really researched stuff like PPLNS that deeply. But if you consider it tainted because of what happened with prior implementations, we fixed all that. But the alternative everyone knows about is FPPS, which is basically, I'm not a miner anymore, I just rent my hash rate to Foundry or Antpool or Via or F2Pool or something like that. You just rent your hash rate out to them and they pay you per hash. They pay you for blocks that don't get found because necessarily 33% of the time a pool is running below 100% luck. That's just how Poisson distributions work. And in any industry in the world, if someone is insuring you like that and saying, don't worry, I'll pay you stuff that doesn't exist, you know, they're paying you Bitcoins that don't exist because they're, you know, in blocks that never happened, they're taking a massive cut. And like I said, imagine those airport commissions where you convert dollars to euros or whatever, and it says 0% commission, but it's like 18% worse than what the market rate actually is. That's kind of how the fee mechanisms on FPPS pools work. They'll tell you it's a 2% fee or a 1% fee, or if you're like, you know, over an exahash or something, they'll drop it down to like 0.7% or something. But in reality, what the pool is pulling out of the chain versus what you get as a split of your overall contribution to the pool is not, well, to put it like this, if you're 50% of Ant Pool and they pulled in $1 million from the blockchain in the last hour, you did not get $500,000 worth of Bitcoin, nothing close to it. Or you didn't get $500,000 minus 2% as a fee. That's just not how it works. With Ocean, it is. So what we contended would happen before launch was that our miners would make a lot more money for us cutting out the middleman. And we didn't really know how right we were, because Barefoot Mining, which is run by the ex-CTO of Gateway Computers, Bob Burnett, he mined with us since the very beginning, and he was doing a study comparing all pools, and he added Ocean to that study. He is on the board, by the way, so I'm declaring the conflict of interest, but he came out 30% ahead in his first year of mining on Ocean, and Ocean ran an unlucky year in its first year. And I'm not cherry picking. I will say that in subsequent years, we can't be expected to perform that well. Launching a system like Tides does give you a good first year, but we still couldn't believe how much more we paid than other pools. 30% was a real number, and that was the best FPPS pool he compared us to, and it went worse from there. Other pools were more like 35%. Why are FPPS pools paying out different amounts? That doesn't make sense either. That should be a massive red flag for people using FPPS. But in our subsequent years, because we've been around for 2 years now, in the second year we were still, multiple percentages ahead of FPPS. So miners earn a lot more with us, but they deal with a lot more variance. There's no free lunch, but we are sort of nearing 20 exahash now. So we find a lot of blocks, so the variance is pretty low. Bitcoin itself doesn't penalize you as a miner, assuming you can find a reasonable amount of blocks in any 2-week period, because that's how long it takes for difficulty to adjust. So we find a lot of blocks in a 2-week period now, something like 30-odd blocks. That's really good enough for you to have pretty low variance as a miner. That's a lot. So you're looking at 60-odd blocks a month. That's enough for you. Like some months you might get 58, some months you might get 62. That works pretty well. So in short, my overall summary is make the pie chart look like this. Every time you find a block on Ocean, it will say your name instead of our name, because you're the one who created the block finally, which is what miners are supposed to be doing. It's not supposed to be the pool that chooses what goes in the chain. It's supposed to be the miners. We allow that with our Datum software. And that's what miners should be doing, and we give you a 50% fee discount if you make your own blocks. We very strongly encourage you to do this for the health of the network and because you're financially doing a lot more. If you need to pay your power bills every 24 hours, maybe Ocean's not for you, but assuming you're not doing something quite so extreme, I would strongly recommend everyone switches to Ocean and learns about interacting directly with the blockchain and cutting out middlemen. So thank you.
Thank you, Bitcoin Mechanic. Up next, we've got Frank Holmes of Hive. He's going to be giving a talk about Bitcoin. Right after, actually, Frank Holmes' talk, so just stick around. He and Nico of Simply Bitcoin are going to be having a fireside, so just pause. It'll take about 10 seconds. We'll drag a couch up here, and Frank and Nico will have a fireside chat. Here's Frank.
Thank you. Well, good morning, y'all. I really thought Moonshot was a great presentation because Hive, as a first crypto mining company to go public, before Riot, before anyone in Canada in 2017, we were also first to go into balancing the grid, and then we were first in Sweden. And then we went to AI. We were at one time 6% of the Ethereum network. We had 130,000 GPU chips. And so we developed this experience that allowed us to go and buy NVIDIA chips 3 years ago and start this journey into the AI spectrum. And I thought the presentation earlier on by Moonshot was outstanding because I'm seeing so many people saying, we're going to go into the HPC, the AI business, and it's really expensive. And for the basic, simple math is that when we get an Antminer, a brand new one, it takes us 6 hours to unpack it and plug it in and get cash flow. When we get an NVIDIA H100, it is 6 weeks before you can even think of you're going to get cash flow from it. The process is not only 33 times greater than Bitcoin mining, It is a different mindset, and I like to compare it to a Jeep and a Bronco versus a Ferrari and a Porsche. The engineering, the delicacy with it. So the transition is not just so simple and easy, and a lot of these companies are making big splashes, but I can share with you, it's much more challenging. I'm happy that we've scaled it with 2 people to 20 million in revenue with 80% margins, and the next 12 months we'll scale it up to 100 million. But the journey has taken 3 years to really be profitable in it. So this is the Hive story of scaling. After Putin invaded Ukraine, hydroelectricity all of a sudden went up all over the world, wherever there was, and protectionism came in. And we've always just been green, and that made it very difficult for us to maintain this growth momentum until Paraguay opened up. So Paraguay is really quite fascinating because the country itself exists because of America, because there was a horrific war in 1870 where Argentina, Brazil, and Uruguay wiped out the male population down to about the age of 10. And it was President Hayes from America that basically settled it, and November the 12th is Hayes Day in Paraguay. And the president of Paraguay, he was a rugby player, 47 years old, studied in America, worked at the IMF, has done a phenomenal job in scaling the country. So the country has this, endowed with this huge dam. It's the largest in the Western Hemisphere. It is 7 kilometers or 5 miles long. And it produces over 10 gigawatts of electricity, 5 for Brazil, 5 for Paraguay. Well, Paraguay was selling it to Argentina, the surplus, and it went no pay. Milei comes in, and they owe $250 million, and he pays back 100. So now we're at slow pay. But y'all here, Bitcoin miners, you pay every month. And that's a big balancing act for the government and running its fiscal policies. So that is where we've gone, and to be able to scale. We were first in Sweden and Iceland, then Canada. But this whole war with Ukraine, it changed the dynamics until we look at a country like Paraguay. And the president of the country was the only leader in Latin America that was invited to Israel and the Gaza for the peace treaty that was signed. So it's really a remarkable country. It's a challenge to get there, but it is another classic thing I want to share with you. They never had income taxes until 2009, and the taxes are 10%. So how can you compete with that when you're in Colombia, a country that hates America, and tax rates are 40%? It's just has all these sort of unique attributes, and we've hired 50 engineers and basically a program for kids coming out of university that are in our data centers. So these are the many firsts we've had. I have the team here. That's some of the key people from Paraguay. Carlos is here. The team from Lachute in Montreal, from New Brunswick, where we have 70 megawatts, and then we have 30 megawatts in Montreal. And then we have HPC is downtown Montreal and downtown Stockholm. So we function over 9 time zones. Every day we huddle in the morning and we talk, and we know what our cash flow is that day. So we touched 25 exahash early for about an hour, and with weather changes, etc., we're back to 24. And by hopefully next week, we'll be back and we'll be stable over 24 hours to that 25 number. We said we would do that by Thanksgiving, and it's the biggest scaling. We've gone from 6 exahash to 25 exahash, and then we have planned for next year another 6 exahash. We have an additional 100 megawatts to build out in Paraguay. We function in 5 languages, and we're the public companies, the most efficient miners. So I'm really happy about that. And we also show up in our AI business. We have 10,000 customers around the world that use and rent our GPU chips. And to give you a classic example, right now you're getting 12 to 14 cents on a ASIC chip per hour. With our NVIDIA chips, we have old chips and new chips, and it's more than $1 an hour. So that's the big difference. And when you come in with your new H200s, it'll be $2 an hour, and the Blackwells will be pushing up to $5 an hour. So that's the difference. But the CapEx, you've got to remember, you saw earlier, is 33 times bigger. So Paraguay is just a wonderful country for us and a wonderful place to build and grow. That's a photo of the team, and you can see in the back this mammoth dam, the largest in the Western Hemisphere. And the biggest state in the country is not Texas, it is President Hayes. It's incredible when you think about it. And they have something like 40,000 Mennonites that are there, and it's agriculturally, it was desperate land like West Texas, but now it's rich with agriculture. So we're now propelling our data business growth in Toronto. As you know, last year the Nobel Prize winner for AI was out of Toronto, so you have a lot of intellectual capital. And we purchased a Bitcoin mining facility, less than 10 megawatts, but to fast track that into an HPC center is a lot less money than starting from scratch. And the permitting is not 3 years for something that's brand new, it is 9 months. So that's in motion, and we'll have clusters of Blackwells there very soon. So this is a photograph of Buzz HPC data center, and we have Luck here, and you can visit our booth, and he can tell you about what we're doing in New Brunswick. We're looking to repurpose those 70 megawatts on an incremental basis into HPC, and it will be the biggest in Canada. 70 megawatts is like seven. What is it? 70 megawatts is like about 700 megawatts for Bitcoin mining, if you put that in that context. So we are platinum buyers of NVIDIA chips, so we've got this all planned and we're building it out. The other big part in the growth in Canada is your distribution. And Bell Canada has been very slow. And it really shocked me that most of the telecom companies, they sold their data centers. And now there's a scramble to buy back data centers, to build new data centers. They look at them as being a cost line item, and now they're a profit center. We saw the first presentation of how you make the filters to stop particles from coming into your data center. And don't look at it as a 1% expense line item, look at it as a 5% profit line item. It's really important that you look at these things, and Bell Canada now, we're their partner, and they're with Cohere, which is the largest in creating large language models. But they have 600 sales force, and we'll be, in the next 9 months, turning our machines on in Manitoba, and then we'll be in Toronto, and then we'll be on the East Coast. So these are our systems. You can follow us. I'm going to be doing in a few minutes here a fire chat about my journey and travels. And I live in San Antonio, Texas. We've recently moved the head office since the government's changed in Washington with Gensler gone and the Genius Act. So Hive is now in San Antonio, Texas, which itself is a huge hyperscaling city, predominantly because the University of Texas in San Antonio has 10,000 cybersecurity engineers. It's the biggest school, #1 school in the country. So it's a feeding system for the NSA. So Microsoft is building a $3 billion data center, and then we have other companies that are investing in building out the whole infrastructure around San Antonio. And that's why another reason, so now I'm going to expand in Texas. Thank you, everyone. You do everything.
I guess so. Oh, okay, there's 2 couches. We don't need 2 couches. Well.
There it is. The yin and yang.
Yeah.
Dell, I need a microphone.
Round of applause for Bulldog Holmes, Frank Holmes.
Thank you, Nico.
Executive Chairman of Hive Digital Technologies. I've had such a great year with Frank, and I was privileged enough to be able to see your guys' operations in Paraguay. And I kept telling you this, Frank, when we were there. We were filming a documentary for Hive, and I kid you not, we could see how fast they were building from one day to the other. And I've never seen something like that in my life. I've been to so many, Bitcoin mining facilities, but we would get up super early in the morning, we would record some footage, and the next day, at the same data set or the same mining facility, the road was completely built. I've never seen something like that in my life. So I think that really boils down to the culture that you guys have at Hive, Frank. 300% year-to-date growth, from 6 exahashes to 24 exahashes. How the hell were you able to do that?
I have a great team. Luke Rossi, our Chief Operating Officer, is here. Aiden Killick. Luke is an engineer, computer science, software engineer. Aiden's an electrical engineer. And they mobilized with Paraguay, and Gabriel Lamas, the country president, he is also an electrical engineer. And we have Carlos here too, and so we have just a phenomenal team they've been able to attract and build. Bitfarms went through all this turmoil in the past year, and so they've refocused the new CEO to come into the U.S. And so we were able to buy their assets and finish developing them, and develop our own at the same time. So that allowed us this hyper scaling, as we would say, in Bitcoin mining. But next year too, we're the biggest Bitcoin growth company in the world this year. And next year, what we see in the blueprints will be the biggest again next year. Whereas a lot of the Bitcoin miners are leaving the public companies to go to high-performance computing, and so there'll be a change. So we'll replace that with green energy.
Absolutely love it. And speaking of green energy, the Itapu Dam, that was one of the most impressive things I've seen in my life. And Frank, you were giving me a history lesson while we were visiting it. But one of the things that really caught my attention was the fact that it was underutilized from an energy perspective, and from a Bitcoin miner's perspective, that's fantastic. That creates an amazing opportunity.
Yeah, for everyone here, the government's utility company is called Andi, and so they don't have the real big cash flow and the capital I mentioned earlier about selling electricity to Argentina with no pay to slow pay. So we end up building substations, and we fund the substation, and we fund the basic infrastructure, but we still build these beautiful campuses for 400,000 a megawatt. And we were also the first to create an ASIC chip with Intel, and Intel left the business. And those buzz miners, there are 30 joules per second, so that gets a little expensive to mine with where prices are today. But in fact, when we ship them down, we save $28 million, and we immediately have them cash flowing so quickly, and we were just thrilled about it.
Incredible, Frank. We were talking a couple days ago, and one of the things that really caught my eye, and I just started going down this rabbit hole, was this idea that you were making the case that Bitcoin miners were the pioneers. And if it weren't for the Bitcoin miners, a lot of the infrastructure that is now currently being used for the AI revolution, it actually would not exist. So could you talk about that?
Yeah, well, we just take a look at Caruso in Abilene, sweet Abilene, Texas. Flare gas, surplus solar, surplus wind, and who goes out and captures that stranded electricity, basically, is a Bitcoin miner. And yesterday I was at the conference that you were also, which was a home run, the Cantor conference in Miami. And it's interesting because last year is a crypto conference, but this year is crypto AI / energy / infrastructure. So you can see the significance of what's going on in the space. But you think that's a $500 billion spend on the backbone of Bitcoin miners. And CleanSpark Matt was speaking, and he said that they found it where they were able to lower the tax rate in some of the communities that they went into with stranded electricity of 50 megawatts doing nothing. The infrastructure built had gone dormant, and all of a sudden they're cash flowing. And the community is got a tax base now. So it's a win-win, just like on a mega scale we're doing with the country of Paraguay.
And let's talk about the dual engine, right? That is Hive, right? There's the Bitcoin mining business, and there's the AI HPC business. And you guys are not only hyper scaling the Bitcoin mining business, but you guys are also doing that in AI. But Frank, as we've had these conversations many times, AI is a lot more complicated to build out.
Much more complicated. It's the buzz because everyone can get open chat. Until open chat was released, the average person couldn't relate to it. It was just the quants at Amazon. They were all using it for years now. And Citadel Capital is using it for high frequency trading. But us as an overall consumer, we couldn't touch it, feel it, the power and the significance of it until open chat became live. And then you have Grok and you have Claude. I did a boot camp this year at MIT for a week with 100 CEOs. And it's interesting to get the pulse. The highest percentage of people coming to this event were from Latin America. It was real impressive of what they see, where they're going, all these CEOs of how they reinvigorate their business. And so it's very, very exciting where we're going. But I think the complexity, you have to remember, you're building a brain. When you have to hook up all these special cables with these clusters and these chips, not only do they cost you $45,000, not $4,500, but $45,000. The connection is so key, and I think that we'll see an evolution that not only the HPC but the Bitcoin mining. So yesterday it was asked, Aiden was asked, our CEO. In the past 5 years, what's happened? What do you think is going to happen for the next 5 years? And I just only think that Bitcoin miners will be on Mars with Elon Musk. Where will we be? Well, here's the real important part: as these chips, these ant miners were 1,000 joules per second when they first came out, and it's like Moore's law, but faster. Then all of a sudden you're at 30 joules per second before the previous halving, and now you're pushing down 12 joules per second. I'll bet you that Bitcoin mining is not going away, and we're going to be down on the next applying Moore's law concept and AI to look for energy efficiency. We're going to be down to 2 to 3 joules per second for mining Bitcoin. And that'll manage the overall halving. That's the way I look at it. And the value of the network is incredible. So many attributes to it. So I think it's a stepping stone for AI. You can't have variable energy. What I did learn is that Bitmain, the biggest provider of the chips, their big clients now are power stations in Brazil. And power stations here, you're seeing BlackRock and Blackstone spending $30 billion, $40 billion buying the power station. So energy is going to be number one. Number two is the land that's going to go with it. And then is it variable or is it stable energy up all the time? These are other factors. And a lot of the countries that I look in Latin America, they don't have dark fiber. And so we found this in Eastern Canada. If you don't have dark fiber optics, you can't move You can't convert your Bitcoin mining data center to an HPC because it's going to be stranded data. So there's going to be a huge wiring that's necessary. We're happy it's now being done in New Brunswick for us, but you're going to have to see this all through Latin America before this big HPC. But countries like Paraguay are going to build out Bitcoin mining, and it's going to be the runway for HPC.
Yeah. And no, it makes perfect sense. And one of the things, too, Frank, also as well is, yes, it's more complex to build out, but I believe it's much more profitable on an hourly basis. It has the potential HPC up to $5 an hour, and then compare that to Bitcoin mining, which is like, I believe, 15 cents. So could you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, we at Hive, we're very proud that even during the meltdown of Celsius to Ethereum going to proof of stake from proof of work, and then Bankman frying everyone in the industry with FTX, that 6-month period, we still had a positive operating cash flow. We run a Navy SEAL mindset. We have key 25 people. And that has been a really important part of keeping the group that we talk every day, every morning. Like a lot of the private Bitcoin miners, we know our cash flow every morning. And then any things we have to zap the gap, we have a process to meet in the afternoon to huddle. So that dynamic has allowed us to have the lowest cost to build out an exahash. Our peers are pushing on the public companies $70 million. We're more like $20 million. It's not just because of Paraguay. We've always been able to go and do that with this mindset we have. And we try to be as scrappy as all the private, and I know there's many Bitcoin miners here that run their own private facilities, etc. You have to be this way. You have to be an entrepreneur, and you have to really be, every dollar is a prisoner. And we throw nickels around like they're manhole covers. And the other part that we do is we give everyone RSUs. So it's not top heavy, because some of these CEOs are cashing out with $60 million and blowing out their stock. And the turnover, we have the longest lasting chairman, that's me, a co-founder, but you have the longest lasting CEO and CFO in the industry. So that's stability. And we've given to, in Paraguay, all the employees have gotten some RSUs. So we're basically giving them an inoculation for capitalism. We're going to have them all born again capitalists, and they're all long Hive stock.
Beautiful. And then also too, Frank, and I also got to see this in Paraguay, you guys have given back to the local community, the schools, what you guys have contributed. We were able to film it. Could you talk a little bit about that? Why was it important for Hive to give back to the local community in Paraguay?
My mother was a elected head of education in Toronto. So I grew up in inner city Toronto of seeing education. That was very important for my mind and my heart growing up as a kid, and being blessed and seeing those who are unfortunate. But the high education level allowed people to get out into another world. So that's always touched me. So where I went to university in Canada, I have scholarships there, and I built a building. It's very common in Texas that you give back to your community. So I've done that, and I'm known in the gold mining business. How I went in this whole business is because I could mine virgin coins, and I didn't have to deal with a KYC, KY problem, because they wouldn't let me open an ETF in 2017. So that was sort of the creation of Hive. And so when I was in the gold mining business, in all the communities in Latin America and Africa, I always gave money to the orphanages, because they took care of these poor kids that didn't have any hope and no parents. So I've always done it. So when we looked at Paraguay, we said, we have to have a strategy like we did in Sweden. It's different. And we're going to, within a kilometer of all of our data centers, put air conditioning in all the schools. And Iden went there, and he was just couldn't believe. He said, we're getting new chalkboards and paint, and we've repainted them all, and we're going to bring in Starlink, and they're going to have Wi-Fi, because we want these kids, they're going to look at a data center, and they're going to go, wow, this is good. This isn't like a business just over there. And we know we've got right beside us in one of our areas, a Chinese company. There's no community involvement. There's nothing in that level. And so I really think it's important as a public company that we give to the community right up front. And it differentiates us from everyone else. And so it goes with my heart. And it's not expensive. And the kids, they just have so much joy in their eyes. They're thrilled.
And then you're creating a good connection with the local community, I think is incredibly important.
And also, like I mentioned, for the Andy doesn't have jobs for all those engineers graduating. Well, all of a sudden Hive steps in and we've hired 50 of them. And we've given them all our shoes. They have a complete program for the next 3 years for their growth and their rising income. It's so inexpensive compared to what an engineer costs, say, in Texas, electrical engineer. But these kids are all young and hungry and want to have hope and a future. And Hive is doing everything we can to instill that.
So Frank, you guys recently relocated your head offices to the great state of Texas. Everybody, please, round of applause for Texas.
The country of Texas.
The country of Texas, exactly.
You know, the GDP of Texas is bigger than Brazil. The GDP of Texas is bigger than Canada and is bigger than Russia. But the population is much smaller than Brazil and much smaller than Russia. So this is an incredible state with the biggest HPC infrastructure spend right now, I think, in the world.
And so let's talk about that, Frank. The head offices now in the great state of Texas. What was the philosophy behind that? What was the thinking? Is it because of what you just mentioned, the amount of HPC development that's happening in the state?
I think it's that combination, but I'm a money manager and I have ETFs on the New York Stock Exchange and known for the world of gold, and that's why I fell in love with Bitcoin as digital gold. And so I felt the pressure from Gensler and the assault that took place on, why did I go and invest, create Hive? Like, the cost of responding to these people. So we said, we're going to stay low. We're not going to do anything here to impact, except for be listed on NASDAQ. Now there's a change in the government. There's a change in the mindset. And immediately we said we moved our head office to San Antonio, Texas. We filed under GAAP. We traded just before this recent correction, trading up to 80 million shares a day. Our liquidity has all really exploded in NASDAQ. And when I look at these other companies like Cipher, that's in Texas, et cetera, I don't know if you do the math for all you Bitcoiners out here, but for the stability and their valuation in Cipher, and the same thing with Iris, but more so with Cipher, is they're getting revenue of actually works out to 14 cents a kilowatt. So for me, I'd rather be Bitcoin mining and get the upside. But the capital markets want that long-term contract of stability, and so I see that we've now got Citadels come in to buy 5% of the company as a deep value. So we feel that America is where we're going to grow and go, and we're looking at acquisitions in America. We're looked at in South Texas here, and now we're looking at West Texas and Kansas. So we are active looking that the next big growth will be outside of Paraguay, because Paraguay is going to a gigawatt. That's the way I look at it, the blue sky. And here, we're going to grow in Texas.
Beautiful. Growing in the great state of... Ladies and gentlemen, I think that deserves an applause. Growing in Texas. I love it. Love it. And it's very difficult for me to say this because I'm a Florida man, but... it's Texas. Frank, so let's talk about the China mining ban. So this happened, many years ago at this point. But, I was going down the rabbit hole, and it feels like it almost was a blessing in disguise. So without the China mining ban, you wouldn't have had this massive development of infrastructure in the United States. And if that infrastructure wasn't being developed for Bitcoin miners, it's almost as if the United States could have potentially been left behind when the AI revolution began.
Yeah, I don't think it would have been left behind. I think that it just accelerated it. And what's really important as I'm a money manager, so I'm an analyst, and I publish every week. I have 100,000 readers in 80 countries, and I always try to go back and look at history and cycles. The Bitcoin network, it evolved. People don't realize that the blockchain was created by Bell Labs, and Bell Labs is owned by Nokia now, and they're just near here. And it's interesting to see that was a timestamp for digital, so no one would fool around for telecom to moving money for banks. But it did nothing. And then it comes along Napster and shows the power of peer-to-peer. And then we have BitGold, which is a smart contract, but it doesn't really hook it up and make it go. But it's a cryptologist that creates that. And then in 2001, DARPA creates SHA-256, which is the facial recognition on our phones. And that was really key for Bitcoin. And during that journey before Bitcoin came out, you had M-Pesa. M-Pesa came out of the UK, and it was for the telecom companies to be able to bank the poorest people in Africa, to bank the unbanked. And today in Kenya, M-Pesa is 70% of the GDP of transactions going around with M-Pesa. So it came out a few years before Bitcoin, but it said the aha moment, digital transfer of wealth is very valuable. And so now we have this Bitcoin, and it grows, and nodes grow, etc. And we have up to what now, 21,000 nodes. I think what it showed you is China basically bombed the Bitcoin network, and it came down, it caved in, but the rest stayed up like a force shield. You have to think of the visual of watching the old Star Trek flicks where they get bombed, or Star Wars, and it was resilient. The Bitcoin network was resilient, so important. And then it came right back, so that it came back bigger in Texas. So it was already developed enough. That's so key that the U.S. government, I'll lay odds, they're going to turn around and look at, and I'll bet this is where I think the future will be. There'll be 10,000 small Starbucks that you don't know are small nodes for HPC backup. So if a power station goes out, or if a large data center in Abilene gets taken out, all these other ones will all of a sudden turn on because of the success of Bitcoin network. Peer-to-peer, decentralized is very, very key for military strategy going forward. So I think that we're in a really fascinating time over the next 5 years and over the next decade, how this will quickly evolve.
Yeah, and one of the things, Frank, that you were just mentioning just now, I vividly remember that. You saw the hash rate drop 50%. Without any central authority, it recovered within 9 months.
It helped us that we're miners.
Yeah.
Increased our margins.
Yeah, yeah. It created the incentive.
And when Iran got bombed by the B-2s, what happened with the difficulty?
Dropped again.
It dropped. And then all of a sudden, the first thing, the Iranian military went out to get those working again so they could get more US dollars. So you see the difficulty then starts to rise again. So I think that the events like China, and then you saw Iran get bombed, you can see that's just the resiliency. So if it falls, we all profit. Yeah. We're here. We're not leaving.
So Frank, where do you see, we've seen this parabolic parabolic adoption curve, the hash rate in Bitcoin. Do you believe we're still in the infancy of AI and the need for HPC?
Oh, absolutely. I think my latest product, and I have this smart beta quant approach to creating ETFs I list them on New York. It's called WAR. It's AI, the ticker is WAR. And and you learn, and as a money manager, these intersections take place where data centers, Bitcoin, semiconductors, and the U.S. military, and you start doing a deep dive, and you find out that President Biden sent old military stuff to Ukraine. And all 50 states had military spending. The industrial complex was going full torque for the past 4 years and will only accelerate to catch up with China. This is an arms race. And China has been building train tracks and airports all along the Himalayas. They have built many hydro dams of rerouting water away from India. That's why there's a tension in Bangladesh and going into China. And they are now surpassed us in electricity for their BYD, but they're surpasses in these huge data centers they have. So for us to really enter this next level, America has to get caught up with data centers. And who's at the forefront? Bitcoin miners.
Bitcoin miners. So would it be a stretch to say, Frank, that the development of Bitcoin miners or the rollout of Bitcoin miners in the United States is a matter of national security?
Absolutely. And the concept of decentralized, the force shield, you're going to have to think this way. The conceptual part we used to watch Star Trek as kids is for real and is going to quickly evolve. And right now, the U.S. is spending so much money, but it's predominantly AI. It's AI to redo all the aircraft and the submarines, et cetera, and all the weaponry, and especially what they've seen with drones, the asymmetrical ability that they have in warfare. We have seen since Xi Jinping, I thought he was a genius with one belt, one road. And then I realized it's a Trojan horse, because there's 194 countries in the UN. And he has lent over $1 trillion to 140 of them. And with that come covenants that say you can't trade in US dollar, you have to do it in renminbi, that you have to hate Taiwan, you can't have any association with Taiwan, but Paraguay, it loves Taiwan. And it does business with Taiwan. So, I felt so good going into Paraguay as another sort of reason adding to it. But I think that we're going to continue to see this, what Xi Jinping has done is he's bought 100 seaports. He didn't own Panama. That was owned by the richest guy in Hong Kong who hates the communist China. But he did buy other ports like in Lima, etc. So they control the commodities. They want to control the gold market, just like they're doing the rare earths. They're the biggest gold producer in the world. They're the biggest gold buyer in the world. And they still have to buy all the world's gold production for the next 10 years to get caught up to America. They have to buy it all. So, but they're in this program of doing that. Their debt is much greater to the GDP than ours, but you don't get that in the narrative. So I think that this whole thing, a threat of China, they've increased their Navy by 300%. And so if it was a stable regime like how it started off with just economic activity and growth. No, it's very much a huge military spend to control the world. And for Canada, they built five icebreakers and said the Arctic's theirs. And they tried to buy a military base in 2017 in Greenland that was built by the U.S. Army Corps for World War II. It was stopped. So we're now witnessing this huge catch-up in AI. You can see the backlash against Jensen saying the Chinese are ahead of us, etc. And I just think we're going to see a perpetual spend. We're going to see a perpetual spend in debt. Debt now is going to be national defense. It's going to be national security. It's going to be cybersecurity. And they're going to spend more than you can think of. And that makes Bitcoin very valuable because the governments are using this thing called MMT, Modern Monetary Theory. If you don't know about it, look it up. And it's the idea just print as much money to solve the problems. Well, now it's national defense. Now it's worried about Putin. Now it's worried about North Korea. It's worried about Iran. And we're going to see excessive printing and money, and we're going to see all of a sudden Bitcoin rise, and other currencies are going to get ratcheted down, some much more than ever. But I want to share with you is that you were at Plan B. And Plan B is probably the best conference clearly in Europe of intellectual capital. And Tether made $13 billion last year, and they have over 500 million customers outside of America, like 4,000 an account. And they're over $180 billion, and they're the sixth biggest buyer of U.S. securities. So Americans trash the U.S. dollar, but outside of America, everybody loves America. Everyone wants U.S. dollars. And now they're also one of the biggest Bitcoin miners. Next year, they say they're going to be at 100 exahash, and they have their own vault in Switzerland, and they're the biggest buyer of gold for their gold stablecoin. And President Trump has been meeting with them because we want to have a stable coin for the rest of the world that they can buy dollars through a stable coin. And you got to spend a whole week there.
It was nice, but you weren't there, Frank. So
no, but
next year.
I was just with them yesterday in Miami. But what was the experience like?
It was fantastic. Lugano has been incredible. I've been going for the last couple of years, and just that town. And I completely agree with you in the sense of that is literally my favorite conference of the year. Is that Lugano conference? Of course, the Mining Disrupt conference. You know, shout out Mike. But Lugano was a very special place, and what you said about the concentration of the intellectual capital that's there, right? The people that are just walking by you is surreal. And I don't think you get that experience anywhere else.
175 computer scientists, and they made $13 billion. It's the most profitable company in the world. And they love America. And so there's really something that to be with them. And he's 40 years old, and he's worth $10 billion on creating this stable coin for the rest of the world. And as the Chinese sell U.S. dollars and trash talk the U.S., everywhere in Latin America is buying U.S. dollars through Tether. Everywhere in Africa, Turkey, all these other countries. So there's always something that's not mainstream you don't know about. But you were there, and I was blown away when I was there last year, how great Plan B is.
Very, very special. And again, just crazy how fast the world is moving. And it's been an honor to have a conversation with you. Ladies and gentlemen, Bulldog Holmes, Frank Holmes, Executive Chairman of Hive Digital Technologies, scaling at velocity with a dual engine of AI and Bitcoin mining. Thank you so much, Frank.
Thank you. Put your seatbelt on.
Thank you. Thank you, Nico and Frank. Hall's getting ready to be opened up, but we've got two more quick little talks. One from Amanda here next. She is from ASIC ARC, and she's going to be giving a talk on how they help contribute to the supply chain. Amanda. And then here's a clicker if you need to use it.
Is off?
Green is forward on your side.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's very honored to stand here with all of you who together define the future of our industry. Firstly, please allow me to thank the organizer of the event and the event team, SES, for putting together this incredible conference. I'm Amanda from ASIC ARC. It's a global distributor with so many years, almost 5 years, serving miners around the world. Okay, so let's see. It's a quick review of what we'll cover today, how we see the industry, the main pain points, and how we solve them together. Okay. Over the past few years, we've all been taught one truth. Mining is not about hash rate or efficiency. It's about reliability. And the reliability begins long before a miner is powered on. It begins in the supply chain. When the supply chain is okay, it's stable, miners can plan ahead. But if it breaks, even the strongest operations will become fragile. The past cycles have shown that we've seen so many disruptions, chip shortages, custom backlogs, and shipping volatility, and the freight spikes. We all know that every miner or everyone who have waited more than 3 weeks for a shipment knows that timing is everything. I just wonder how many of you here have had a miner 2 weeks late. Please raise your hand. Yeah. That's we take logistics so seriously. We even build our own supply chain and logistic backbone of our own. Okay. We were thinking that transportation is like a supporting act, but actually it's not. It's the every delay will means a revenue lost. So from the packaging, insurance, and the custom DDP delivery, every details matters, because if any delay means revenue lost, and any delay has a price tag. So a well-managed logistics system will protect profits, reduce downtime, and build trust between the miners and the distributors. So at ASIC Arc, you can take a look at our supply chain. We daily cooperate with the main manufacturer, the main miners manufacturer, accessory producers, and cooling systems provider to ensure our global mining supply chain more predictable, efficient, and transparent. Okay. In addition, we also support. We assist every partners to insourcing any hardware in China, from miners, containers to accessories, power system, and even repair parts and spare parts. Yeah. We focus on compatibility and quality. So to ensure every part on site works perfectly, we have prepared ready-to-ship inventory of pre-tested accessories. Yeah, so to make sure there's any mismatch, no delay, just plug and run. Then what keeps this all moving? Let's just take a look at it. We have 4 U.S. warehouses in Texas, Delaware, Montana, and California. That means we can make sure every delivery faster, safer, with lower cost. And beyond the U.S., we also our DDP service also reaches EU, UAE, and ASEAN countries. So logistics is only a part of the story. We also provide value-added services. We put in customers firstly can apply their shipping label, over your own label, and can provide custom tailored service through the miner's configuration, accessories, packing, and shipping plan. And also, we can support flexible payment like deposit-based reservation. So what holds all this together? That's trust. Without the reliability means little without trust or transparency. Because transparency builds trust. I know some people are afraid of transparency, but actually it helps build trust and reduce uncertainty and put all stakeholders to shared goals. So we shared everything as much as we can, from the factory photos, serial numbers, certification manuals, tracking details, and the test videos for user miners. So through all these efforts, we aim not just to be a distributor, but your trusted global supply chain partner. Oh, the light is on here. Okay. Our mission remains very simple yet strong. To empower distributors to equip miners. We all know that cycles will keep moving, will keep turning, market will keep swinging, but trust and transparency must remain constant. I just dare to stand here. We hope we can build the stability together, shipment by shipment, partnership by partnership, every day together. So I just leave here. Okay. You can remember the ASIC arc is your steady arc in a dynamic world. Okay, before I wrapping up, I'd like to invite all of you to visit our booth just over there next to the container. We've prepared a lot of exclusive takeaway gift and Nano 3 lucky draw. And please just stop by, say hi, and connect in person. Thank you. Thank you. Enjoy the work. Enjoy the conference today.
Thank you, Amanda. Our final presentation before we get into the panels this morning is Christopher Abramo, CEO of Mod42. He's talking about modular AI data centers.
Great. Hello, good afternoon or good morning. My name is Chris Abramo, CEO of Mod42. It's good to be at a Bitcoin conference. I'm actually a previous Bitcoin miner. I started in 2017 building modular Bitcoin. Usually when I go to the AI conferences and speak, sometimes when I bring up crypto or modular, or Bitcoin, they look at me a little weird. So it's good to be at a conference where when I bring up my past and doing modular Bitcoin, that everyone's very familiar with that. So anyways, what we do is modular Bitcoin mining, or Bitcoin mining, AI HPC. So we're alternative to your traditional data center. So we build the data centers in a factory and ship them to site. It helps speed up the process. Everything is designed and engineered to precise requirements for the AI HPC world. Everything's code-compliant. We can provide full N+1 or N+2 redundancy. Previous discussions were focused around the redundancy requirements for AI. We accommodate those. Everything we do is easily scalable, and the faster deployments means faster revenue realization. So we can turn on, if you're out here thinking about switching from Bitcoin mining to AI, which I think is definitely, there's some synergies there between Bitcoin mining and AI. You heard it in previous discussions there, that there's a world where on a site you have both, and you're thinking about bringing AI into your Bitcoin mining business strategy. We can definitely help with our modular data centers. So why Mod42? 60% faster, up to 40% cheaper, and then also we are up to 50% less space than a traditional data center. So how are we faster, cheaper, and better? We're faster because we have current site prep and modular fabrication. So while the site's being improved, we will be building your data center in a factory and we can ship it to the site. The repeatability, so As the contractors install one, they install 2, 3, 4, or 5, they get faster, and that speeds up the process, and they get more efficient at it. We also designed around shorter lead time equipment. So our designs, we started with modular in mind. We didn't think about designing a traditional and breaking it into modular. So we talked to our manufacturers and our vendors, and we understood what we can get faster. And then our faster delivery, again, equals faster revenue realization. How are we cheaper? We use less material. We don't have giant buildings that we're designing around. Dollars are spent on usable infrastructure. Again, as the contractors pick up speed and they become highly proficient, that's going to save you money. And then higher site density, less site improvement requirements, less medium voltage. Your two biggest costs when you're building a site, whether it be Bitcoin mining or AI HPC, is the medium voltage distribution and site improvement costs. We use less site, we're more efficient space utilization, so that's going to lower your cost. How are we better? Our builds are consistent, resulting in higher quality. So if the Bitcoin world definitely is very familiar with modular, you can understand the benefits of it and the consistency of it when it comes out of the factory. Every data hall is going to be the same, and you can come see it, touch it, QA it before it arrives. The flexibility. So again, if you're a Bitcoin miner thinking about getting into AI, we can provide you a flexible opportunity to get there. You can start with 3 megawatts, you can go up to 20 megawatts or 100 megawatts worth of AI load. And we can start with the latest, greatest technology, or maybe you're using the GB200s or the B200s, maybe a little earlier technology. We can customize each module to be different around whatever technology you want to design around. And then green, because we disrupt less land, we use less materials, and we don't use any makeup water, there's a green initiative to that. So our modular approach is maybe a little different than other modular approaches because we really think about not just making the data center module, but we also make the mechanical and electrical rooms module, decentralizing the utilities. So instead of just having one massive electrical room or mechanical room, we break that into smaller modular pieces. And then the sum, our thought here, one of our philosophies is the sum of the parts equals the whole. So that we're trying to put all the small parts together to make one big build. The factory integrated systems, the power, the cooling, the controls are all integrated and tested at the factory. The risk is distributed because each module, again, if one goes down, you don't lose your whole site. Each module is autonomous to the next. The scalability, we can add capacity by adding more modules, like I said, and the repeatability and concurrent build schedules. So we did a case study just to talk about what traditional looks like versus modular. We picked a random site in Plano, Texas that is a current AI data center, and we just did a thought experiment. Nothing wrong with this facility. We just did a thought experiment around, well, what if we could knock it down and turn it into modular? What could we do instead? How much more capacity could we get? Well, we could get 66 more capacity for the IT load and for the total power. Our modules would only be 10 to 11 feet tall versus a 20, 30 foot structure. We don't have any water usage where you have evap. And instead of a tilt-up, heavy-duty construction, ours is fully insulated, fully welded steel construction. So key takeaways: 66% more compute. Our construction costs would be estimated to be $7 million per megawatt total versus 12 to 10. Again, yes, AI is a lot more expensive in infrastructure than what you might be used to with Bitcoin mining. And those dollars are based on the IT megawatts, not the total. And we estimate a build like this for 72 megawatts would be somewhere in the 17-month timeline. Okay, we could queue up the video. Okay, so we did a render of what this would look like. If you can see here, it'll play. Yes, that's us. Okay, here we go. So there is music, but it's not going to come through, but we'll see. Anyways, this is this is our site here with theoretically what it would look like to be 72 megawatts. What you're looking at here is, and I can point, be a lot easier. These would be our data halls here and here. This is our power modules. So there's 2 power modules for every one data hall, because in AI HPC you need redundant power. And then as we come around here, the brown is your chiller field, and the gray in between is your gen sets. Thank you for getting the music working. So the repeatability. So this would be theoretically what a modular site would look like. We have the transformers here on the right and left. Those are your A and B transformers. Again, redundancy and AI is key. We're going to queue in here. There'd have to be an admin building. Inside the admin building would be your loading docks, your repair shops, your office space. We're going to zoom out here a little bit. You can see a better shot of the modular data halls on the right and left. Each one of our data halls is 3 megawatts. 3 megawatt capacity, which is very similar to what you might be used to in the Bitcoin space. 3 megawatts is usually the building blocks. We have 2.2 megawatts of compute in each one. We're designed around the GB and the B300 clusters. We're partnered with Supermicro. As you enter into our data hall, you enter into a secure vestibule. Again, a little different than Bitcoin mining. Security is obviously very important. This is the center of our module. On the right and left, those are rear door heat exchangers that cool down the hot air coming off your servers. And then as we enter into the front of the data hall, you'll see the front of the racks. In there will be all our cooling and our overhead power distribution to your data racks. So that's it. If you're a Bitcoin miner thinking about getting into AI HPC, come see us. We have a booth in the back there. We can talk some more. We can help you scale fast and provide some engineered precision for you to get you where you need to be in your AI journey. So let's build what's next. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We've got the JPEGs. Keep your JPEGs off my hash rate panel coming up next. Nico Moran of Simply Bitcoin is going to be moderating that one. But while we get that set up, get some more couches up here, and the rest of the people show up for that, remember you can go and subscribe to the Mining Disrupt channel. And on that note, there is a very nice magazine that you'll find in your bag, assuming you got a bag. You can see those floating around. You can also subscribe to that magazine and get it sent to you directly, old school style, in the mail, if you go to the website and fill out your mailing address information. And let's see, we've got the Bitcoin Mining Disrupt Expo happening next year back in Florida. That's going to be in Miami, July 20. I just saw the date, July 21st through the 23rd, I believe. That'll be another warm one. So I'm going to see if I can find Nico, the rest of the panelists, and get things up here for the Keep Your JPEGs Off of My Hash Rate panel coming up next. there. Sydney Bright. I'm looking at we got Luke Dasher. It's going to be a good one. Nico. There we go. And I'll grab some other mic.
Yo! How's everybody doing? Literally one woo. How's everybody doing? All right. Mining Disrupt Summit, first time in Texas. Very excited. It's going to be fantastic, guys. We've had some really, really good programming this morning. We still have some programming for the rest of the day. The Expo Center is open, so please enjoy that as well. But the name of this next panel is Keep Your JPEGs Off My Hash Rate. This has been a very contentious issue within the Bitcoin community, I would say this year, more than a year now. And we have some of the literally heaviest hitters to talk about this subject, some of those knowledgeable people talking about this subject. So I'm really excited. Please give a round of applause for Luke Dash Jr. Luke's on the way. He's coming. Luke, take a seat. Thank you for joining us. We also have Bitcoin Mechanic joining us as well. We have Alex I'm losing my vision. Sorry, dude, I can't pronounce your last name. We got Alex from Mega Miner. What's up, bro? Wait, what are you doing here, Tucson? That's your name? I didn't even know your real name. That's crazy. We got Sydney Bright from Abundant Minds. We got Bryce McDowell. There we go. We got Hobbyist Miner. Dude, I don't know how to do this, bro. I don't know how to pronounce these names. And then we got Matt Quinn. That's it? All right, it's all of us. I feel like, should I sit in between so there like no fight breaks out?
There should be 4 on that bench and no one on that. Just to piss people off.
All right, so I'm going to ask you guys, who's on the side of core and who's on the side of knots? Obviously, Luke, that's self-explanatory. Mechanic, that's self-explanatory.
I would say I'm agnostic, is where I'm at right now.
What about you?
Knots.
Knots?
This is a good couch. I also don't like neither. Both neither at the same time.
Okay, so I think, you know what we should do, just for the sake of this conversation? If you two gentlemen in the middle don't mind switching with this gentleman on this couch, would be great, for the sake of this conversation.
There you go. I think that's kind of nice.
All right, and I'll sit in between. All right, so
sounds good.
We have the agnostic core/not side on the right, and we have the knots side on the left. And for anyone who doesn't know, Luke Dash is the brains behind knots itself. So Luke, why did you feel, we were having a fireside last year at Mining Disrupt, and one of the things that you told me while you were drinking your Dr. Pepper that literally never left my mind was, you said, Nico, the Bitcoin network has less than a 3% chance of survival or success. What did you mean by that?
That's assuming spam gets mitigated. We have I don't know if it's 3%, but it's certainly single-digit % chance of success, simply because too few people choose to run their own full node and use their own full node for Bitcoin.
Gotcha.
We need more full relays. Please run knots and forward reports.
I would say with the spam issue getting worse and not getting mitigated, that would take it down even lower, potentially to 0.
Mechanic, I want to get your, we got someone on stage. Could you introduce yourself?
Sure. So, sorry I'm late. All right. I'm the Hobbyist Miner, YouTube content creator.
All right, let me ask you something. Are you on the knots side or the core side?
I traditionally navigate to the core side.
Okay, so you're all the way on that side. Perfect.
However, I have no bias, to be honest with you, as a home miner. I have no loyalty to one side or the other, to be honest with you.
So, Luke, wait, I want to ask you, what side are you on, Knots or Core?
I'll go with Core.
Okay, then you're on that side, my friend.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, here we go. No, I obviously have to entertain, man. This is my job. So
I like that they're on audience left, because it's sort of a very left-right divide in Bitcoin as well.
So I do want to get Luke's response to what he just said, right? Which is this idea of what was it exactly?
Yeah. So as a home miner, that's my community, that's my world. And talking about Core versus Notch, which is a massive debate right now amongst it. For me, I don't necessarily have a loyalty leaning one way or another as a small home miner.
I think for most people, it's not a matter of loyalty. It's a matter of what actually supports what they want to do. Core is taking away all the choices and trying to centralize policy, whereas Knots leaves it up to each individual user and miner.
How does setting a flag take away options from users?
I don't know what flag you're referring to.
It's the relay flag, right? This whole thing came from a change in the default setting that users need to change, right? That's where this whole divide came from.
Core is removing the ability for users to filter out spam. They actually wanted to remove the option entirely.
But all right, if we're just going to speak theoretically, but the idea today, from my reading of it, feel free to connect me.
It's not theory. You control what goes in your mempool. There are tools to do that. They either exist in the software you're using or they don't. And Knots has everything configurable, right? So you can be more spam permissive with Knots if you want. The point is it's your computer and you get to choose what it does, that's all. So if the software doesn't have configurability as a priority and it's getting removed, it's not theoretical. Like Core, you can't really change a lot of this stuff.
Yeah. Sorry, yeah, I have to step back from, I'm thinking about the op return limit, but you guys are talking more.
They did deprecate data carrier size too, which meant we're going to remove this as a configuration option, and that was the one compromise they made, getting rid of the deprecation comment in the documentation. That was the one yield they made in this whole war.
So the name of this panel is Keep Your JPEGs Off My Hash Rate. Mechanic, I think you're, in my opinion, the best suited to explain why we should keep your JPEGs off the hash rate.
Because Bitcoin's a monetary network, and it's only different from the other cryptocurrencies because it has this beautiful decentralization of what goes on in the rest of the network, and that comes from a vast array of nodes. No other crypto has something like that, pretty much. And the more junk you encumber them with, the less likely they are to continue doing that free service. And then the more like a crypto we become, and the more you can start changing arbitrary variables and stuff like that. The only reason 21 million is a reliable, hard enforced thing that makes it feel like gold or something is because of all these nodes. If there are only a few nodes, because nodes are run by people that increasingly are fed up with the direction of the network and have no reason to store junk data, then you end up with centralized verification, and then things like changing the 21 million cap becomes a conversation with a small group of people, a la Ethereum, that kind of stuff, and that's the end of Bitcoin. And you don't live long in that scenario, and it's kind of like Wile E. Coyote running off the cliff and not looking down. It feels all right for a while until you realize the ground has fallen out beneath you. It's a very subtle shift in the network.
So, Luke, now that Core V30 has been rolled out, it seems like some people are using it as, their OS for their nodes. How do you feel about that?
It's a very dangerous situation that the network needs to address some way or another really quickly.
Can you elaborate about what the danger is, like specifics? Because Luke, the reason I'm saying this is because I don't think people fully understand the gravity of the situation.
The more general problem is that it kind of acts as an endorsement of spam in general, but also specifically by reclassifying it as no longer spam, it's a form of a supported use case for data storage. You now have this ability to store data and force every node to relay and store that data forever and distribute it. The chance that it makes it possible for someone to add immoral or illegal data and force everyone else that wants to use Bitcoin to distribute it for them. And in a lot of cases, the universal case that comes up is child pornography, where it's pretty much illegal everywhere. And even if it wasn't, nobody wants to participate in distributing that. So people, even if we set aside the governments, people are not going to run full nodes if it means that they will personally be involved in distributing child pornography. And that's going to, we already have a hard time getting people to run full nodes. That's going to make it pretty much impossible to get the majority to do so.
And I think that's very dangerous, right? Because at the end of the day, like, part of the block size wars was all about that, right? If you increase the block, you increase the barrier to entry for someone to run their own node at home, and therefore you get rid of the decentralization. And I think that's what sets Bitcoin apart. You want to add to that?
I think there's a number of different concerns represented here, but especially around the full blocks consideration. I mean, you've advocated in the past for a reduction in block size. Is that part of the idea? If the concern is the blocks being full, but you need full blocks to have a security budget, is the solution making the blocks smaller?
You don't need full blocks to have a security budget. I would still support making block size smaller, but the way things have gotten so bad over the last year with Core 30 making these changes, it's kind of taken a back seat on the burner because we need to address the more imminent issues first.
May I add something here?
Of course.
I think it's important to clarify that while I think most people don't want that type of material being on Bitcoin, it's not like what's happening now is suddenly making that possible. It's always been possible, right? So the central matter of debate is the subject of relay filters and how that influences them going into blocks. But I think it's important for the audience that it's not like all of a sudden this is now made possible on Bitcoin. It's always possible on Bitcoin. There's no change in consensus being made.
No, this was not possible until last month when Core 30 was released.
Could you explain to me why you see it that way?
Because before Core 30, they would have to modify whatever data to make it look like something else that it really wasn't. So the blockchain would not actually store images. You'd have spam on the blockchain that is program code, financial transactions, that somebody else could take the blockchain and transform it back into an image. But that's not the same thing as the image itself being on the blockchain, which is what Core 30 has made a new part of the system.
But the actual consensus rules that would allow for someone to put an image in an op return is no different from before. So
right, yeah. Your point this is not a matter of consensus rules. This is a matter of standards. And if you have code that is code, if you have an image that's an image, what Core 30 has done is change it from abusing code to an actual supported use case, a way to actually store data such as images.
But an image is just a bunch of bytes. There was I can't claim that, I don't remember the name, but there's a report that was done recently where someone can embed an image, like use the data of an image and put it in an address. Right? There are many ways. It's just I don't want to say it's just a database. It's just a thing of data that can be used to put that type of data on there. There's multiple ways of which you could achieve that.
But again, you're equating taking an image, converting it into something it's no longer an image, versus actually just storing an image as a way to actually have an image on the chain itself.
Right. Before, the data was just arbitrary, and it had to be interpreted as an image in order for it to work. Now, you can actually just put an image on it.
Okay. So, for my education then, but for clarification of the audience, is it that because it's my understanding that obviously there's no change in consensus, right? What is allowed to be put in a transaction has always been true, or always with a asterisk. But it's just that the release of the filter makes that more easily pass through. If I walked right up to a miner and said, "Oh, I want to make this into a block," they could do that without the filters.
But it would not be interpreted correctly as data storage. It would be spam on the network. It would not be an image.
But look, I think we got cross wires here. Your point is that 100 kilobyte op returns were always possible, regardless of if we change default policy.
Yes.
That's the point.
Yes.
The reason I think this is a whataboutism style argument is because the practicalities of doing malicious attacks where you put actual harmful data that people really would, the kind of data that would make me want to turn off my node, that kind of data. Putting that in an 100 kilobyte op return, your actual practical, it's consensus valid, sure, you can mine a 1 megabyte video of, something really, really bad. You can put that in a block, but no miner would have done it. And if you approached a miner saying, "Hey, I got this 1 megabyte op return, can you put it in one of your blocks?" All of them are just going to say no, because they're going to look at it and go, "What is this, and why didn't you just relay it around the network like a normal transaction? Oh, it's an MP4. And this is not conjecture, right? Mara are the pool famously that went outside of the relay network and were like, "We have this service called Slipstream. We'll add transactions that the network refuses to relay." And they had terms and conditions. They said no copywritten content. Now, copyright is pretty vanilla. I don't care if someone uploads like a picture of Aladdin or something on my node. I don't care. I'm not going to turn off my node for that. But that was still too controversial for Mara. So the kind of stuff Luke was talking about, so the Bitcoin rules allow it. You can upload a 1 megabyte pornography video in a Bitcoin block, right? It's going to be a small video, very low quality, but it's going to be enough to make people some people disgusted and turn off their nodes. Now that it gets relayed around the network in a dumb capacity, everyone running Core 30 with the default settings, which is how most people run software, is going to start relaying stuff like that. So you now have anonymous cloud storage, and that's just inviting a problem, because there are people out there, people that want to store malware, people that want to store porn. Those people don't have any other, they don't want to store it in their own computers, they don't want to store it in the cloud because they'll keep getting kicked off. An anonymous file sharing platform where the users can't delete anything, which is unique to Bitcoin, and don't tell me about prune nodes, I really don't want to hear it. The users can't delete it, it's a gift. If I'm some guy scamming someone, and I need some old lady to pull some malware from something and then run it on her computer. If it's my server she has to download it from, there's a trail there. But if I can tell her, yeah, just reach out to the Bitcoin network in block 920,000, download this op return, and here is the malware, run it locally, chop off the first few bytes. It's such a gift for people that want to do scamming and stuff like that, because none of the nodes can delete it. You have to turn off your node to not participate in that, or you have to stop it from getting in the network in the first place, which is how it always worked until Core 30. So it's like people taking this, all these tropes around censorship resistance and immutability and all that, and saying, let's apply it to file storage in general. And I'm like, this is insane. You guys have no idea the evil that lurks out there that Bitcoin has been totally shielded from, because all the nodes did was concern themselves with financial activity and reject everything else, and the miners respected that. That was the dynamic of Bitcoin. And so to get back to your point, the consensus rules haven't changed. It's always been possible to stick ridiculous stuff, but it's kind of like saying HTTP allows evil, communication as well. But do you go on any of the websites that would use it for that? No, of course not, because you regulate the rules of a protocol, and how people generally use them are more tightly constricted. I mean, to go even more wanky about it, you have, pardon my language, you have English. You can do some pretty nasty things with the English language, but the way you actually talk is a subset of what's possible with English. You're not going to say certain things because that makes sense. And we don't need to change the English language to forbid stuff. We just have expectations on how people generally use a protocol. Bitcoin needs to generally be used as a monetary protocol. And if we get in trouble for running Bitcoin nodes, I will fight for the freedom to use money as a person should want to use it. I'm not going to fight for the umbrella of what's possible with the protocol, which is file storage, because you get into a different section of legal ramifications. It's pressure that nodes don't want. No one wants it. It's just going to centralize the network. As people, you end up in an environment where people run nodes if they have a license to do it, because they know about all this junk that's in the chain and they need a regulatory moat around them and all that stuff. And it looks fine until you realize, wait, there's only a handful of people running nodes, just like the situation with mining where there's only a handful of people making blocks. It's centralized, it doesn't work, it just ends up back in crypto territory.
So the explanation is very compelling.
Thank you.
Yeah, your charisma as a speaker is commendable. It's incredible, I have to say.
Please no, it's the point I'm making. It's not, I'm just saying stuff that's true.
All right, I just want to ask you one question. All right, so the jumping off point in all this is Core 30, right? But the name of the panel is Keep Your JPEGs Off My Hash Rate, which reminds me of ordinals, which have been a thing for the last couple years. So maybe you could help us all understand why the flashpoint is Core 30 when JPEGs have been a thing for the last couple years.
Because ordinals are not Bitcoin. Ordinals are an attack on Bitcoin. The Bitcoin network does not recognize ordinals, does not recognize inscriptions.
I can also answer that. So again, I think it's important to put history into context, right? So, right, SegWit is segregated witness. Ordinals are using witness data today. So I do think it is important, and my whole point earlier was really just like a semantical one. It's not that I disagree that these things can't be a problem on the network, but it's important we are clear on what we're talking about. And ordinals use witness data, but the opportune is something else entirely. And so to put an image in an opportune is different from what ordinals were, because ordinals were using witness data, not the opportune.
I think the biggest differentiator, like correct me if I'm wrong, is like prior majority of people trying to put these images on Bitcoin would have to go through a service like Slipstream, whereas now they can just submit it for miners to mine in blocks. That's the biggest difference, right?
No, I would say the biggest difference is how it's interpreted. The blockchain, as interpreted up until last month, is only financial data. There is no way to do images as an actual supported use case. Core 30 twists that around, makes it a supported use case, and now the correct way to interpret the blockchain is as an image in those cases.
May I ask you, what do you mean by the word interpreted?
All bits have to be interpreted to have any meaning at all.
Do you mean like from the social layer? People like interpreting what Bitcoin can be used for?
It's more of a software layer to a large extent, but there's also a social aspect, sure.
It's what I said earlier. You can have arbitrary data that's just sitting there, but I can just choose to interpret it as anything I want. That's literally what ordinals is. Like if I want it to be an image because it looks like an image, then I can just say that's what it is, and then your browser will just pull it up as an image, right? Like you can have on your computer right now, you can have just like a hash that doesn't mean anything right now, but one day I can just decide that actually that hash looks like this image, and then if you look that hash up on a browser, it'll just show the image all of a sudden. So actually you had CP on your computer the whole time. Wow.
I think stepping out a little bit from the whole technical side of it, I think no one disagrees with you two when it comes down to the ethical side of things, right? We all agree. Like at least I hope everybody on the panel here can agree on that. And I think that's a big one. I think where a lot of people are very uneducated or even understanding that this is even happening. Like when I talk to a majority of my audience or just even individuals here, they're not even in the know to know that like this is out there and this is even occurring. And where my concern is, as someone making YouTube content and speaking with individuals, is we have pushed so hard to actually get Bitcoin to be something legitimate from an outside public perspective. You know, right? Like, because it's been viewed in such a negative, illegal manner for so long that like some of the things we're talking about here, can you imagine that getting to more mainstream media, and then them trying to interpret it and then explaining, oh, well, you know, all of a sudden they will flip that narrative so quickly. And just like you had said, where like all of a sudden you find out like, oh, I can't run this Bitcoin node because it's illegal, because it could have, you know, child pornography and such on it. Like, it is something that like people don't believe is important. Like, oh, I don't really need to understand that, but you kind of do, because this is a lot of our livelihood right here.
Dude, you're on the wrong side of the couch, bro.
I just sat down and you put me here.
Also, guys, I'm just asking you on stage. We are on YouTube, and they algorithmically will trigger words, so illicit images would be very highly appreciated.
Let's speak in the abstract.
Or the Simply Bitcoin channel is going to go poof.
Let's just call it cheese pizza.
Oh, man, I can't eat pizza anymore.
So,
Captain Picard?
But anyways, yeah, dude, you're on the wrong side of the couch, my friend.
Do you need me to move?
So
Am I not allowed to sit here?
I haven't heard. I didn't even know that was your last name, dude. But I'm still gonna call you by your anon, which is Tucson. Tucson, we haven't heard from you. You've been very quiet. We're 30 minutes into the panel. Why are you on that side of the couch?
I'm on this side of the couch because I'm not convinced this is a pervasive problem, and I think the narrative is not helpful, and I'm frustrated by it. I think I just don't see the difference, when a government's looking at this and they're looking at illicit pictures, why they would differentiate that from, the argument of you're storing illicit transaction data, say from like a hack like, North Koreans, because we've seen the North Koreans hack a lot of people. We have that transaction data, so technically you're storing illicit information. I see the, conversation could be carried, multiple ways. And one of the things I really struggle with, the framing of, the illicit material being this dramatic, house on fire issue is that I think it's really destructive optically, for people that are trying to understand this technology and, don't have enough context, and that's just the thing they hear is like, oh, Bitcoin is, a database, that people are using for illicit, activity. Like, there are lots of ways, and unfortunately, like all the platforms that we use, this data is sent over. Like Telegram is used for illicit materials. That the business mega miner, we do almost all of our transactions on Telegram. Instagram, Twitter. There's been lots of issues with content moderation. It's an issue with the internet, and the solutions that have been proposed for dealing with it on those platforms has been things like digital IDs, very serious censorship, which has the ability to restrict other stuff that is good, freedom of speech, and it's just one of those challenges of freedom in general, is people will abuse it. But in this specific scenario, I feel like the people that are incentivized to put these illicit materials on Bitcoin are intentionally, they're not doing it because it's efficient. They're not doing it because it's a good way to disseminate, this material that they want to. I feel like it's an attack vector to intentionally get the state, to come in, and I just don't like the narrative. Like I understand the narrative of using Bitcoin as a monetary network. I mean, that's been my primary interest and goal of, why I've been interested in Bitcoin. And I think, one of the ways to really encourage that is by telling compelling stories, and, inspiring people and making this a cool technology. And I feel like, this ecosystem with all the infighting has really gotten away from that recently. So that's,
I would love to add to that, because I agree with the sentiment that I'm very upset of how the conversation has gone. I think it's not that I disagree at all with the intent that we are trying to get this stuff off of the network. I mean, in my opinion, I think that the more helpful mechanisms at which we would do that are not being discussed, and given that there's so much attention and emotion around this subject, I think it would be better if we directed that energy towards giving people who are less technical understanding more helpful advice on how I think is more helpful to prevent that stuff from going on the network. I would also say that there's something I like to call the Anakin effect, right? Where you fear something so much that you try so hard to stop it that you end up causing that fear itself. And I do
the
see
Streisand
that.
effect.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, that same thing, right? But I think there's something like that going on here.
So
it's definitely, yeah, okay, go.
So before I want to get Luke and Mechanic's response to that, because Tucson, you did an incredible job. You did too. I just want to hear from the audience. Like, first of all, first question: how many of you guys are running Bitcoin nodes? Raise your hand. I'm like going blind. It's because it's all the blue light, so it's a lot of hands, right? Okay. How many of you guys are running Core? How many of you guys are running knots?
I'm happy to see it.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Can I add to
But
that?
how many are you running full relays? So you forwarded your ports.
How many of you would be running nodes if it meant that you were distributing child porn?
Illicit,
Picard.
YouTube, illicit images.
Captain Picard.
So, Mechanic and Luke, I do want to give you guys an opportunity to respond to what these two gentlemen.
Yeah, it's an incoherent position. I don't mean to be impolite. The issue is, one of your points is that the law is essentially arbitrary anyway, so Bitcoin nodes can be doing illegal stuff if the government just decides transactions are bad now. But the point is, am I going to defend what I'm doing? And I believe that I will broadcast immoral transactions because I believe Bitcoin fundamentally needs to be fungible, and us having UTXO blacklists and things like that, it's not workable. We had Satoshi set the precedent. He's like, oh my goodness, WikiLeaks is using our platform to transact, and there's like 10 of us. We're going to get our heads blown off. We know what happened to all the people.
Metaphorically,
sorry. Before Bitcoin, everyone that tried to do something like Bitcoin ended up in jail or shut down or fined or something like that. So Satoshi he knew what he was getting into. He knew there'd be a lot of heat, and he kept himself anonymous for deliberate reasons. And but he didn't say, all right, we don't want WikiLeaks using this. I'm updating everyone's node to have a blacklist of known UTXO stuff. He was like, well, it would have been nice to get this attention in other contexts. He didn't say no, right? And he kind of set the precedent. Bitcoin needs to be neutral to work. Money needs to be fungible. But let's go to the opposite extreme and start talking about file sharing networks like IPFS and MadeSafe and networks like that where anyone can decentralized recover and store files and all that. In none of those circumstances are the participants in those networks expected to store everything, because it would just paint targets on the back of the nodes in those networks. So IPFS, you can store a copy of files locally if you want, but it's not the default. In Bitcoin, you store everything. So when you get when you get files dumped in the blockchain, you're going to have to not only store it, you have to process it to make sure it is dressed up as a valid transaction to make sure the block is valid in the first place. And you have to serve it to everyone else. So you're serving it up to other people, you're storing it, you're verifying it, and you're stuck doing that forever. So doing something like that is shoehorning this whole, all right, we have to deal with, we just want to use money and not get kicked off PayPal, so we want neutral money. You're trying to turn that into something way bigger that I'm just not up for defending is the problem. And yeah, other people might be. To be fair, I've met a bunch of people that are like, all data is just ones and zeros. I don't care what you put in an op return, I will run my node no matter what. And I'm like, sure, I respect the principle of the situation, but I know most Bitcoiners don't agree with you and they will turn off their nodes. And you don't just need to run a node, you need other people to run nodes for Bitcoin to be decentralized. So anything that makes node running more annoying, whether it's making blocks bigger or filling up the chain with crap, is an enemy of you trying to have a decentralized Bitcoin. That is someone attacking the network from your perspective. That is the entire reason we end up in this position. And if governments want to make arbitrary things about Bitcoin illegal that I'm incapable of defending, that is much worse than them just coming after a subset of things it can do. That's all. So it's basically about, I don't want Bitcoin nodes to start. I don't want part of running a Bitcoin node to be ferrying illegal drugs around, like in my car, right? Because it's nothing to do with money. It's just going to draw heat. I don't want to defend doing it. You can argue that drugs should be legal. I will argue that, but it's not Bitcoin's fight. That's the point. I don't want to.
Yeah, well, you even said there, I love what you said there, where it's like people that think it's just ones and zeros and they don't care. They don't care now, but take a step back several years ago, and all of a sudden, are we going to have, the government, everyone view Bitcoin as highly illegal because of that? If we have that mentality of, oh, it's just data, it's just ones and zeros, fine. But as a miner, all of a sudden, if it becomes illegal to mine because of that conversation, then you're going to be concerned, right? You're going to be concerned about what's on that data when it becomes illegal to do that, to run a node, to be a miner. I mean, these are all things that people need to pay attention to.
Also, there's a fundamental difference between storing
illicit images.
A record. There's a fundamental difference between storing a record of somebody else receiving or sending money to North Korea or whatever. Somebody else did that. You're just keeping a record of it. It's not the same thing as distributing and actually committing crimes yourself.
So I want to take it in this direction. Luke, why do you think, despite all the blowback that the core team got from the community, even the crowd, bro, like I asked the crowd, like Knots versus core, maybe the core people are ashamed and they just don't want to raise their hands, but the Knots, like clearly the people were on the side of Knots, right? And why do you think the core team decided to just like basically ignore that and feel like they can do better? And then I'll add to that and say, I remember like part of the reasons ordinals was even a thing was because of the Taproot implementation, right? And it had unintended consequences, right?
It was a bug when Taproot was activated. The spam filters that were already in place were not updated to apply to Taproot as well.
Well, that adds to my point, right? Which is like, I think we have to be very careful changing Bitcoin because there are unintended consequences of changing Bitcoin. Why do you think the core team felt like it was necessary to change, to make such a big change? And also, we're on YouTube.
Yeah, I don't know the overall underlying motivations. They make up excuses, but none of them really hold water.
I have some conjecture there, but it's hard to know, like, we're doing the money symbol here. I think it's because devs like other devs. Generally in the discourse, you've seen that there's a lot of people that write software and, there's a lot of ivory tower kinds of things going on. I think I'll be honest, I think the Bitcoin plebs, the maxis, drive core developers absolutely nuts. They cannot stand interacting with them. All of their accounts on Twitter are marked, we don't monitor this account, find us on Blue Sky or something like that. Find us on GitHub, find us on Delving Bitcoin, anything but dealing with toxic Bitcoin maximalists on Twitter. They can't stand dealing with them. I understand why. We're very uncompromising and very annoying people, but they are the network. Whether you like it or not, people running nodes at home on a Raspberry Pi are the Bitcoin network. You don't have that in Ethereum. That's why Bitcoin's better than Ethereum. So when it comes down to it, Bitcoin has a bunch of fun things developers want to do, and they complain that Bitcoin's not a fully feature-complete programming language and it's boring. They're not hodlers trying to, they're not blue-collar workers saving in Bitcoin trying to protect their purchasing power. They're developers that want to develop. And they're bored by the limitations that Bitcoin presents them with. And there are people that want to build these scammy platforms like Citria that mimic Ethereum functionality on top of Bitcoin. And Bitcoin is too limiting for them, so they need to bust doors open and let it do this, that, and the other. And developers like other developers. So they're like, well, we can do this, we can do this, we can do this. And anyone that says, you're changing things around in Bitcoin, they say, well, that was technically already possible anyway, even though in a practical sense it wasn't. Which is why that's such a frustrating argument, because we're looking at the blockchain saying, you've just changed a filter, and now you've enabled a bunch of stuff. In reality, in a practical sense, everyone was running the default policies, which you just ripped out, and now that's going to have meaningful changes in how the blockchain looks. But you get to say, oh, it was technically possible anyway, and now we have this new interesting use cases, and there's a lot of people yelling at me about it on Twitter. They refuse to use my pronouns. I don't like interacting with them. It's like, who are we dealing with here? Like,
may I respond to that?
Yeah, of course, go for it.
again, I'm on this side just to provide some balance. It's not like I fundamentally disagree with the defensive response you two have. But I will say I find that to be, again, from an educational point of view, not the most objective way of looking at things. Again, I think what other people are really saying, I find it to be a very small minority of people who actually want that type of activity on Bitcoin. I think the vast majority of people just want Bitcoin to be money. The question isn't about whether or not it should or shouldn't be allowed on Bitcoin. The question is, how do you prevent it? And again, this is still why I find this subject to be a little frustrating, because again, no one, not no one, a very small amount of people actually want this to be happening. Just everyone else is arguing that there are other things that can be done to promote those things from not happening, such as, decentralized mining, which is what Ocean's about, or, using economic filters and people actually spending their Bitcoin. There are other things that would help prevent this from going on the network, but this conversation is being pigeonholed to one particular way of thinking about it, and I think that does a disservice to everyone listening to us.
Decentralized mining only helps if miners have the options to filter things out.
And I think it's awesome that you created a way for them to filter it, but we don't have decentralized mining, and to me that's a more important fight.
Well, I think I appreciate the shout out there, because it is an Ocean thing. You have to look at how we got to where we got. So it started, I think I'll invoke Matt Hill from Start9. Disclaimer, I used to work there, but I don't anymore, and it's a great product. So if you want to run a node at home, Start9 is a good way to do it. Matt Hill is the CEO of Start9, and his contention that I didn't believe at the start of all this, but he's shown to be right, was let people filter out junk data that they don't want to relay around the network, and if you don't let them, forks will start happening. And I was like, no way is this going to manifest in a fork, and now that pretty much looks like it's what's happening. So you give someone, you give someone a gun because you don't want them to drop a nuke, and that's kind of the analogy, and the nuclear option is now on the table. And I don't know, I expected to see a big drop in NOTs nodes when the fork started being talked about, and that didn't happen. So if we go naively looking at the numbers, 1 in every 5 Bitcoiners out there is all right with a fork already. Maybe. I don't know. Like, people can argue in either direction. We know those numbers are kind of hard to... Bitcoin doesn't have official stats. It's not that kind of project. So,
Fork is not nuclear in any respect, though. Bitcoin just has forks for simple upgrades. Using it for a hotfix like this is really no big deal.
I agree, but it feels like a very, very big thing to do. I mean, the fact that it's being talked about in a temporary capacity kind of gets rid of a lot of concerns, but changing consensus rules more generally is scary for Bitcoiners.
So regarding the fork, which I think we haven't really come to, whenever I mention it to casual crypto people, people aren't even aware that this is happening, and we're at a mining conference, and that whole idea, I'll share why I'm on the core side is because I don't really believe that the way that things are being followed will have any chance at success. I think it's a very noble effort. I respect the work you guys are doing a lot, but that governance challenge just seems incredibly hard. And for miners will mine on what they think other miners will mine, and nodes will accept. And that just seems like a really hard space to get gravity around, especially when the majority of people don't even know this is happening. So I don't know, how do you guys think about that?
Well, also, too, to jump in real quick there on the miner side of things, miners are just mining and chasing profitability. And so to your traditional miner that isn't as embedded or has the understanding, education, background, and knowledge, they're not concerned. They're really looking at chasing that profitability. And from an outside perspective, not even involving core or knots with it, miners are looking at there's more on the, not that I agree, there's more going on here, the transaction fees are higher, I'm making more money. They love it. Unfortunately, they don't know the inner workings of what's happening on the backside. So I think miners traditionally are, the traditional miner totally outside of this, doesn't even understand it. Doesn't even know what's happening.
Tucson, I hear you thinking from here, bro. Please voice your thoughts.
Yeah, one thing I really dislike about this discussion in general, not just this panel, but is the framing of if there's something like there's a left or right divide. I was interested in Bitcoin initially because I was politically homeless. The people in politics didn't represent me. I saw things around me in our culture and society that I thought were destructive, and most of the discussions that I saw happening were not addressing the issues, which, you know, largely are exasperated or impacted by the money being broken. And Bitcoin was an interesting escape for me. And in this discussion, I'm not on the core or the NOTS side, because I don't see, you know, core is a lot of different people interacting. It's a way to have a discussion around the development process. It's not a monolith. And there's individuals at core, on the core team that I, you know, respect more than I respect others, but it's not my team. But I feel like there's a, you know, an effort to kind of pigeonhole me into this, like, or people in general in this position of like, you have to choose a side. Like, you're either, you know, pro illicit materials or you're anti-illicit materials. And I think there's a lot of nuance to this discussion and just to Bitcoin in general that is important. Like, I don't think that, you know, part of the reason why, you know, I'm agnostic is I think that Bitcoin is not going to die as a result of Core 30. I think people are going to still be able to run nodes. I think the technology, like data storage and computing power, continuously gets cheaper. And I just do not see it as this house is on fire situation, though I would prefer that Bitcoin be used primarily for monetary stuff. And, you know, I've never traded an ordinal, or I guess I've mined it. You know, with the pools that I've used, but yeah, I think the narratives that get me excited about Bitcoin are around people experiencing freedom, and you know, I'm comfortable with being politically homeless, you know, in this debate and in general, because I always have, and I just don't think the fork is going to be successful. Is one thing that, you know, when I talk to miners and I get perspective from a lot of people in the industry that pull a lot of weight, it seems inconsequential to them, and it's very loud on Twitter. And I'm not saying it's not an important issue. I just don't see, you know, the direction that things are going, that it's going to be successful, which is kind of why I've taken the stance of like, okay, well, what's the step forward? I think it's to encourage people to use Bitcoin as money and show them how to do it, show them how they can experience freedom, you know, by using this technology, and they can really insulate themselves from the awful money printing that we're seeing, the economic destruction from central planning.
Mechanic, to be specific, it was Bitcoin is not going to fail with the Core V30 implementation. What's your response to that?
Well, the price of freedom, which is what you rounded off with there, is eternal vigilance. And people can become complacent and take those things for granted. And the trend ultimately is what matters here. And there's a constant need to characterize this as kind of an irrelevant battle, and Bitcoin will be fine. The problem with that is you get boiled frogs. And you end up in situations where it's like, look, I don't know what happened to Bitcoin. It just kind of sucks now. Everyone that's working in the developer aspect of it's doing, you know, AMMs and junk like that ended up in all of the cryptos that just, we know what they are. They're noise, they're pump and dump scams. Bitcoin has something unique about it, and it has this irrational, paranoid prepper type mentality that kind of keeps the spirit of it. And people can dismiss stuff like that, but the problem with dismissing stuff like that is it doesn't manifest as stuff dying immediately. Core 30 doesn't kill Bitcoin immediately. It just ends with, well, a straw broke the camel's back and now Bitcoin kind of sucks, and everyone chooses a different point over the last 5 years of when it just started going downhill. So it becomes a trend thing. Who's running a node? Well, less people versus the overall number of Bitcoiners. So I think it just comes down to you have to, everyone has their own point where they go, well, this is too far. We're obviously in the wrong direction. Core 30 was a massive shelling point for people. Like, we started this before Core 30. We spent 2 years yelling into the void with 1% of the network running knots. and we were utterly insane to most people. Suddenly Core 30 happens, and suddenly it's 20% of people instead of 1% of people, because a lot of people were like, that's enough. I've had enough of this. There is way too much mission creep in Bitcoin. We're being pushed in a direction that ultimately is going to lend us and have us in a bad place. And you might have something later that kicks you out of the complacency where you're like, all right, I'm not tolerating this anymore. And everyone has different points, but the problem is there's never like a, haha, like the CIA now runs Bitcoin Core. You don't get things like that. It's the zombie movie fallacy, right? You end up in a police state where you just can't do anything anymore. And how did they get you there? With one little infraction after another. 2 steps forward, 1 step back. That's how you end up with things being degraded slowly over time. And the reason they do stuff like that, who is they, I don't know, is because they know they don't want to trigger a revolution overnight by doing something over the top, right? They almost did it with COVID. Canada, they went too far. The trucker rally happened, and then they had to back off, and Canada had to drop all the restrictions. They can't get hysterical like that. They have to slowly mission creep it. And what's going on with Bitcoin is that. And what's so annoying about that is every time you stand up against it, people say, oh, it's not that different. Like, what difference does it really make? You've been kind of able to do it before. And I'm like, right. That's the problem, is because I'm going to look like a hysterical hypochondriac every time I make a point here. And then in 5 years, you're going to be like, what happened? I'm like, I've been trying to tell you. Slowly but surely, they've been making it worse. And yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Is Satria like a boogeyman? Like, because I feel like something like Stacks, like people have been able to do this Bitcoin DeFi for years and nobody wants to do it. So I just wonder if Satria is ultimately a boogeyman, does that change anything about the math of all this?
It doesn't change the side effects, which are worse. But I'm hearing a lot of pessimism from that side of the stage, not actual conceptual problems with the fork. And I want to point out that this is now 3 months before the proposed fork would even happen. 2 months before BIP 148 activated, people were still calling me crazy. Developers were saying there's no way this is going to work, and it worked perfectly. So there is no real reason to suspect that this is going to be any worse.
Mechanic, I have to say, I think that point was really well done. I see what you're saying there, and I think that's really good. By no means do I mean to give pessimism for the soft fork. I'm still thinking about that myself, but I think what I'm trying to suggest is that I think that the move from 1% to 20% notch runners is highly significant to the idea that, you know, most people who are attentive to what's going on agree with the sentiment here, and that energy should be directed towards fuel for them to do what would be. There are multiple ways of helping prevent this from happening, but only focusing on software development is not the only way at which this is solved. And if that energy can be pointed to those things like decentralized mining and spending more Bitcoin, those things would also help. And that's, I don't mean to be pessimistic, it's just that that's what, again, this conversation is so one-sided when there's so many things that we could be directing people to do.
There are a lot of people that have started mining as a result of this, but the whole core side, so to speak, they are not doing anything to try to address the problem. They are just making it easier to create these problems. It's not like one way or the other way to solve it. They're not doing anything to try to solve it.
Yeah, and I just want to say really quick also, nobody's forcing anyone to make a choice. Core is just making what's arguably a very big change, and we just disagree with it.
When I was talking about that, I was talking about the language of, saying like you either filter or you broadcast illicit material. I feel like that's a very polarizing statement that I don't think fully encapsulates, the situation that we're dealing with.
Yeah, I mean, people are going to be tribal. That was another thing you said I wanted to. It's a feature, not a bug. It's a decentralized network. People are going to throw stuff at each other and yell. It's going to become toxic. I've contributed to that a lot. I try and be, the adult in the room, but we're all human. Everyone is scamming everyone else. Everyone else is calling everyone a P word at this point. Like, it sucks, but it's a feature, not a bug. It's messy. I don't really people do try and tone police it and come in and be like, right, I want everyone to be nice to everyone else. It's like, it's just not going to happen.
Luke, because the mechanic answered, but I want you to answer Tucson's question, which is, he doesn't believe that Core V30 is going to be the death of Bitcoin. Everything's going to be fine. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, that's an assertion that just completely ignores the actual nature of the problem that we're dealing with here. The fact is that this attack is going on. It could get worse any day now, and just wishing it couldn't doesn't make it go away.
Could you describe how it can get worse so that people understand?
A government puts illicit material on the chain, and then if we don't do something right then and there, it's irreversible.
To be honest, the Streisand effect keeps getting mentioned, and I don't really want to lay out the attack for them. Like, if that, like, I can think of like a 3-step process whereby you can do some targeted prosecution of high-profile Bitcoiners. But I don't really want to, like, every time I lay out the attack, people go, well, it's your fault when it happened then. And Peter Todd and Adam Back both keep doing that to me, saying, Streisand effect, no one would have thought of this if you hadn't brought it up. Even though BSV got filled up with this kind of, content the minute they did 100 kilobyte op returns. So in my opinion, this is not our fault for bringing it up. But,
I don't think the Streisand effect applies because, as you mentioned, they've already tested this attack out on BSV. That was almost certainly a trial for what's going on now. There's so many similarities. Yeah, but it seems pretty sure thing that when Core 30 adoption grows to the point where they can say the Bitcoin network has adopted this change, they're going to put something illicit on there, and you won't even know that it's because of the blockchain when people start getting selectively prosecuted. These records are all sealed because of the nature of the content. All you're going to know is this person got convicted of having the illicit material, and that's all there is. You won't even know that it's Bitcoin related.
Yeah, it's like, who runs a Tor exit node? You just know that some people did, and they ended up having their lives ruined over it. I don't want that kind of trauma for running a Bitcoin node.
There's no reason to risk it.
Tucson, last words?
I
mean, metaphorically, like not literally.
I do want to say this discussion has been really interesting. The discussion around filters a lot in general. It's caused me to learn a lot more about Bitcoin, so I appreciate you guys for that. I don't like the BSV argument because BSV is completely different than Bitcoin in the sense that it, when a lot of the illicit material was being put on there, there was no block size limit. The fees were incredibly low because there was no economic activity on it. And it wasn't valuable. Like I think to run an attack on Bitcoin in the way that it's being described, it's going to be very expensive, and it's not because people are doing it to disseminate the information. They're doing it to attack Bitcoin. To feed into these narratives is the way that I see it. So, I mean, yes, that's a possible attack, but I feel like we're, in the way this conversation is having, we're kind of setting them up, for that being, a way to go after node runners because the narrative has already been set. That this is a thing, and instead of pointing at them and saying, hey, you guys are bad actors trying to attack this, and, I don't know who are the people wealthy enough to, inscribe a ton of, illicit material on there to the point where it brings enough attention from nation states.
I mean, this would be, it's not very expensive. The L1 transaction fees are historical lows.
But is it a coincidence that Core 30 also decimated the transaction fee minimum to a tenth of what it used to be?
But what's the threshold of where this gets nation state? Is it 1 or is it?
Just 1 is enough to cause these problems. And it's going to probably be the nation state that puts it in there in the first place.
All right, gentlemen, we're getting to the top, so I do want to give each one of you guys 1 minute each, starting with Luke. Luke, any final words to the audience? The name of the panel is Keep Your JPEGs Off My Hash Rate.
We spend a lot of time on the illicit material topic, but I do want to point out that spam broadly, even before all the illicit material, is still a problem and still a threat to the network that needs to be mitigated.
Tucson.
Appreciate everybody up here. I think these conversations are interesting. I think it's important to try and learn about Bitcoin, think critically about these things, not take tribal sides, and appreciate the different perspectives, even if I disagree with them.
Mechanic.
I think miners are invested in the Bitcoin ecosystem more than plenty of other people in the space, right? You're not running an exchange or something like that. And you care about the health of the overall ecosystem. And there aren't a lot of people in the world that just want to store other people's files for free. So the more of that stuff you put in the blockchain, the more they're likely they are to turn off the node. And you're doing an unbelievable amount of burning of electricity to find a block to satisfy a requirement placed on you by a bunch of nodes. The fewer of them there are, the more you're wasting your time. And that's a very abstract way of saying you're killing the value of the thing you're invested in by filling it up with junk, so don't do it.
Fellow content creator, hobbyist miner.
Yeah, so you made a really good point earlier talking about tribalism, and like this is very much one of those states where people that just put their head in the sand don't want to change anything, they're tribalists to the original way it was designed. Unfortunately for that, I think, as these guys are definitely talking about down below over here, change has to occur in order to keep moving forward.
Bruce.
If I can wax
literally
philosophical.
can't read that, sorry.
Oh, yeah. If I can wax philosophical for a minute, in my mind, the Federal Reserve is the biggest problem on the planet.
Ooh.
And I feel like...
Give a round of applause to that.
I guess. I feel like we should all know that at this point. I don't know if it needs clapping. But if you start at that premise, then I can't see JPEGs being on the blockchain as anything other than an adversary to Bitcoin, right? Because I would need to use Bitcoin as a monetary network if I want to crush the Fed, or at least it's the best tool right now, right? So I don't see how it's a debate. Like, keep them off there.
Yeah, I think that this side of the stage deserves a lot of respect. And I think if you agree with them and you want to keep Bitcoin safe, then I would recommend beyond just running a node, you should do two things. You should mine your own blocks. Don't just be a hasher. So either, get a BitAxe and solo mine, or go with the host and mine with Ocean and Datum. And I also think you should spend your Bitcoin more. If you're not spending Bitcoin, then you're overexposed to the dollar, and we should increase the activity of the network in that regard.
Matt, you got the final say, my friend.
Bitcoin is a consensus system. Bitcoin, by its nature, is an economic system, whether that's financial data or not. JPEGs are a use of that economic system. It's driven a security budget, which long-term with Bitcoin is a very important thing. No one wants bullshit on the chain outside of probably a small faction in the world. And whatever we do about that is a very hard problem, which I respect these guys a lot for working at.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Keep Your JPEGs Off My Hash Rate. Please give a hand of applause to these awesome panelists. Guys, we have fantastic content coming up for you guys. This is day one of Mining Disrupt, first year in Irving, Texas. Mining Disrupt Summit. It's currently being live streamed to thousands, so enjoy the expo, enjoy the food. And again, we have some incredible content lined up for you guys coming soon. So stay tuned, stay humble, stack sats, stay solvent, stay free. We'll be right back.
panel is titled The Great Re-Decentralization. And we've got two of the fellas that were just up here, so they're grabbing a drink of water. They're going to be back up here in a moment. And then we've got Mark from Ocean, Matt from Gecko Science, and then another Matt from Solo Satoshi. So I'm going to introduce the two Matts up here. Matt, Solo Satoshi, come on up. Matt, Gecko Science. Then we've got Mark from Ocean. And then we've got two more fellas, Hobbyist, Miner, and then Alex is going to be up here in just a moment to join us. But to kick things off, let's start here with talking about how you got into Bitcoin mining. Personal anecdote, we can just start down Solo Satoshi, Matt. And what's something cypherpunk that you have done while in Bitcoin?
So what got us into Bitcoin mining was how expensive, hot, and loud, traditional miners are. Like everyone else, when I first got into Bitcoin mining, I never really knew about the smaller home mining side of things. So my idea of Bitcoin mining was always like a larger industrial-sized unit. Well, when I started looking into it, you realize that it's unaffordable to do at home. It's not profitable. It's hot, loud, etc. So we come across a project named BitX and started learning about the open source mining side of things. And that's where our interest and our origins of starting to mine Bitcoin and get into the space actually came from. And I would say something cypherpunk that we've really done is build up a channel of distribution to get other people mining Bitcoin at home again too, or just to sort of boost more people mining Bitcoin at home. And that's something that we think has been really cool.
All right. And Matt from Gecko. Yeah, you're right about when you get first to learn about Bitcoin, like my dad was asking, he was like, how does Bitcoin mining work? And you have that whole conversation. Then you show him a picture of some industrial miner, like a Riot Farms, like you see these warehouses. So when somebody knows only that about Bitcoin, trying to think of how to do that in your home is just like, that doesn't, I'm not going to do that in my backyard, obviously. So yeah, you're totally right. I think overcoming that hurdle is probably the first thing that you have to work through, that no, you can do not that, but that at your home. Matt, Gecko?
Hey. So question is...
The personal anecdote about mining, and then something cypherpunk that you have done while in Bitcoin.
Okay. My first intro to Bitcoin, I guess technically, this is something I realized in retrospect. I was working in a computer repair shop in 2011, 2012, and one of the other techs came in and was talking about just some thing he found online where you could set your computer up to solve math problems and it would make money. And there's a 5-minute conversation about that of like, well, who's paying? Where's that coming from? And dropped it and never came back. But then about a year later, April 2013, there was a big bubble that month. It was, the price spiked from $10 to like 200 or something, then crashed again. So it was all in the news. And the guy at church asked me if I knew about Bitcoin because he had seen it on the news, and I was the tech guy. I was like, I have no idea what that is. So I went home and spent the next 2 days just reading, looking at the concept and the protocols and the hardware and software, and started playing with CPU miner, and then built a GPU rig, and the USB block eruptors were coming out at that time, so I picked up some of those and started playing with them. So later in 2013, my friend David McKinnon, we actually started Gecko Science together. He's moved on to building rockets now. Something he made is on the moon. Pretty sweet. But we he had worked with a guy previously who had GPU rigs heating his apartment all winter. And he's like, oh, what the crap? Like, you knew about this and didn't say anything. So we started just building stuff together in 2013, 2014.
And yeah, Mark, Ocean, how did you get into Bitcoin? What has you, and what's something cypherpunk that you have done? Well, I mean, you work for Ocean, so that's pretty cypherpunk.
Yeah. So I'll give you the honest truth. I was working for a corporation in Michigan at the time, around beginning of COVID, and my company was trying to force vaccinate all the employees, and they threatened to fire any employee that didn't submit to the forced vaccination. So I quit and I hopped into a startup company in Michigan doing Bitcoin mining, and that's where the journey began. And so I guess that's kind of cypherpunk too, to quit, not be forced. But along the way, I learned the ropes. I met Luke through some personal connections, and then we founded Ocean together, and I can get more into that later. But I think the question about what's something cypherpunk, I'm going to say the cypherpunk thing that I could have done and I didn't do because I had the chance. But when we started Ocean, Luke said, look, you might start getting a lot of heat, so if you wanted to create a pseudonym, now would be the right time to do it. And I didn't do it. I just kept my real name, and I think I missed the boat on that. So Mark is my real name.
Okay. Alex, how about you? How did you get into Bitcoin, and what's something cypherpunk related to Bitcoin that you have done?
I kind of stumbled into it. I had a weird direction into. I was working in social work for a while, and I realized if I was going to do that, I was going to be poor, and I needed to figure out how to, invest my money, and got into Dave Ramsey stuff. That guy hates Bitcoin. But it just got me thinking about money, and I stumbled across Bitcoin on YouTube and became really fascinated with it. And I started reading about the way that money impacts our culture and society, and just became fascinated with that, with the way that, I was studying in school about, social work and psychology, and then seeing how, the way that people use money, when you're able to save money, you're able to think a little bit more long term, whereas if everything's based on debt, it's very short term thinking. Was really interesting, but I got very, very particularly interested in 2020 around the COVID lockdowns, and seeing the money printing, where that is really where I lost my job, and decided to try and work in this industry. In 2021, I started selling Bitcoin miners with a company called Kaboomrax, and had a ton of fun with that. I mean, taught a lot of people about miners. At the time, the S9 was really popular, which is a really good unit for learning on, because you could run it on your normal 120 volt outlet. But I guess something kind of goofy, and I've lost a lot of money tinkering with Lightning nodes back when they were harder to use, but not knowing what I was doing. But something kind of funny I did was I heated my whole house, for a period of like 3 or 4 years with Bitcoin miners, and I did a lot of the electrical wiring myself, and had no training in it whatsoever. But mining taught me a lot about the way that electricity works, the way that energy markets work, and my interest in Bitcoin brought me there.
Hobbies miner?
Yeah, so for me, back 2017, 2018, very much heard about this whole mining thing, and was probably one of many people where I bought up a whole bunch of just regular computers off Craigslist or whatnot, eBay, tried to run them in my basement on, I don't know if anyone remembers a website called MinerGate. It was an application you could run on your desktop. It would utilize your CPU and your GPU, and it would also go ahead and profit switch. And you would just have all these different coins. And I did it for like 3 months, and I wasn't rich after 3 months, and so I was like, I'm selling this, like this is ridiculous. So I returned back to it during COVID, looking for another avenue to earn money. And that's when I started my YouTube channel. And it was literally like, this is my first GPU, a GTX 970, and I could barely afford it then, $100 graphics card. And I remember using an old iPhone SE, recording like, hey, I know nothing about mining, but I'm gonna create a YouTube channel during COVID and just educate people as I learn. And that's exactly where the channel took off from there. And just as you had pointed out, like that grew into, now all of a sudden I'm working with my electrician doing electrical work, like learning to repurpose the heat, learning about airflow. Like all of a sudden it's just crazy to think how mining forces you to become learn about everything in that whole cycle, which is wild.
So the Bitcoin white paper says a peer-to-peer electronic cash system. Is there anything that we're not doing as miners that is failing to embrace Satoshi's vision, the cypherpunk roots of what Bitcoin is meant to be? I mean, what Satoshi envisioned it as. Is there any clearly missing spots right now, that holes to be plugged in the ship? This is for anyone that's got anything to say on that.
I'll jump in real quick. As miners, we always chase profitability, regardless of the byproduct of that. So like the panel I was just on before this great conversation on core and knots, traditionally most miners don't care because it's not directly affecting them at that moment. And it really starts to go away from what actual, Satoshi developed everything for. And versus now, and I get it, I'm one of those people where like, I'm just looking at where am I making my next dollar? Where can I make the most amount of money at the end of the day? And I think that's a big challenge and a big problem, is that we forget what we're actually doing it for.
How many, Matt, since as far as I know, you're the only retailer of hardware up here. Okay, so both of you, I guess this is for both of you, Alex and Matt.
Matt too, yeah.
Oh, okay. My apologies.
On retailer.
Okay, so for everyone else that's up here, how many of the people that are coming to you from like the home side of things are coming for ethical reasons? Oh, I want to help decentralize the network, pointing to the name of the panel here, Great Re-Decentralization. Because I know that's why people call it a toy, but why I got my original little 1 terahash miner. I was like, I just wanted, I'd never mined and never done anything. I wanted to participate, even if it was kind of a joke, a drop in the ocean. I wanted to do something. How many people would you say are coming to you for that reason, as opposed to, oh, I need to make income?
Well, I think what's important in our space is that we don't mislead anyone into assuming that home mining is going to be profitable. So those types of things are generally said up front, although everyone likes to highlight when a block's found. It's exciting, right? It's cool. It's like one of the coolest things. But I would say traditionally the people we deal with, it's kind of split between people who look at it from a quote-unquote like lottery aspect, and then a quote-unquote like we want to decentralize or participate in the network. So I would say it's split. Our customer range is from really experienced people who run mining farms. Like we've had people pass by our booth who run major large operations, but they want to keep something really cool on their desk, And then it'll go down all the way to people who are like, I just want to mine Bitcoin and see what it's like. How easy is this to set up, So I would say it's pretty split. It's pretty split.
On the content creation side, hobbyist, is that similar to the people coming to your channel, would you say? It's some people like, they're just kind of dabbling, I just want to see what this is like, or I want to help the network. Like, what would you say that breakdown is?
Thank you. That one on? All right, cool. Yeah, so my channel definitely ranges. So you absolutely go from the individual like you're speaking to, which is like, I want to proof of concept this out, because people still look at it as like funny money, right? And they're like, I don't even know if this is real. And I always tell people, like, first time I actually had with that GTX 970, I was mining Raven coin with it. First time it hit my wallet, I was sold. It was like, oh my gosh, I made that. So those individuals are the ones that come to the table traditionally. But then I have the flip side, which are people that are like, I have $750,000 that I'm giving to the IRS unless I can go ahead and reinvest it. I've heard Bitcoin is a great avenue. So unfortunately, our scene is so small that even as a content creator like myself, I'm not like
compartmentalized off to be like just home mining, which you'll see on my channel goes all the way up to mining farm tours and having that opportunity. So it's really all over the place. And I think that's what makes it exciting. I very rarely see people getting back to it come in and be like, oh, I just want to help out with the network. I want to be part of that type of deal. Usually that lottery miner is what sells people on the philosophy of Bitcoin mining, and then they're hooked. And then next thing you know, it's a year later, and they're like, I bought all these miners, I have them hosted. So it's a gateway, we'll say.
It's good because it gives people something tangible that they can tie to Bitcoin. Like when you first learn about Bitcoin, it's like magic internet money, right? And you start asking more questions once you accept the fact that it actually exists, and it's, you're like, where does it come from, right? Well, now you have, for years you've had things that you can fit in your hand and actually prove that this is how Bitcoin is created, or here's how it comes into existence, But that's one of the coolest things is that, like the smaller miners, they give people something tangible and like physical to bond to Bitcoin.
Mark, on the ocean side of things, how many people do you see? Because I was talking to a guy at the dinner last night that he got into Bitcoin, similar to many of us here, just kind of dabbling, heard about it at one point. One of the guys at the table asked actually a really good question. He said, when did you first ignore Bitcoin? And then when did you first pay attention? So I was like, that pretty much is the story for everyone. It's like, oh, I heard about it back in this time and didn't do anything with it. But on the ocean side of things, how many people come, it seems to me, that they point their BitAxe, their whatever, at ocean, and then they go, I want to point more hash rate to ocean. How much of that kind of individual are you seeing, or are you aware of?
Yeah, well, I'll start off by saying that we're decentralized, so we actually don't know who our customers are officially. We have relationships and things, but we're the only mining pool where you don't need an account and you don't need to go through the setup process. You just simply point your Bitcoin address. But our payout model, as Mechanic described earlier in his keynote today, we're a luck-based pool. So you get paid out in the blocks when we hit a block, and there's no guarantee. And the advantage of getting paid out in a luck-based pool is that because there's no middleman, there's just more money to go around. In the FPPS landscape, the FPPS pool is both the mining pool and the insurance provider. And so there's a cost of the money that they pass on to you in the form of invisible fees. So usually when we're onboarding miners, they may have hundreds of petahash. In the early days, we were sub 1 exahash for a long time, and that was a rough start. But now we're around 20 exahash. But we're talking to a miner with 1 to 5 exahash, and they're going from an FPPS pool that says you're going to get paid out no matter what every day, like clockwork, to come mine on Ocean. If we hit a block, you get paid. If we don't, well, I hope you have some savings. So
that's a lot of capital right there.
It's a bit of a bumpier ride, but so they usually start off with a small test. We usually recommend, throw us 10% or 5% or 10 machines or whatever. Run it for 60 days and then compare the numbers. And like 99 to 100% of the time, the test goes so well that they just YOLO in after the fact. So we see a lot of our growth is because the miners who are mining with us now started testing with us 6 months ago, and they really like the economics. And again, we're not doing anything special. We're not manufacturing Bitcoins. The only thing we're doing is we're getting out of the way and we're letting miners interact directly with the network, and then because when you remove the middleman, there's just more money to go to the people actually doing the work.
How much of that is driven economically? A hobbyist was saying earlier that you said all miners only care about the bottom line, more or less, but I find that hard to believe because technically I mine and I don't care about the incentive because I know, there's a chance that my BitAxe can hit a block, but that's not why I'm doing what I'm doing. I'm doing to participate, to decentralize the network. That's why I'm doing it. How many of the people, anecdotally, I know you don't have hard numbers, are coming up to you and saying, I pointed at 10%, 5 machines, whatever the case is, at Ocean for the economic reasons, and some people going, I don't like how much centralization there is with these pools, so I kind of want to help out. And then they look at the dashboard and they go, oh,
Yeah.
that's actually a pretty good thing to do. Maybe I should point, like you said, YOLO into it.
Yeah. So we have a couple of thousand miners, 2,000 or 3,000, and on the website ocean.xyz, you can just look at the workers. So the number of workers is the number of unique Bitcoin addresses that essentially are miners. I would say probably the majority of those, they join because of the mission, decentralization, but the majority of hash rate belongs in the top 10 to 20 addresses, and those guys are in it for both decentralization and the money. But I joke that miners join Ocean for the mission and they stay for the money because they like the higher rewards, which on average, and I'm not exaggerating here, on average it's 1% to 3% per year higher than FPPS. And that's essentially, Parker Lewis has a great line that FPPS is, when you're with an FPPS pool, you're paying for a hedge on variance, but you can't quantify the cost of the hedge because it's bundled with the pool fee. So it's cheaper to go mine individually and then go to the bank and get a hedge on variance than it is to stick with your FPPS pool, because they're doing that. They're getting the loan, they're paying the interest, and they're passing it to you in the form of invisible fees. So when you just cut that out altogether and you're able to, it's like driving on a dirt road with a couple of bumps, maybe a pothole here and there, versus a smooth, freshly paved road. You're just going to get more money at the end of the year.
Now, on the side of worrying things, we were talking, or Mechanic talked about the centralization, Ant Pool, Foundry, these major pools. Is there anything aside from that, the pooling, that is worrying on the centralization front? Any of you guys can take this one.
I like diversity that pools offer, and I really like what Mark said. I think one mistake a lot of miners make is I think it's really important to test out the different pools and their payout structures. I think that's a great strategy, and I'm not really sure why more people don't do that. But yeah, centralization is always a concern with Bitcoin, and I think what decentralization means is just how difficult is it to consolidate control. One thing that has been interesting to watch is the hash rate growth in the United States, because I feel like the United States is one of the areas that has the most control over the global financial system, and it oftentimes is very aggressive. You've got groups like OFAC. So I think that's a huge risk of having so much hash rate here. Also, the hardware manufacturing is an issue that, I don't know what the percentage is, but the majority of machines running in the world, like a vast majority, probably in the 90s%, are Bitmain. And so it has been exciting to see other manufacturers come along. And while I don't think the BitAx really distributes hash rate in a meaningful way, what I really like about the project is that people are going through the process of learning how to manufacture electronics, and building out these supply chains, because, my hope is, like a strategy that I did, I had people that would buy a single S9 from me, get hooked on it, and then go and proceed and, do very large deployments, and we'd have really cool relationship, for a long time. And I think, like Matt was saying, having like a tangible object in your hand is, I've seen this experience a lot, with like my family members and friends that I'm trying to teach about Bitcoin. I go plop a Bitcoin miner down and they see something, physical, and for whatever reason it clicks something in their head. Yeah, the pool stuff's always interesting to watch and to look at. Ocean's definitely been, one of the loudest, groups of individuals pointing out the potential issues there. Fortunately, I don't think we've seen any disruptions yet, but that doesn't mean that we won't see disruptions in the future. And so I think it's really important to, really drive in the narratives that are important about Bitcoin, about the ability for us to use it, to own it without confiscation, and that miners, respond accordingly in the event that there's something problematic that happens that pools do or governments do, that they can be nimble and switch and put up legal fights. And use their economic power that they have to really prevent major issues from happening.
So something you said there is that a lot of the hash rate is coming from the United States. How concerning do you think is on the energy front of things? So there are obviously there's a lot of miners in here in Texas. On the energy front, do you think that's a point of centralization that is overlooked? Hobbyist or any of you guys that deal with energy on a larger scale? I mean, energy's got to come from somewhere. Is that a place that people are not paying attention to? We talk about these pools all the time, but I mean, pools don't really.
Something we've definitely seen over the last few years is just the change from one administration to the other, and the support of crypto and the growth of crypto, especially within the United States. And I do agree with you. Like, you can look at it, and yes, is it more centralized? Yes. However, it's not like we're centralized. I mean, one could make the argument, oh, you're centralized to one pool. That's the United States, right? And that's where it's all coming from. But I don't think any of us as miners are concerned about the United States growing as a bigger hub for crypto. I mean, we've for so long been behind the ball of like Bitcoin and crypto mining being illegal, that now we're like, hey, the more hash rate, the better in the US. The more support, the better in the US. The more exchanges we can get in the US. So that's one area of decentralization that I honestly don't really have any concern about. I don't know if anyone else would disagree on that, though.
The grid is the concern primarily, or is your question primarily wrapped around the grid?
Energy, sources of energy. Is that a place that
the grid is privately owned in Texas. I mean, there's no incentive to shut miners off. As a matter of fact, the miners help balance the grid so I mean, it's a good point. I don't know that I've ever put any thought into it. From what I know, I used to be in the high voltage industry. We would build substations from the ground up and electrically test them. So before handing them over to the customer. But larger mining facilities tend to benefit the grid more than hurt it. So I don't think I've ever thought about that being a potential point of failure.
So you mentioned something about testing, about how people they don't test. You were saying that once they get on a pool, they're just kind of good with that. Do you have any idea, hobbyist or any of you guys others, why that is? Why is it just like with so many things, like so many different boomers that I talk to, and where I work at the hardware store when it comes to Bitcoin, it's like I don't need to do that. I've got my bonds, I've got my 3 rental properties, I got whatever. I don't need to think about something new. This is working well for me. Is it the same mentality from Bitcoiners? Like, why not test things? Like,
yeah, I get a lot of people that ask the question, and I laugh at it a lot, which is like, what's the best pool to use? And it's like, man, that is a massive question, and it's not just like spoon feed it to me, because it really comes down to, I always try to encourage people, and I love what you said earlier about like testing. And I know not everyone's in that situation, but like, take 3 miners that are identical in every way and put them on 3 different pools that are totally different, and then go ahead and look 3 different wallets and look at how much Bitcoin you're getting at the end of each month to that wallet when it's gone past pool fees, when it's gone past withdrawal fees. Because that's the hard part with pools. A lot of people I know, they'll go out there and look at pool fees and they're like, okay, that's the lowest, that's the best pool. And it's like, that is not the case. You want to look at like how much Bitcoin you're actually getting to your wallet, not that accumulates on the pool. And you also have to look at, like, you don't know what that behavior is going to look like as to where that stratum's going to be, and like how good of that ping is going to be to that pool, and how your miner is going to perform. So I always recommend people try to test the best they can. And it's not test this miner on this pool this week and then test next week. because it has to be in the exact same moment. You got to start those miners at the exact same time. They have to boot up at the exact same time, because that's the true way to test it. Going week by week, man, the network is totally different one week to another.
Yeah, it's a good point. Ping, you mentioned. I didn't even think about that and like how much time it's going to take for your miners to talk to the pool. So there's a lot of debate. You guys, a couple of you were up here talking about core, knots, and the JPEGs, AI. What are some bridges that can be formed between all of these different parties? Because I think one thing that basically anybody can agree on is that we don't want Bitcoin to just go up in smoke. Like, there's so many people's livelihoods, entire life savings are tied up in this thing that I think that's one area that we can certainly agree on. It's like, let's keep Bitcoin alive at the very least. So what are some bridges that we can build for people that might not see eye to eye on everything?
You know, I think that we're like a lot closer aligned than what it appears on X. I see the online discussions. I hear what goes on behind the scenes, and I think it's like 95 to 99% of the stuff, everybody's on the same page, and we're arguing over the 1%. And the thing I've heard the most recently is, and I think we've progressed to, like, arbitrary data is a year or 2 years ago, it was kind of controversial, and now I hear a lot of people saying, yeah, we everybody agrees we don't want spam on the blockchain, but we disagree on how to mitigate it. And so I don't know. I think if we focus on some of the similarities and I don't know, just acknowledging that we're on the same page for like 99% of it, I think is the first step, and then you have like a good discussion and there's civil discourse after that.
Matt, haven't heard from you, CoinGecko, in a little while. Would you agree there?
Yeah, I was rolling through some thoughts. Could you repeat the question real quick?
It was about building bridges among all these different factions. You've got core, you've got knots, you've got people that are looking, they've got their farms, are looking to pointing some of their compute power at AI. It's a lot of different factions. And if you look on X, on any given minute, it looks like there's just these massive warring parties. But I think Mark is right that there's a lot more agreement. I think this is true across the board, just in anything. There's way more agreement about what we want. And at the end of the day, I don't know why everybody would be here if you wanted Bitcoin to die. So I think people want Bitcoin to survive. So what are some bridges that we can form so we look past those or deal with those points of contention?
I don't know. One thing I'd like to see is kind of more general adoption of value based on utility. So like with the Square announcement? Yeah. I think is going to be expected to be pretty big.
The Square announcement?
Yeah. I think as Bitcoin becomes more common use as currency, as just making transactions and stuff instead of being discussed conceptually as an investment vehicle or a savings or something, there'll be more room to find common ground because the conversation will be a lot easier because Bitcoin will be a more common topic and less obscure and like, oh, isn't that for drug dealers? And just, oh no, it's money. It's just money.
Yeah, I've been following some of the tweets, people talking about that. You're just saying that merchant, the Square merchants, that map just keeps on getting more populated. And I imagine there's going to be people like myself mentioning to retail people, hey, I see your Square thing. Do you accept Bitcoin? Like, those conversations are going to be happening. They've got 4 million merchants across the world, or across the U.S. alone, I think. So that's a lot of a possible adoption right there. Matt, you were talking about nodes. Do you have any ideas on how to incentivize nodes, or do we not need that many more? Like, if you look on Time Change Calendar right now, it fluctuates, but around, call it 22,000 nodes online at any given moment. Have you had any ideas about how to, or anyone, on how to incentivize people to run a node?
Well, having the opportunity to run a node, it's a great example of like nodes. I never dabbled into Bitcoin nodes on my YouTube channel at all, up till about like 3 weeks ago. And I always wanted to. I run a decent amount of solo miners at home, which I talked about earlier about always chasing profitability. Man, there's something about solo mining with like lottery miners. It is like, it hooks you. But I finally decided to go that node route. and set up my own node. Umbrel OS makes it very, very easy. But I have talked to probably 30 people in the crowd here who like reached out to me and were like, dude, I set up a node after watching your video. And it's amazing. So actually then Umbrel had hit me up not too long ago and we're like, dude, we're seeing a massive download increase since then. People just looking for an opportunity that never would have set up a node just to participate, to be a part of something. And they love it. And it's not profitable, but you know, it is definitely, I think it's growing more and more. You talked about like incentive to be a part of that, and man, I think people just want to be included in something new, something different, something, you know, cypherpunk roots out there for sure. And yeah, it's been a great experience with nodes, and I think that's why we're seeing nodes take off now more than ever. And I don't know about you guys. Do you guys carry any solo nodes on your site?
Not yet. 2026.
It is a huge increase. They've been, I mean, if you don't want to set up your own, which anybody can do it really with a computer, regardless of age, it is definitely something that I encourage. And I'm seeing just resellers that I work with that are selling out of nodes left and right. People just want to be a part of it.
I think, oh, sorry. I was going to say, I think something that will boost adoption is people becoming their own merchant, using like BTC Pay Server, accepting Bitcoin as a payment. I think what Jack is doing is very important. It onboards a lot of people who already have the, you know, that infrastructure. But for people, we also need to keep in mind that you can also do that from your own node too, and you own all the data. You're not transferring that data to anyone, and it's a sovereign way of doing your own invoicing, doing your own accounting on the Bitcoin side. All of that can be done through BTC Pay Server. That's who we use, that's how we use it, and I think that's a massive onboarding potential as well outside of solo mining, because I think solo mining is another good incentive to run a node, because when you are like truly solo mining, the pool operator doesn't have all of your private information like your IP address and stuff like that. So yeah, I think like more adoption on the payment side of things increases node adoption as well.
Two thoughts on how to incentivize more nodes. I think one of them is just education. Like when the first time I heard mechanics say the main thing that separates Bitcoin from Ethereum are nodes. Like on Ethereum, I don't know how many nodes, but I've heard it's like a handful, and they're all on AWS, right? So when Bitcoiner, like we're Bitcoiners and we're in this because we're crazy, and we believe in the future of money. And if you hear the science that what makes Bitcoin different is decentralization, and it's only decentralized if everybody runs their own nodes. Like we've already taken the leap of faith, so it's not that much more effort to go and do it. So just continuing to preach the message that decentralization of nodes is important, and it's important to run a node. And I just think people have the capacity to do it. They just need to hear the message. And the other good thing that we could do, I think, as builders is start to integrate nodes into some of the products like Square. Imagine if every Square terminal in the world had a Bitcoin node backed into it, and they were directly interfacing with the network. How many terminals did you say there are?
Well, there's 4 million merchants. I don't know how many actual terminals that is, because
Right.
some stores are going to have multiple.
Okay, so call it a million. Imagine like we could just like thrust 1 million nodes onto the network. That would be huge. At Ocean, we built Datum, which is essentially a Stratum server that piggybacks on a node. But we're working with some container manufacturers like Digital Shovel, so that when they ship the containers to the site, it comes equipped with the Datum server, which has a Bitcoin node. So if there was a way to shrink the form factor and get it in a BitX, that would be cool. Or maybe in the future there was a question about like the development of BitXs and whatnot, but I think it's great. It's like open source development, and it's going to pave the way for integration of mining into other heat reuse technologies at home, like water heaters and things. Can you imagine buying a water heater, like, and you're using it for the heat, and the Bitcoin mining is just the mechanism, but it just comes equipped with a node? And like, if we can get to the point where we're running a node and we don't know we're running a node, I think that'll be cool. Yeah, we could just integrate it into the products.
Also making it more affordable too, right? Like the hardware has become rather expensive. I'm not like a super Bitcoin OG, but my first node was a Raspberry Pi with Umbrella OS on it. And it was beautiful to do, right? It was a few steps. You kind of felt like, for me, it was a very empowering moment, almost like plugging my first miner in for the first time. But the hardware's become rather expensive. I think if we can reduce a lot of the overhead that is like on these servers themselves and go back to like a grassroots Bitcoin node, like you have your you have whichever client you run, you have a Lightning node, and then maybe just there's another edition where you can connect to like a Stratum client or something if but I think a lot of the overhead applications on nodes require higher higher performing hardware, which just makes it more expensive for people, and people are a lot of people just want to see like, what is this going to do for me, and if it's over a certain price target, then sometimes it has to make sense for people. I think reducing some of that, those things that require all of that processing power and getting more back to a grassroots Bitcoin node can also boost adoption as well.
So for those of you that do sell things, Kaboom racks being in your history, do you think there is a sweet price point where people could see that as like an add-on? They're going there to buy a couple things, they're dipping their toes into the mining world, and then you see an add-on. Hey, would you like to add a node? What do you think that price point would be? So if there are manufacturers that are looking to supply some of those parts, like you were saying that it was pretty, I don't remember what I paid in full to build my node, but I think it was like $200-ish after it was all said and done. I got it all pieced out, the Raspberry 5, I think it was, and the terabyte hash, the SSD. I've since upgraded to a 2 terabyte because it was running out of room. But what do you think that price point is? It seems like 150, 200 maybe is kind of the top
I would
end.
like to see it around $150. I mean, that's way over a 50% reduction in price of pretty much anything you can get on the market today. I think the price decrease, an excessive price decrease of that much would incentivize people to buy their first one and start tinkering around with it.
I wonder how much of what you were saying about seeing your water heater or your fridge or whatever, like the stuff's already in there. All these machines that we have computers in them at this point. Your toaster, your Keurig, and whatnot. I think it's more of a space. So if you can slap a 2 terabyte hard drive on there, you can run a node. Like the software to run a node is, I don't know. It's tiny. It doesn't take much room at all. It's the chain itself that you've got to store. So let's move into what it might look like in 2030. Let's just go down the line. Let's start down here, hobbyist. What do you think hash rate is going to look like? We just passed. We're into a zeta hash realm now. How high do you think that's going to be in 2030? And then also, what do you think it's going to look like on the decentralization front? Do you think that we are going to have fridges and Keurigs and Mr. Coffees and water heaters and your pool pump and all this that's going to have nodes and Bitcoin miners in it?
Yeah, so from the hash rate side, you can look at it, and man, it is just that upward roller coaster climb right now from a network hash rate, and I don't see it going anywhere. Massive mining farms are every other day. Texas is a great home for it. Iowa, we're seeing a lot of them start up there. So I mean, by that I mean, it's not crazy to think 2030 is not that far out, but yeah, I mean, you're probably maybe 3x where we are right now, which is crazy to think about. But when you look at that time period, 4 years, absolutely. The other question that you'd asked about is like where we are with like devices and all of that, what it is. I think I do like the argument of a node. I think more people, you had alluded to earlier about being incentivized to run a node. If there's some avenue that can incentivize it more than what it is right now, I actually did a poll on my YouTube channel not too long ago, just gauging where people's spend was and capital was for home miners. And it came in at $25 to $250 for their first miner.
So to give you an idea, that's, you know, a BitAxe or the Gecko Science small units. I mean, you would have to have one of those units and a node packaged together, which I think is awesome. I think that educational piece of selling both of those together is super valuable. I would have been much more equipped if that was what I bought as the first device that I purchased versus just going ahead and buying the miner. And I do see that growing over time.
Alex?
Yeah, I just want to clarify real quick. I work with a company called Mega Miner now. But
No, I was mentioning Kaboom racks in the past.
Sorry, what
hash rate in 2030. What's your vision for the future? Where is mining going? A hash rate, and then also, are we going to have, you know, TVs with nodes and mining and heating and all these various things?
I don't know. I think it's really hard to predict. This is one of the things that's really difficult about mining in general. Is it's very difficult to forecast profitability. One of the things that's easy to forecast is network hash rate. It just keeps on going up pretty rapidly, but it's hard to know what's going to happen. I started working in mining right around the time of the China ban, which was a massive change in where the hash rate was located around the world. A lot of stuff was getting shut off in China. People were chartering airplanes and filling them with Bitcoin miners and flying them to Texas, trying to get them on wherever they can. And it was really this. If you were a miner and you had hash rate online, it was this incredible moment where there was this massive network difficulty. And you look at the world around us today, and it's just increasingly growing more volatile. The geopolitical situation right now is nuts. You know, I work. The work that I do is a lot of importing stuff from other countries around the world, and so we're constantly trying to arbitrage. You know, the constantly changing or potentially changing tariffs, shipping costs, you know, all of these things. And, you know, one thing that we're seeing a massive change in is chip manufacturing and where it's located. So there's a lot of stuff coming online, or a lot of fabs coming on in the U.S. And a move from Taiwan. You know, the geopolitical situation with Taiwan is an interesting one to watch for. But, you know, the way that I've seen mining change over the last 4 years, like, you know, the BitAxe is a relatively new development. The power density has increased dramatically. There's been moves. It almost was entirely air-cooled. Immersion was a thing. That was kind of a fad that seems like, you know, it's still being used in some circumstances, has fallen off a little bit. Hydro has grown a lot. I have customers that are heating their homes with hydro units, like the M64 is a really interesting, it's a single phase hydro unit made by MicroBT, and people are heating their pools with that, whereas in the past they were doing it with immersion. So I think there's going to be a lot of tinkering, and it's hard to project what's going to be successful. Like, I just don't know if it's going to be cost effective or efficient to put ASIC chips in your refrigerator, but you know, there's going to be a lot of cool things that people do. I think just home heating is the obvious one. Like, Canon sells some really cool units, like the Canon Q and the Mini 3, where it's just a relatively easy plug-and-play solution to begin heating your home on just your normal house outlet, instead of having an electrician come in and wire, arguing with your wife about, you know, the dryer plug. But you know, I think there's going to be more open source solutions like that, you know, where there's experimentation. People prove that it's a product that the market wants, that works well, and more people will come to market, and it's going to be, you know, really fascinating to watch.
Mark?
So, hash rate prediction and what happens.
Hash rate prediction, and then also, what kind of innovations are you aware of, maybe had thought of, dreamt of, that you can see? Like, putting an ASEC in a fridge, maybe not, but heating your pool, are we going to see more of that? I mean, we've got so much talk, especially like you mentioning heating pools. There's so many people talking about how it's a complete waste of time and money to go into the higher education when you can go and be saddled with all this debt. I'm bringing this around to Bitcoin Watch. So but what you are seeing is more and more people going, oh, I can just go into a trade. I can pay this with what I have in savings already. I can be making money out the door. People are begging. Like, I know a guy who is now working for a plumbing outfit, and he's making, I don't know, like way, way, way more than he ever would have by going to school for 4 years and then trying to get a job. Oh, look, I've got a BA in whatever, and Starbucks is like, oh, we're fill up on those. But he can go and do plumbing and be making, I don't know, I think like $50, $60, $80 an hour, depending on what he's doing and what like the trajectory for that line of work is just up and to the right. And I think as more and more people our age and younger people are going into the trades and then bringing the knowledge of Bitcoin, I think you're going to see, like you said, it's hard to predict, but I think we're going to see more innovation and going, hey, can I hook up some heating to this thing? Oh, hey, my mom's a gardener and she wants to heat her greenhouse in the winter. I could do some Bitcoin mining thing there. So what things do you think we might see on that front? And then also, you were the only one to give a solid prediction. You said 3x from here. So in 2030, you could see as much as, 3 Zeta hash at that point? Do you think that sounds about right?
Like the year-over-year growth is around 30%, so that takes us right to the 3 Zeta. I think it's going to happen for sure. And I think we're going to be living in a much different world from a pool landscape perspective. Right now, we've started to see the kinks in the armor of FPPS. Like Ocean came out, and we were very critical of the payout model, that it's like very unfairly weighted in favor of the pool and not the miner. And the reason is because starting up a pool by yourself like we did is a very difficult proposition, because you have to find enough blocks every 2 weeks. So most new pools these days are just a variation of FPPS, but they're really just a proxy for Antpool. So there's Foundry, and then there's Antpool, and there's like 10 proxies that are really just Antpool under the hood. And that is just not sustainable. Like, once enough miners realize that they're leaving 5% profit on the table because they're with that pool, they're going to switch. So I think the model of pooling is going to shift towards more what Ocean's doing, more cooperation between pools. We've already started to see the beginning of that with some of our we have miners on the pool and we have marketplaces on the pool now, but I think we're going to have other, call it like a white label pool, but just a pool running Datum, servicing their own clients, and then sharing variants with other pools. And when enough small pools get together, we could very quickly be bigger than the largest pool, but not pose the same risk that they pose, because everybody's making their own blocks and you don't have risk of centralization. So I think the pool landscape is going to look way different, and that's only 5 years from now. And and I'm really excited to see what Square did. Great company, Block, like they're leading the way. If that can sort of like be a catalyst for more adoption, more on-chain payments, more Lightning payments, I think we're going to see the block space start to fill up, and then we're going to get into the topic of block space scarcity, and that's when it's going to get really exciting. Because if you ask anybody now, what's the value of a block, they'll say, they'll like look at the 3,000 transactions, they'll add up all the fees, and they'll say, this is the value of the block. It's subsidy plus the fee. But what happens when there isn't, like, let's say you're executing a big, like, multi-million-dollar real estate contract, and it has to close by November, by November 30th at 11:59 p.m., or you don't get the deal. Like, the value of the block to you at that point is not the fees, it's the opportunity cost of what you're missing out on. So what does that mean? It means block space will become its own commodity separate from Bitcoin itself. And there's already companies like Block Spaces out of Miami that are working on like block space futures contracts, for example, where consider a financial institution that knows they need to make 30 Bitcoin transactions over the next 30 days, and they don't want the risk of the volatility of the fees in the market. They could go out to the market, the peer-to-peer network, and they could pay the market price, or they could just go to their favorite miner who's running Datum and say, I'll pay you X amount premium, 10% premium, if you guarantee me access to your blocks over the next 30 days. So I think we could see an explosion of an entirely new industry of miners who have taken back their sovereignty, who are now carving out block space for different companies. And that it's just going to be like 5D chess at that point. And 2030 sounds close, but it's 5 years away. I've only been in the space since 22, and so it's going to be like crazy.
Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about the software side, but yeah, that sounds wild, fighting over block space. Matt?
Yeah, the thing you mentioned earlier about Bitcoin coming into trades, that's actually basically my business.
Oh.
I am an engineer who was raised by carpenters and farmers. So that's a lot of the people I've worked with were described as digital farm boys, you know.
And how many of the people that are, say, around your age, give or take some years, and are interested and willing to pay attention to Bitcoin versus the people that are your seniors and your father's age?
Well, I guess in my own experience, conservative Midwest, hard work kind of people haven't readily followed computer stuff. You know, they're all hand tool guys. But I just meant kind of that's how we built up the business, was starting with trades. Like I have done 100 kilowatt electrical install for a data center in my own shop some years ago. You know, we build all our own, maintain all the tools to do our own assembly line and stuff. Anyway, the actual question pertaining to hash rate, what I've seen in the last few years was there's several orders of magnitude more heat or more electricity is used for heating than is used for the entire global blockchain, which there's been a growing push lately, and I expect it to continue to leverage heating as a primary output of a miner. I think it was around 2015. There was a big hype about putting miners in everything. You know, they had the miners put an ASIC in a wireless router, put an ASIC in RGB light bulbs. You know, there was a lot of talk about just throwing miners in a bunch of stuff because they said, okay, well, if it's already got an internet connection, throw a miner in it, and it fizzled, never went anywhere because the economics don't make sense. You've got the extra support components of power handling and heat handling and the interface controls for the chip itself, and the hash rate you get out of it would never pay that off. And then you've got the additional cost of managing the heat. So I think a lot of devices like refrigerators and stuff would never practically see a miner because there's always the secondary cost of dealing with the heat. If heat is what you need, absolutely. And I think in 5 years we'll see a significant fraction of the global hash rate is actually dedicated heaters, whether it's in greenhouses or pools or just space heaters in someone's office. So, as for building nodes into things, I think there's probably more possibility because, again, you're just looking at the cost of materials, which I guess has been mentioned as not great currently, but there's possibilities by lessening requirements on the software side, right, to reduce the hardware requirements needed. So it's definitely possible to have more nodes and things because there are fewer just byproducts that you'd have to manage. You know, there's no extra heat, and a lot of the computational infrastructure is already present in a lot of devices. So that's certainly possible.
Matt, closing thoughts, what you envision for 2030 and what you think things will look like, possibly?
Yeah, I have to agree with Alex. Projections are hard, but hash rate does go up exponentially. So I think I don't really have a prediction. Yeah, maybe it could, 2x from here. Maybe we do see 3 zeta. But I mean, one thing's for sure is that more people are going to come online, right? More industries pop up. As for who's going to put an ASIC in a refrigerator, is it going to be something DIY, or does GE or Samsung develop a business model that could do so? Can they sell 500 million refrigerators and come up with a business model where they get a percentage of every block found? I don't know. That's going to be some of the exciting things about being in the home mining space, seeing those things develop. And I think I think one of the really important things in the grand scheme of things is the open source side of it, because it opens up. It's like a book that opened up for people to be able to contribute and have this documentation and have things to sort of guide them. We have fantastic conversations with really great people who are, still in college, engineers, who love the documentation side of things. They love to take the deep dive in, and there are people creating amazing things out there. Not everything mainstream is the only thing going on. There are so many other things going on in the space that people don't even really get to talk about, because maybe we just don't have enough time, or maybe it just doesn't get the coverage it needs for whatever reason. But there's a lot of exciting things happening, and the future is I think the future of Bitcoin mining is very bright. We just need to make sure that our incentive is to keep the Bitcoin network going and provide the right documentation for people to be able to continue to innovate. And with that innovation, with open source innovation, things tend to progress exponentially instead of being you don't get the same iPhone 6 to 9 times, right? Sometimes you get new things very, very quickly in the space. Sometimes you can't keep up. Like it's hard keeping up how fast things come out. So future of Bitcoin mining's bright. Hash rate's going to go up over a long period of time. If you look closely, it goes up and down, just like Bitcoin's price. But we all know where we're going.
Thank you, gentlemen. That was the great re-decentralization talk, talking about after years of industrial consolidation, Bitcoin mining is fighting to reclaim its cypherpunk roots. Matt, Mark, Alex, hobbyist miner, thank you.
Thank you.
Bitcoin is tied to the laws of physics, which, as far as we know, are the only laws that humanity has yet to break.
You've probably heard of Bitcoin, but you may not be entirely sure what it is or what it takes to make it.
Bitcoin is a young technology, but it has a lot of potential. It changes the way you think about the world once you start to understand it and use it.
The next wave of Bitcoin miners, and really the next wave of Bitcoin adoption, comes from the energy companies.
It's a multidimensional problem. It's not hyperbolic to say that Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining, it could bring 1 billion people out of energy poverty.
It's really important to continue to develop the electricity in Africa, and the Bitcoin mining gives money to the new plants.
Akuti akamapanga zinthu zawozo akamapanga kuphiri zinthu zimagwira ntchito kunja.
Ineyo sinamvepo za Bitcoin.
Ine sinamvepo za Bitcoin.
They're gonna play Beastie Boys and then
Mining pools, this is called Pool or Be Pooled. Navigating risk, reward, reputation in the age of massive centralized mining hubs. All right, hey everybody in the Expo Hall, come on, sit down here at the main stage. We're going to talk about pools. Really exciting topic. I'm so thrilled to be here with this group of guys here representing a lot of the different mining pools in this Bitcoin mining industry, right? Everything from Bitcoin only to multiple algorithms and coins. But yeah, we're gonna kind of introduce everybody a little bit differently here. We're not just gonna, give everybody a time to say their name and where they're from. That's just gonna come out naturally, okay? So I just wanna get right into this and start asking the tough questions. And the tough questions are actually written down on my phone here. I'm gonna read some of it, a little bit boring, but anyway. All right, everybody come sit down and listen about pools. So Marco, where's Marco? There's Marco. Marco from NiceHash. All right, your microphone's on?
It is, I think it is.
All right, let's turn that up. He's kind of soft-spoken. All right, so Marco from NiceHash operates as NiceHash operates as an open marketplace rather than a traditional single mining pool. It even suggests that by letting miners sell hash power to buyers who then direct it to various pools, the platform can help distribute hash rate more widely. How do you see the NiceHash model influencing decentralization and miner incentives? And what advantages or risks does this marketplace approach bring compared to miners joining conventional pools?
Yeah, so first of all, hello everyone. NiceHash is, as Scott suggested, technically it's not a mining pool. It's a hash rate marketplace, but a spot hash rate marketplace. Essentially, it means that the buyers on the buy side fight against each other to get the available hash rate. And they can decide where they want to send the hash rate. It could be a private pool, public pool, solo pool, whatever they want. As long as they're paying the highest price for the hash rate, they will get that hash rate delivered to their end destination. And regarding decentralization, it does help a bit because it gives people a chance to buy the hash rate, to own the hash rate without owning hardware. So they can simply buy the hash rate, send it to a pool that needs more hash rate, and help the decentralization.
Awesome. So what about some of you other guys? Are you guys running like a marketplace or like a hash place? No? All right, kind of boring.
Well, one thing that we do is we try and optimize for profitability for our miners. So it's not really that people are bidding against each other, but one thing we do is we try and find what's the thing that pays them the most, and that's what they're mining. So those sort of optimizations, I'm sure we'll get to them a bit further down the line, but that's also a similar thing that we do. Instead of being open for anyone to bid on them, we offer the bids to the people according to what's the best thing that they're mining currently, and auto-convert and all that.
Yeah, so that's Power Pool. All right, thank you. All right, so next question to Augustine. General Kenobi, General, from Demand Pool. Have you guys heard of Demand Pool?
Well, they have now.
Come on, let me hear something like, woo, all right, yeah.
There we go, there we go.
Okay, so you've pointed out before that much of today's mining power is concentrated at the pool layer. So, for example, the popular FPPS payout model can create invisible power structures, right? Favoring large pools. Can you explain how current pooling practices might be contributing to centralization and how innovations such as Stratum V2 or any new approach demand pool is taking could give more control back to the individual miners?
Some people may know this, but others may not. So I'll quickly run through the numbers on what the current centralization issue is. Basically, when you do, like everyone knows about blockchain analytics and tracing and seeing like the HODL waves and shit like that, you know, like Rational Root is doing that. The guys at Coinmetrics do that. But you can do the same for Bitcoin mining. And when you do that, you can see which pools are actually, let's say, independent and which ones are a front, just a proxy for someone else, right? So they're being run on the back end by the same people, right? When you do that, you realize that, for example, Antpool, which happens to only have like 20% of the hash rate right now, apparently when you look at mempool, they end up actually having about 36 or even 40%. And then Foundry has like 32. And if you add up the 5 biggest pools out there, you'll see that they create 95% of the blocks. So that's not ideal. Like what Satoshi Nakamoto created was not a oligopoly style mining, right? It was one CPU, one vote. So everyone who's mining should be able to decide how their blocks look like. Because otherwise, what's happening nowadays is that 5 nodes, so 5 entities out of the 20,000 nodes or 40,000 nodes, I don't know how many nodes there are right now, but like there's a couple thousand, but only 5 of them decide how most, if not almost all of the blocks look like. That's not ideal, right? So after the block size wars in 2018, people started working on that issue, especially Matt Corallo. He started with a Better Hash, which then turned into Stratum V2 with the Brains guys, which we can find down here on the conference. They created like the blueprint of what Stratum V2, how the next version of Stratum, which is the communication layer between the ASIC, the miner, and the pool, how that should look like, right? Like that's like the language we're talking now, English, right? So what language should they speak to each other, right? Pool and miner. And that's when they started, they did the blueprint by 2021. The first layers and the first like bricks were being laid, so to speak, on the code. And last year it was ready to go. So we decided, well, my boss, Alejandro Latorre, he's the founder of Demand. He decided, hey, it's time to get this going. He was long time in the mining industry with other pools. And he said, hey, these guys are not going to move by on their own accord. So we got to push them to it. So let's bring the competition to the table. And basically with Stratum V2, you can have the same level of centralization at the like pool level. So from a financial perspective, it's equally centralized, let's put it that way. But instead of having 5 people decide what 95% of the blocks look like, you would have every individual miner with the job declarator protocol deciding how and what goes into the blocks. So then even if the pool gets captured by a state, let's say the Chinese state or American state or the European Communist Union, you know, then it doesn't matter because they're just like a financial entity. They're not in control of the actual blocks. The people, the miners, are actually in control of the blocks. So that's the main way to decentralize. I also believe that what Marco said, like marketplaces can help also decentralize the hash rate. But I'm not aware of any other, like, I mean, we also have Ocean over here. They also have a similar protocol doing similar things. But apart from this, I'm not aware of any other technologies helping decentralize.
That makes sense. Yeah, well, you mentioned Ocean. So Mechanic, any thoughts on that? You know, he talked about Stratum V2 as well. You know, you guys are doing it a little bit differently.
Is it up?
Take my, are both dead.
Hello. So yeah, Ocean made a protocol for miners to make their own blocks. It's called Datum. That stands for Decentralized Alternative Templates for Universal Mining. And it basically fixes the issue with Stratum, which is that miners want a pool. And that's the function of this panel, right? Is to talk about pooling. So let's talk about what pools are, because like everything else in Bitcoin, the name ended up being wrong, or ended up being used in the wrong capacity. So most of what is out there that is referred to as a mining pool is a solo miner that rents hash rate off people that point their machines to it. And as you mentioned, they speak via the Stratum protocol. And
this doesn't really work because everyone wants to pool, and the bigger a pool gets, the better it works, until it gets so big that it can 51% attack Bitcoin and break it. So we have this two incentives that work against each other. So pools needed to become actually just do the one thing a pool is supposed to do again, and then it doesn't matter how big they get, and everyone just enjoys their size should they get really big. So Ocean, I would contend, really is the only pool out there at the moment, because everything else is just a solo miner renting hash rate off people. Ocean isn't that. It just is a reward split coordinator. So if there are 5 people and they each are 20% of the pool, they pay each other 20% of each block they find. They pay themselves 20% of each block they find, and the other 80% goes to the other 4 miners. That's all a pool is supposed to do. Pooling is miners collecting their hash rate and sharing the rewards in proportion to their contribution. That's all a pool is. And those don't really exist outside of Ocean at the moment. You only really have the giant solo miners like Foundry and Antpool who do all of the mining process and just pay you for pointing hash towards them. So I would redefine pools, to be quite honest with you, as something that miners are going to want to do, given how Bitcoin works. You need to be able to find a certain amount of blocks every 2 weeks, otherwise you're just throwing away electricity and never getting compensated for it. And to do that, the more blocks you can find in a 2-week period, the less you suffer, essentially, which means splitting rewards with other miners and finding blocks faster and improving your resolution and reconciliation with the network. So pooling is a given. Miners are going to do it. Even miners with 50 exahash are still incentivized to do it, because if they can add another 10 exahash of variance reduction with someone else, it's great. So pool, generally miners want to do it because of the way Bitcoin works, but they need to demand transparency in that capacity. And that's the other thing we offer, which is we're the only pool that tells you what you got paid, but also what everyone else got paid, so that you verify that you got the correct split. Other pools don't do that, so you tend to get shortchanged a lot. I'll stop there.
Yeah, you can keep that, Mike. Very interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a balance between that variance, right? Some people just want and need that payout every day or every week. They have to pay their power bills, and then some people are willing to accept a little more variance. So great, thanks everybody so far for your answers. Jan, I'm gonna talk to you. EMCD, right? You guys have evolved really into more than just a mining pool. It's become a crypto super app, so to say, with a top 7 mining pool and multi-currency wallet and a high-yield savings program and some other stuff that can't talk about in the United States, I think. But so anyway, all of this stuff, right? The P2P exchange, it's an integrated ecosystem that offers conveniences like daily payouts and low withdrawal thresholds. Do you believe that providing this all-in-one platform is key to attracting and retaining miners? And how do these services and incentives improve the miner's experience compared to a basic pool? And is there a trade-off in complexity or centralization by bundling so much into one platform?
Thanks a lot for the question. So I'll start by saying that we all know here that mining pools are an extremely competitive business, and part of the competition is happening at the technological side, where we have a lot of new developments and new players using different protocols, Stratum v2, Datum, and so that's one area in which we can compete. The other areas, what do we have? We have the pool fees, right? It's a zero-sum game, and we compete on the pool fees, and we try to, offer better and better rates. At the same time, making our lives as mining pools potentially more difficult. And so at EMCD, one of the ways out from this is that we decided that we want to provide more value-added services that are requested by the users who are using our platform. And this allows to circumvent, the zero-sum game of price competition, while focusing specifically on building up retention with existing miners. So we know how easy it is for miners to switch their pools if they're not happy, if something's gone wrong. A miner can do it in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, if they desire. And so the question is always, how do we keep them in the ecosystem? Our solution is to build around the coins that they mine, whether it's Bitcoin or some of the other mineable coins that we have, and then allow within the ecosystem to use it for other purposes, right? So that's why today we have our, like you said, an integrated wallet solution, so you can immediately exchange it. We have now lending products, so the coins that you mine, you're able to borrow against them. And so this is the direction we want to take. This is how we are trying to loyalize our user base. And I think with good effect. I would say as a side effect of that, we are moving into an ecosystem potentially. You can define it as a super app, but it also allows us as a business to expand beyond the minor user base that we currently have, which is by far the most dominant group of users that we have, and really look for new avenues for growth. So introduce products to a wider audience, and then maybe in the second stage, we can get them interested in mining. And so it's a back and forth between our history and how we're looking to expand going forward.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Yeah, myself as a mining equipment broker, you know, I'm always fascinated to see how other companies are bringing other products and services into their, you know, ecosystem. And so, yeah, like what I've seen over the years is pools adding things like equipment brokerage services and different things. You know, maybe sometimes just to stay afloat, right? Like you said, it's a race to zero. It is a competition. Everybody's vying for your hash rate. So you have to diversify. Yeah. Anybody else have any thoughts or opinions on that?
I think it's very important you mentioned the race to zero, because it's a very big topic in mining pools, because when you don't have a different product than anyone else, like when we're talking different stratums, you're always working against the same Bitcoins generated in the blockchain. So it's very important to distinguish yourself, and I think EMCD is doing an amazing job with that because of all the diversification they're doing with some things that we cannot talk here in the US, like we said, and the yield system and every product that they're offering. And it's an interesting product, and it's an interesting comment on the zero race to zero, because unless you have something different, it's hard to innovate in this industry. You're always working against the same block templates. You can change up a little bit stuff, but it's not like you can make transactions out of thin air. So Bitcoins cannot be created out of thin air. So that's where a lot of optimizations of different services are important, like NiceHash with having a different marketplace. For example, what we do of having different coins that you can mine and then be paid out on the same cryptocurrency of Bitcoin or USDC, and have it so you don't have crypto on or traditional crypto on your balance sheet. It's also a very important distinguisher between pools. Then more than your feed, what we should be looking at is what the services are around the pool. Your conversions, your support, your additional products, your ASIC, your like brokerage things, your hosting that you can have included into the system. That's what the game is turning towards.
Fully agree with that.
I would like to add. Sorry. I would like to add a little bit more on this. So normally pools get paid, or miners on the pools get paid by the blockchain. So the blockchain issues the Bitcoins, and that's how the miners get paid. Whereas on NiceHash, we have a different reward system, which is based on the demand side. So what the buyers, human, decide or want to pay for your hash rate. So we're not dependent on block rewards, and that's actually something that allows us to have higher pay rates compared to mining on an FPPS pool.
I mean, like another thing is like taking it back. What a pools really offer is variance reduction. I think you can put it down into two categories. They sell variance reduction, so the bigger the pool is, the better, and they sell compliance by proxy, which is an annoying fact that we have to admit. But if you can get a pool to jump through a bunch of legal burdens and deal with Bitcoin for you and just pay you for your hash, that's kind of been a popular model too. So SOC compliance was a massive deal for us at Ocean because we weren't SOC compliant, which meant basically any North American mining entity couldn't touch us. And we finally got that this week, actually. So we now have SOC 2 which has been a big deal for us. So a lot of miners can now finally use us. That's been a very long, ongoing struggle, but just thought I'd mention that. But other than that, I think it's just variance reduction that we sell. So the bigger the pool, the more blocks we're going to find, and the greater your resolution is.
So the compliance, that's interesting because I think every pool in the world just got SOC 2 this week. I don't know.
That's what it looks like, yeah.
Yeah, we got SOC 1. We got SOC 2 Type 1 yesterday. So it's same week. So that's awesome.
But we also got it this week, so it's quite incredible.
Are we all using the same auditor?
It seems like it.
I don't know if that's compliant, but...
Any pools out there, any pool providers, if you want to get compliant, talk to these guys. They know how to
comply
do it.
so hard. You have no idea.
So compliant, which is interesting, mechanic, because from a compliance standpoint, right? KYC as well, AML, OFAC. What is Ocean doing really to position itself, perhaps via jurisdiction or security audits and policies? What else, right? To really manage these risks while staying true to the decentralized, transparent ethos that you guys have.
We have a funny method. So it's an accountless, permissionless pool. Not the most trivial thing to set up in North America, especially. We are incorporated in Wyoming, and there's a regulatory sandbox there, as I understand it. Main thing is we pay miners out in the blocks themselves. And there isn't another pool that actually does that. So we minimize control over users' funds, and we're technically not custodial at all, given the structure of things, which is not easy to do because Bitcoin itself limits you to only so much block space and so many outputs. You're limited by how many outputs you can stick inside a generation transaction because of the way ant miners work. So we got some limitations there, but basically, miners pay themselves in their own blocks, so to the extent that they can. And this makes us not a legal custodian, which means we're not a bank, which means we don't have to get you to tell us all your, information, which we don't want. You don't want to give it to us. We don't want you to give it to us. But pools that don't operate like that are basically all being banks. So Foundry and all those, like Foundry and Antpool are KYC, they have to be. And that's risky. We know that just means that the more places you upload pictures of your driver's license and passports, the more problems you're going to end up with. There's enough of that horrible stuff going on in Bitcoin. Every week there's someone getting their finger cut off because they're a Bitcoiner and in public, and kidnappings and things like that. You don't want your identity plastered all over the place as someone that's, a famous Bitcoiner. It's dangerous. There's a reason I don't use my real name in this space, and most people should be aware of the kind of risks that come with it because you are a walking bank account. You don't really want that to be publicly accessible. So we have other entities. We are spinning up a share market. It's not the same kind of product that NiceHash offer. It's a share market, which is post-hash rather than NiceHash, which is pre-hash. They'll sell you the hash rate rather than the results of the hash. So I don't mean to shave off nuance here, but that's based out of El Salvador because we can do more things there. El Salvador being Bitcoin country, we're not limited by a lot of the U.S. financial stuff. The U.S. is landed the free, except when it comes to money, and then you're not allowed to blink. So it's, I'll trail off there.
Yeah, very interesting. Go ahead, Marco.
I'd like to add, I think there's two stories or two sides on compliance. One side is, of course, if you're Bitcoin Maxi, if you're cypherpunk, you try to be anonymous, you don't want to give your driving license to everyone. But on the other hand, there's with what companies they want to work. Do you want to work with companies that provide regulated, audited process? You can trust these companies. You know that they're following the rules, which of course it's different when we look from the Bitcoin perspective, but looking from a business perspective, sometimes it's better to be regulated, to provide security and work with companies, mining pools or mining platforms that are following the system or they're fully regulated and have the mandatory KYC, which means there's no money flowing from the pool to Afghanistan or other sanctioned countries, etc.
Yeah, thank you. Well, we could change topics a little bit, and I don't think we've heard much from Andre. Neopool. So Neopool is a newcomer that quickly broke into the global top 15 mining pools, 15 exahash right now maybe, by emphasizing technology, transparency, and stable payouts. So you guys have implemented proprietary task distribution algorithms and optimizations to ensure that miners enjoy steady income. So how do these technical innovations and transparent policies give Neopool an edge against long-established pools? What challenges have you faced in convincing miners to trust a new pool? And how are you managing the reputation and reliability to build miner confidence?
Hello all, thanks Scott. My name is Andrei Kopeikin, CEO and co-founder of Neopool. First of all, I would like to say that this is the rare case when some guys who is not from the industry started to find out what's going on and try to find a space for innovations which industry is lacking of, trying to find the truth, because the FPPS, which mentioned only once, differs from one to another pool. And we saw this and started to educate the miners, because what we found out that more than 90% from our perspective, from our point of view of miners, don't understand how to calculate the reward and don't understand how much reward they can get out of the pool for their hash rate. As well as they don't monitor their devices and don't control how much hash rate they generate initially and how much hash rate is registered on the pool. So I like the discussion, the mechanic, the Kenobi from demand pool. I know Alejandro, and we've talked a lot about the Stratum V2, Datum, and other innovations. But what I see that there is some basic stuff which is still uncovered and hidden from the users. And so we started from that, started to educate the users, and we got a huge support. This year we grew 7 times, and we continue growing, helping our clients to get more out of what they have. And next, we are looking at Stratum V2. Actually, guys, I spend a lot of hours with miners and talking to our existing clients, and there is very low demand for this Stratum V2 at the moment. I need to uncover these facts. And this is like chicken and egg problem. Who gonna make the first step? Because you need a firmware, you need a pool which supports these. And I know the guys from Ocean, they're doing a great job. They are growing fast this year, but last year and previous years, they are struggling getting clients because the tight reward system was not well understood by the clients. And the industry baseline is the FPPS, and they did a great job introducing the pool and technologies, and I like them. But I think from my perspective and from our company perspective, let's start from the basics and go further and further, educating the clients and moving the industry to the next levels. What do you think, guys?
I really like the fact that you mentioned that PPS, FPPS, and all those reward systems are very obscure. Every pool implements their own whatever they feel is the most fair or optimized for their use case to compute for users. So a lot of pools that I've been seeing around in the space, they always compute the rewards when they're on FPPS. They always compute the rewards at midnight, and then they accrued all the values, and then they have 2 hours, and then they pay it out. And that's that's a simple way to do it. Like as a systems engineer, it makes sense to do it that way because you have one task that runs every 24 hours. It's very predictable. You have a whole backlog of shares, so it makes sense to do it like that. But then when you do it like that, you're always averaging out usually the last 24 hours for your rewards, or you have a non-granular system of how much you should be paying every user. That brings inefficiencies on what miners are making. That's why instead of doing FPPS or PPS Plus or other reward systems, we chose to do real-time PPS, which is a coin termed by NiceHash actually, which it really encompasses what PPS should be, which is you get paid per share, but at the value when you submitted it. Like, it doesn't make sense that you submit a share now and you get paid 24 hours from now at the rate of 24 hours at that time. It makes sense to be paid at the moment you're mining, because that's when you're mining. That also opens up opportunities for people to mine when it's more profitable. If you have different coins you're mining, this is very applicable to the S-script algorithm, where Dogecoin dips in difficulty every few blocks because of the uncertainty of when blocks are found. So a lot of miners might want to switch their L3s on during those maybe 40 seconds and make some money out of that. But when you have FPPS, you cannot really do that because a lot of the rewards for Doge are distributed in PPNLS systems. So you lose all your edge there. So that's why we came up with not real time because you came up with that, but we implemented that system into our systems where we pay out on every share submission and you get added into your account immediately after you submit. And then you can get paid out every hour, not every 24 hours. So it really simplifies like how people are getting paid. And people don't know that there's the difference, in their mining rewards. They see their accounts every few weeks and that's all they see. And pools are able to skim off stuff up the top because people don't know how reward system works. That's why it's important to publish what you're being paid out every given second. That's why we have an API where you can query exactly what's your Bitcoin per terahash or by petahash that you're getting paid for every share that you submit at the theoretical value of today, right now, at this second. So it allows people to optimize what they're mining every second instead of having to do it every week when you check what pools are paying out to users and all that. So it's really important that reward systems are very transparent and very easy to understand for customers.
I agree with the transparency, of course, but generally the trade-off is always between consistency and overall revenue. So it sounds like you guys have optimized to the extreme for consistency. And typically that means you make less overall revenue. That's been our contention, because the thing that sucks about Ocean is you only get paid when we find blocks. So we have the highest variance, but we contend that that means you get higher overall revenue. And that seems to have stuck for all the analysis that's been done. There's no free lunch. Either you get max revenue or you get max variance reduction.
6, 7.
Yeah, but
what is that?
I have no clue.
Yeah, no idea.
No, but that's true. But the blocks that you're mining is the same blocks for everyone. What we do is we do a statistical analysis on what every share is worth, what every hash is worth. So on the long run, everyone pays out the same, but it's the users. If your machine is always on, you will always make the same amount of money, except your fee, of course, because fees are not accounted in the blockchain. But if you're always mining the same blocks, there's the same amount of Bitcoins being created every day. The pool just doesn't increase their balance just because they're paying out, unless they're very lucky and they find a lot of blocks in a very short amount of time and they're doing FPPS and not like lock, non-subjected balance systems. So, I mean, in the long run, you're going to make the same in Ocean as you will make in FPPS, as long as they're implementing FPPS correctly and not like always rounding down or always taking the minimum of 2 systems, which is, in my opinion, some people are definitely doing this because, I mean, if not, pools wouldn't exist at the 0% fees that they exist at in some cases. But at the end of the day, if you're optimizing what you're mining, you're always at the max of the different systems. So if you're mining Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash, if you're always mining the maximum of the 2, you're always going to be making more than the average of the individual ones. So that's how you get an additional product out of the classic mining.
Thank you. All right. Ruben, you were talking earlier. PowerPool built systems for dynamic coin algorithm switching and predictive hash power allocation across different networks. In practice, how does this strategy work and benefit miners? Are there any downsides or complexities to this approach for instance, does constantly switching between the most profitable coins or algorithms introduce risks or operational challenges? And essentially, what should miners know about the advantages and trade-offs of chasing high yields through a platform like PowerPool?
Very good question. It really ties into what I just said about the maximum of multiple systems. What we do is, instead of just mining one coin, I'm going to take Scrypt because it has a lot more coins, so it's easier to understand. When you're mining, for example, Digibyte, it's a base coin, same as Bitcoin would be for the SHA-256 algorithm, and you have Digibyte and Litecoin that you can use as base coins. Then you have a lot of merge mine coins that you can append onto that system. If you're tracking both of them at the same time, you see the Digibyte goes like this. It's a roller coaster. While Litecoin for around 3 days is always constant. So what you do is you take the maximum of the two systems. It's always higher than the average of any of the individual one. So that's the objective of the pool, is to, instead of give you the average of every individual coin that you could be mining, it gives you the maximum of the average of the maximum of every other system that we have in our system and that we're tracking. The same thing happens for Bitcoin. You have Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash. They have different block times, different block rewards, different coin prices. So if you track them and you track the coin prices at the same time, you can see that Bitcoin is very constant because everything's based on Bitcoin. And Bitcoin Cash goes around Bitcoin. It goes up and down. There's more power allocated when it's more profitable, so it then dips down. There's less power allocated when it's less profitable, it goes back up. So you have those fluctuations that when you take the average of the maximum, you're making more money. So that's what we're offering to customers. An issue there arises that people like to be paid out in Bitcoin. Not a lot of people like to be paid out in Bitcoin Cash. So you have to convert those. Then you have to take into consideration price manipulation, average pricing, bid, sell price. They have a lot of variables that you have to include in your calculations. But at the end of the day, it just means more money for customers, so a lot more people like this system. Miners should always aim to optimize what they're mining, but there's always some trade-offs. When you're mining a lot of merge mine coins, you tend to have a lot of restarts on your connection. Not that the miner disconnects, but the pool tells you, stop mining this old block, now mine this one. So, and that in old firmware used to cause a physical interrupt on the machine, causing it to slow down. What we came up with was, instead of sending restarts to miners, we just send them the new template and let them work out that they have to switch as soon as possible, and we still credit on the old chain that they're mining before. So you're not wasting any time. So if your miner's mining this coin, let's say coin 1, Bitcoin, and then we tell you switch to Bitcoin Cash, the miner, instead of switch immediately, might take 2 seconds so that it's optimal for its firmware. But any submissions for the shares for the 2 seconds that it was mining Bitcoin still instead of Bitcoin Cash, you're still getting paid at the Bitcoin rate. So you don't have any wasted stale shares there. So it's one of the things that we encountered when we were implementing this, that people were like, well, my shares were like a stale at 0.1% in my old pool, now it's at 0.2. And it's like, well, we're switching, so it makes sense, but now we're back at the standard because we implemented this sort of changes. So there's always new advances in the technology of Stratum. There's always flavors to Stratum. For example, extra nonce that NICE has introduced. So everything evolves slowly, but it evolves towards the more revenue for customers, which is, in my opinion, how it should be evolving for clients. Because if you're getting paid less, you're not going to be mining there.
I would like to add, when you were saying about mining the most profitable coin, that's something that NICE Hash actually excels at, because the buyers of the hash rate are the ones that make sure that they are buying the hash rate and sending it to the coin or pool that pays out the most. So in one case, that could be Bitcoin Cash. In other example, it will be Bitcoin or something else that a buyer is willing to pay more for. So you've got this automated profit switching where you're always getting paid in Bitcoin. Even if you're selling your hash rate for Scrypt, the buyer will always pay you in Bitcoin because the medium of exchange is Bitcoin. So no matter what coin is being mined by the buyer, the seller always gets Bitcoin. And that's a really big benefit, especially for Scrypt miners.
Right. In NICE Hash, you do it as in the humans make the arbitrage opportunities disappear. So that's how it balances out. We do it algorithmically. So it's same, more or less same end result.
You do it by yourself. For us, there are other people that do it.
Exactly, yeah.
Very interesting to some of us. I know Ocean couldn't give a crap about this, but do we have any maximalists, Bitcoin maximalists on this panel?
I mean, at Demand, we try to keep it very clean on Bitcoin.
I mean, when you go to ERCOT and talk to them, they're not talking about script mining, right? To like balance the grid. They're talking about Bitcoin mining. So yeah, we keep it straight, so to speak.
Yeah. So that's interesting. You know, it brings up another subject, not necessarily about pools, but just mining in general and the philosophy of supporting a non-Bitcoin network. Like, why spend your money, your time, your effort on a chain that's not Bitcoin? I'm sure some of you, whatever, it's fine. You guys like all the coins. What about you, Mechanic?
No, I think it signals a lack of integrity if you would participate in these scammy networks. There's Bitcoin and nothing else we would participate in. Thanks. I see one round of applause. We're a Bitcoin mining pool. We're not a crypto entity that is interested in this kind of nonsense. It's more noise and more headache as well to keep track of. So, I mean, what did you say? There's no script. No one is balancing a grid with, you know, an L17 or whatever the Bitmain scam coin script miner is. Like,
they're about to jump here.
You don't need
They're
that
about to
noise,
jump.
man. Like, money is not the only currency. You have mental space of like, how many things have I got to keep track of and pay attention to? Bitcoin's complicated enough. You don't need to start keeping track of scams either. It's a waste of your mental energy.
It's mining conference. It's not a Bitcoin mining conference. So I guess there's a lot of people here mining other stuff.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
I had to
So
ask.
what's the block?
I had to ask the question.
I mean, before we move on, I think there's like I'm a Bitcoin maximalist. I'm like a mechanic. I don't care about any other coin. I respect people that do it. I mean, I'm just not willing. I don't have the time or the patience or the brain to keep keeping up with different coins, right? And I think there's this. Sometimes we fall for this misconception that what we see in our circles of like in our local meetups or with our friends or on Twitter, for example, or LinkedIn, your circles on LinkedIn, right? That's what represents reality. But like we gotta realize that today's algorithms pigeonhole us into our own little niches, and at the end of the day, miners are businessmen. They're not on Twitter, so to speak, right? And if the script mining makes, I mean, it's true. It just has better margins than Bitcoin mining. And if you're a businessman looking to make money, and you can buy a Bitcoin mining ASIC or a Litecoin mining ASIC, I mean,
yeah,
that's where the money
has
is at.
trade-offs, right?
It has of course.
Earnings per kilowatt are way higher on shitcoins as per mechanic.
There's also more risk potentially.
But it's more risk, but there's more reward.
But
Yeah,
you're
so-
an investor. Investing is risk, right? So I think we got to realize that. That said, as we said before, ERCOT is not listening to Doge miners. They're listening to Bitcoin miners, and all of the big publicly traded Bitcoin miners are Bitcoin miners. So
not all.
But I have like one question, because I think it's important to differentiate what you're mining to what you're contributing with. Like if you buy a Bitaxe, you're theoretically contributing to a network unless you find a block. You're not really doing anything except generating heat.
That's not true. I disagree. Hard disagree.
If you're not finding anything,
every hash is equally valuable and equally probable of finding the next block as any other. So therefore, with that logic, everyone should just stop mining, except the miners that find blocks, but you don't know which miner is going to find the block, like which ASIC. So even though you don't find a block, you're there, you know?
100%. But like, let take for example merge mine coins. A lot of them are old projects that have very little value, have very little volume. They're essentially non-existent at this point. For example, there was Namecoin, which is a Chateau F6 a merge mine coin. That coin is in my opinion, is not going very far. It's a very small coin. It's an old project. There's very little team behind it, but it's on exchanges. You can still merge mine it, and you can sell it. So if you're going to a pool, you don't want to have the hassle of having those coins on your balance sheet, for sure. I mean, it's a hassle for taxes, and it can be a nightmare. So why not leave that task to your pool? If your pool's going to merge mine and convert that for you, and you just receive Bitcoin, you never see anything aside Bitcoin, you're still contributing the same amount of stuff to Bitcoin, and you're still gaining a little bit of extra. And when you add then, you can switch what you're mining, then you can be mining Bitcoin Cash instead of Bitcoin. It's true that you're supporting a different network, and I agree that you stop supporting Bitcoin, and that's 100% true. But at the end of the day, people want to see money. They want to see an ROI. They don't buy miners just because they want to help the network. I don't think anyone buys any publicly traded stock because, I want to help the Bitcoin network. They say, well, because that stock's going to go up because of the yield of whatever's being mined and all that. So that's, at the end of the day, mining, it's your money printer. That's your miner's your money printer. That's how you got to think of it. It's something uses power, prints you money, and unless you're optimizing what it's printing, you don't want to be printing shit for sure, but you also got to be printing what is most valuable. And if you can convert it immediately, it's always going to be more valuable on your own balance sheet.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, one way to look at Bitcoin mining or mining in general is that you have your own no KYC exchange at home at a different price than market value. So, and I think Marco I just gave him like a perfect pass, right?
I wanted to follow up on Ruben because if you look at script miners exchanging to Bitcoin, they're just making buy pressure on Bitcoin. So essentially the price of Bitcoin goes up because of these miners.
Where is this money coming from, ultimately, is the question.
From script for Litecoin.
But I mean, someone's got to buy the shitcoin, right, for you to dump on them and buy Bitcoin with it.
Who's bringing in the money into Bitcoin for you to sell to USD and use it on your electricity bill? It's the same sell pressure.
Yeah, no, of course, but people buying Bitcoin aren't scamming themselves, is the difference.
Spicy.
Scamming yourself, I love it.
What about, many Bitcoin miners, they are very cautious to the origin of the Bitcoin, guys. What would you say about that?
You mean Satoshi Nakamoto?
Nope.
You mean like the
Virgin Bitcoin?
Virgin Bitcoin and Bitcoins that are like fresh out of the blocks?
Brand new, yeah.
Those are the rare Bitcoins, and they're going to become more rare as time goes on. And those are very interesting coins to store, and those are, in my opinion, will increase value more than Bitcoin itself. But it's a bit hard to keep track, of course, of all the UTXs out that come out of all the transactions that do that. But it's an interesting market, and I know some people are tapping into the market, which is very, very interesting.
Yeah. So thank you for leading this. As of this week, actually on NiceHash, you can get Virgin Bitcoins as a miner directly. So.
Yeah, NiceHash and Ocean are the only two ways you can get Virgin Bitcoins, but this is a faux pas because all Bitcoins are equal, and if, it's demonstrable that people will pay more for these UTXOs.
It's business. It's
business, sure, but at the same time, it's a Faustian bargain, because if you ever want to start saying this UTXO is worth more than that UTXO, you end up in a barter system instead of a monetary network, which is as inefficient as it sounds. So it's not a thing people would really want to encourage if they care about the long-term health of the network.
Yeah, especially because Bitcoin's limited. So if we start accepting that some coins are more valuable than others, and at a large scale, that just devalues the whole network as a whole. And it's an important point. But it's true that there's always going to be people collecting. I remember when we had the last halving, transaction fees skyrocketed because people wanted to get a transaction had a UTXO.
The tripling. It was a tripling, not the halving.
There's always people that collect stuff, right? There's people that collect dollars. If you have the right number, the serial number on the dollar, people want that. They're willing to pay more for it.
For sure.
So, yeah, that's the same principle.
And I hate it, but
that's why Roman sestertii aren't a good currency anymore. They're valuable, but they're impractical to use as money because every one of them's worth a different amount because they're from different years and they're in different condition. You don't want to tap with UTXOs where it's like, well, I have my clean stash here, my KYC-free stash here. It makes it a hassle to use it as money. You want $10 to be $10. You don't.
I agree.
I agree.
The lucky. But it's a collectible.
But in dollars, it's interesting you bring in dollars. As I mean, I don't think Bitcoin should be like dollars because it should be like money, but
it should be fungible.
It would be, yeah. But for example, when you have your dollar bills, if you have a nice, slick, freshly printed dollar bill and you have it on your desk and you have a crumbled up, it's gone through so many people. You don't know exactly what's on the dollar bill. Likely there's a lot of substances you don't want to have on that dollar bill. You always have a difference. And you want to get rid of the old one and keep the nice ones just because of human nature. We'll have a similar thing on Bitcoin, but I don't think anything should be as important as the value of the coin itself. We can always take it to the bank and exchange it for a fresh bill. And that should be the same thing for Bitcoin. It should be treated as fresh all the time.
That's what transaction fees do. They recycle UTXOs and turn them into fresh Bitcoins.
That's a good way to look at it. But I think at the end of the day, Bitcoin is in the wild. And regardless of what we think or we hope for Bitcoin, the world will use it how they will use it. And it is what it is, kind of, right? I mean, it's permissionless. They will not ask for permission. They can ask for my permission, but it doesn't matter.
No, but I like you said that because I think it's also true for mining itself. While we are the gateway for how people are mining, people will always tend to what they think is more easy to use. For example, Stratum V2 brings in a lot of features, and there are some cool features. Choosing your templates as a miner, I think it's pretty cool because I can say, well, I don't send this transaction to another pool or to the mempool as a general. I keep it on my miner, and then I validate my transaction myself if I find a block. And I think that's a very interesting feature. But I really think the adoption of these features are not as widespread, or will never be as widespread as just mining to make money, as people are saying.
They will. Exactly. I disagree. They will, because in the next two halvings, I would say two halvings, but in reality, let's say 10 to 15 years, miners are going to switch from selling coins to selling block space. Like in 10 years, like we already have a shit ton of institutions and governments already in Bitcoin. Right now, the mempool is a bit dead, but imagine in 10 years when BlackRock and Vanguard and every bank in the world is having to do at least one transaction a day to like consolidate, plus any other financial institution, pension funds, blah, 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 whatever. Everyone is kind of at least using a little bit Bitcoin, right? At that point also as a miner, you will have what, 0.4, 0.3, like in three halvings, 0.3 Bitcoin, fresh, like Coinbase Bitcoins per block. That's not much. But meanwhile, you will be minting between, well, depends on how you look at it, if there's segregated witness is still around, 1 megabyte or 4 megabytes of space. And that's going to be very valuable because you want your transactions to get in at that point.
If the people will spend the Bitcoin. Currently, people don't want to spend the Bitcoin, so there's not many transactions.
If it becomes valuable enough, people will want to spend it for something, right?
They will keep it more.
Not necessarily.
They will keep it more.
Adoption as a store of value doesn't mean adoption as a medium of exchange.
Exactly.
We've seen that the two things are actually, I mean, you have Michael Saylor buying pizza with dollars just to make a point. I don't know what his point was, but I don't like it.
But store of value, what value? The same way we always say, oh, you cannot eat dollars, right? You can also not eat Bitcoins. And what you're storing, like value, is the production of goods and services. So at some point, you will have to redeem the value that you stored for something. Be it a house, be it a car, be it your kid's college, be it pizza. I don't know. And eventually it will happen.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, if I may, but it's not just, I mean, yes, at some point you got to redeem it, but also the question is, you know, the velocity of money. Yeah? So how many times is it actually exchanging hands? And the same way when we talk about digital store of value, we can think about the traditional store of value such as gold. And the same way, I think, I mean, my personal opinion, if the same way as we don't use gold to buy coffee and the same way, I think people are very skeptical to use Bitcoin to pay for everyday things. And forcing them to do it, or forcing institutions in some way, I think is extremely difficult. It will require a lot of additional steps to get there. Yeah, that's...
I don't think it would be forcing. I think it would happen naturally. But let's leave it here.
All right.
Go ahead.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm mesmerized. And we actually brought some life into this conversation about pools. So hopefully some of you guys are educated and entertained. But okay, we have a couple of remaining questions here, and we're going to wrap it up. I'm going to go a little bit off script, but you know, something I'm interested in learning, and maybe everybody else, is what do miners and mining pools play when it comes into like soft forks and hard forks? How does that all work? Can you explain that to us? Maybe Neopool here. You're going to start us off.
You know, this kind of stuff is very technical. I think mechanic can explain it in details, and it's better to make a separate discussion about such kind of technical stuff. But maybe you heard about the Litecoin, yes, we know it. Fractal Bitcoin, yes, we know it. But these kind of coins are not very popular, and as we've seen, guys from NiceHash provided very good profitability for some period of time, and it was very high.
182% higher.
Yes, I know, Marco.
We had it too.
So my question:
it was very limited time frame, and let's say it was a spike when some people even decided to change the pools. Neo pool benefited out of that as well, because some big pools were not very, agile to adapt and to provide this opportunity to do merge mining with, let's say, fractal Bitcoin. That's why this is good things which are happening, but they don't, let's say, influence hugely on their Bitcoin mining itself. Guys, what do you think?
I want to disagree about not being influenced. Like, it doesn't influence. It always influences a little bit. Even if it's just, if you're operating, like, say, 50 megawatts, and you can make an additional 0.1%, it might not sound like much, but that 0.1% can be incredibly significant, and it might not bring you out of bankruptcy, but it can always add on to your profits, because your revenue increases by the amount that you're merge mining. If you're merge mining, say $1, you're mining $1 and you're only merge mining 1 cent, it's 1.1 cents. But if your electricity cost is $0.9, then your merge mining of 1% additional revenue turns into 10% additional profit, and it gets amplified by electricity costs. And as we go into the halvings, where your rewards decrease by half, now your merge mining rewards double in terms of your perspective, and double also in terms of your profit, because the revenue is decreasing, but you always have that additional value, which is a fixed value. It can devaluate as coins go down in prices. There's a lot of sell pressure on those type of coins, but it always adds up a little, and it's very little effort on the pool to add it, and just gets users more money.
Okay, so my question, what role do pools play in indicating, whether or not miners or pools support a hard fork or soft fork or whatever it's called?
They indicate on behalf of their miners. Even in the case of Ocean, where miners get to choose what's in a block, they don't get to choose, if they're using a pool, what network they're actually on. But even that is unfortunate, because miners don't decide the rules of the Bitcoin network. That's just a fact. They are employees of the network. They do not design what the actual product is. The users are the ones that set that. So miners are downstream of users fundamentally in this whole architecture of the network. That gets forgotten, and we fight wars about it regularly, so to keep everyone on their toes. I mean, the reason this is even a question right now is because of the proposal to tighten consensus rules around arbitrary data. That's coming along. It looks like that thing has its own momentum now, and it will probably happen. And when it does, miners don't get to make an identity decision about what Bitcoin is. They get to mine what the network has decided Bitcoin is, and then their pools presumably go along with that. So it's up to the network to fight the war and figure out what Bitcoin is, and then miners mine what that is after the fact. And it's kind of chicken and eggy, because miners will pick up on that and support a fork, and that will give the fork more weight, and that encourages other people to get on board with the fork as well. And the particular dynamics around how soft forks specifically work mean that you kind of end up in this prisoner's dilemma scenario for people that don't agree with the fork. They just have to go along with it anyway, and that's how things like SegWit happened. Every one of you that's mining Bitcoin is mining on the SegWit chain now, and the people that forked themselves off with Bcash and BSV and stuff like that, miners can mine that stuff if they want, and they can be chain agnostic, but they don't get to define what Bitcoin is, and that can kind of come down to where they earn more money. So
yeah, they just confirm the transactions.
Yeah, they are service providers for the Bitcoin network. They're not the definers of what the Bitcoin network is. So they can try and resist a fork if they want, And they have done that. But the best example ever is Bitmain said, no, SegWit is not Bitcoin. We're going to fork off and we're going to make Bcash. And they did it, and they lost like all the billions of dollars imaginable.
Yeah,
So they're not in charge of it. It's their job to figure out what the community says Bitcoin is and move there.
And if the miners don't switch to, let's say, the better chain, then that chain is less secure actually. So there's way more chance to get 51% attacked. So in a way, they do have a vote, but in terms of protecting a chain, the correct chain from 51%.
In my opinion, the people that have the most power to change a network is not the pools. It's not the miners in a way. It's the developers that code it. Like I'm a developer. I wouldn't be able to change the Bitcoin code to adapt to all the proposals that have been submitted. So unless someone goes in and makes it, and then someone else then generates an executable that then gets added to everything else, it's never going to happen. And you can submit as many proposals you want, as long if no one is going to pick the keyboard and start typing it and has the capability to type it, nothing's going to happen. And that's the real power. People that can make it.
It looks like it comes down to a little bit of proof of work. You got to put the work in as a pool, but also proof of social, right? You got to get the army behind you and say, all right, are we going to do this? Is it going to signal? Is it going to work? Well, very cool. We're going to wrap it up. Thank you guys. It's been very awesome to learn from you guys today, and I hope you guys are educated. Feel free to find these guys in the Expo Hall, ask them questions, and continue the conversation. And thank you to Mining Disrupt for having me as the moderator. I'm Scott Offord from Bitcoin Mining World, and have a great afternoon.
Thank you. Thanks.
Is out today's on-stage content. Obviously behind you, the floor is still open, so you're more than welcome to roam around, meet people, greet, ask questions. But as far as the on-stage content, that wraps things up. Be sure to check out the QR code. You can see it there. There's a big QR code right over there in that the poster there. Miami, July 21st through the 23rd. We're going back to Miami, Florida, where we were earlier this year, actually. And remember, you can go to the Mining Disrupt YouTube channel, subscribe to that. You can see me weekly talking about Bitcoin. And then also the magazine, if you haven't got your hands on it, you might be able to nab one from somebody that doesn't, dropped it off or set it down, possibly, maybe. But they are hard to come by at this point. And if you do want to make sure you get that in your mailbox, you can go to the Mining Disrupt website and subscribe, old school style. Thank you very much.